Chicken jockey.
We will fight to break free. I know that we can succeed. All it takes is you and me to persevere today. I know. So let's gather all our things and set out on adventures. I'm sure we'll make it through our journey. Begins, my friend. It's time to get moving. Come on, get moving, the stars will blink. There is no time left to lose. We're gonna take it, the time is right. Our destiny beyond the stars. I believe in a rising dawn, in a day bright as the sun. Never been until the end, till our paradise begun. Till tomorrow is here, we are the hope drawing near. Oh, congregate, arise to bring us to a brighter day. We'll hoist our flag soaring high, beacon of light in the sky. With Captain Yumiko, we fight to dash the tears away. We hail, oh, congregate. Forever forward, we push on through, find a way to bring us peace. To save this world, we know and love, till the deed is done, it's me and you.
New blood in the Okami Brigade. Welcome to the chaos. Buckle up, it's a wild ride.
We push on, ever unyielding, every day we journey on. Now tomorrow is here, the hope is finally here. Oh, congregate, arrived and won the day for everyone. We'll hoist our flag soaring high, a beacon among the stars. With Captain Yumiko, she brought our hope back home today. We hail, oh, congregate. Till tomorrow is here, we are the hope drawing near. Oh, congregate, arise to bring us to a brighter day. We'll hoist our flag soaring high, beacon of light in the sky. With Captain Yumiko, we fight to dash the tears away. We hail, oh, congregate.
Hey yo, Okadachis! Welcome back to the pack! I hope you guys stayed safe out there on those missions, and if you didn't, please make your way down to the VR lounge where we have everything you could possibly need. You need yourself some ERP? We've got it. You need to just go explore, do some games, Beat Saber, Go for it. That's right. Beat your saber. I know you like beating your saber in VR, so if you need to, head on down to the VR lounge where we have everything that's going to cure you and make you feel that much better after a very hard mission. Anyways, hello everyone. I hope you guys are ready for Fractured Fridays today. And if you haven't ever seen Fractured Fridays, well, it is a new thing we are doing here. This is Fractured Fridays number 4, I want to say it is. So what is Fractured Friday? Did you dye your hair? It is a goth mode, actually, that someone toggled advanced. Carly. But yeah, no, legit. So Fractured Fridays, for those who do not know what Fractured... oh my god. So for those that don't know what Fractured Friday is, it is a day where we play games that are either experimental or games that may not necessarily fit into an entire series of games. So it is literally one shot, one game, either we beat it or it beats us. And so legit, sometimes we'll take games that we want to experiment with and we'll put them on Fractured Friday if we like them enough. We'll put them onto the schedule like we did with Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise, as well as some other things, right? And so today, due to demand from last week, I decided, since you guys wanted to watch me suffer, okay? Since you guys wanted to watch me suffer, we're playing Blueprints. Which means I'm not only going to have to be sitting there pushing my ass cheeks to the test, not only am I going to have to be using my singular brain cell in overdrive as we solve puzzles, not only that, but given the nature of Blueprints, it is going to require your guys' participation, actually. Because this is both a strategy adventure game, and it's got puzzles in it. We are going to be basically doing a roguelite today. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be interesting. And when it comes down to the puzzles, I'm going to be looking to you guys to help me solve them as well. So if you guys are looking forward to that, if you're looking for some chat participation, today is going to be interesting. However, though, it does have big video antennas. Oh my fucking god. I shall help you as it goes as deep as possible. You know what? Yes. Please, Helios. Make it so deep. The deeper, the better, bro. But, you know, also, there is another thing. Considering the fact that the game does not have a soundtrack much, right? Yeah, we're really gonna have steam coming out of it. Considering the game doesn't have that much of a soundtrack, I am opting to have music played in the background. So we've got some music play. We got some... Step Bro! How you doing? So yeah, we've got some music lined up for when we start playing the game, and we have a song courtesy of Helios, okay? We have a song courtesy of Helios that I think is surprisingly accurate for how today is gonna go. I'm gonna play it for a second. You guys are probably gonna laugh your ass off at it, alright? You gotta admit, though, that's pretty accurate, right? You got... Oh, fuck off with the silence already. Oh, hey, there's a name I haven't seen in a hot minute. Hi, you crazy Rally. How you doing, bro? And also, hi, Darkshade. How you doing? What the fuck? What do you mean, what the fuck? What do you mean? What the fuck? What is so wrong? Huh? What's so wrong? Seems like someone has... What do you mean what I said? Is there something wrong with what I said, bro? You can't believe it, huh? I mean, I can believe it. I could easily believe it, right? Also, I need to fix that again because the last time I had that fix was back when the computer was having all of its weird crashy crashes, right? So hang on, where is it? Where is my zoom in camera? Hang on. Oh, there it is. There. Okay, fixed. All right. I am so glad I fixed that right there. Because holy fucking shit. But yeah, damn, mess with you. I mean, when you did talk. Oh, that's because someone literally played a silent card, right? So how am I supposed to talk if there's a silent card played? But yeah, anyways, though. Anyways. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, before we get into the game, we do have some stuff to talk about. And of course, videos to watch that has been submitted by you guys, the lovely community in the Vids for Yoru channel. Anyways, though, but before that, there is one thing I want to talk about real quick. I mentioned it yesterday. Okay, I mentioned it yesterday during stream. I want to bring it up again today, alright? Because I think it's something that is extremely important, right, to talk about. And also, I'm doing good, though, Dave. Yesterday, we had someone come into chat and literally say, hi, I'm just stopping by to say hi, and then I'm going to go back to watching this other streamer and lurk over there. I need to state this very clearly, okay? Because I'm pretty sure everyone here agrees. That is not only awkward as hell, right? That's a form of self-promotion. It's awkward as hell. If you can say hi, you can come into a chat and say hi. You can lurk. Just don't do that. That's really awkward for the streamer. It's awkward for the community. It's rude. It makes people not know what to do. It devalues the streamer, right? And it really shows that you're, like, treating the streamer as not important and invalidating them in a lot of ways. So please don't do that. Please don't do that. Like, it's already common courtesy that if you're already another content creator watching a content creator, that you just say, oh, hey, I got a dip or whatever. You don't actually say you got to go stream or whatever, because that's rude, okay? It's unnecessary. It's rude. And what made it even weirder is it was their first time chatting, and they did a highlight message, so it highlighted it twice. It looks like it might have just been attention-seeking. I don't know. It was weird, but yeah. Like, guys, we all have common sense here. Let's not deal with that shit, okay? Let's not. We're adults here. We've got a little bit more common sense, okay? It's okay. It happens, cries. It happens. But look, we've got common sense here, all right? Yeah. It's like the second time I've seen someone do that, right? It's just really weird. You know, we're definitely very nice in not outright banning them. We were just very much a, here you go, we're gonna give you a warning, just don't do that again, though. How are things so far? Did you do anything special today? I burned the world down. I burned the world down. I'm not gonna talk about why I burned the world down, though. Yeah, no, look. Today has been a very interesting day, to say the least. And to give you an idea of how my day has been, let me just put it like this, okay? Let me just put it like this. I'm glad I'm streaming right now, okay? I started out with a really pissy day. My day did not start out the best, if I'm being honest, right? I did not wake up the best. There was some stuff that happened in the background that I don't want to talk about, but it was extremely frustrating to deal with. It's not something I want to talk about because I don't want to cause any issues. I don't want to cause any drama. But I'm just glad that I'm here with you guys, with the Okami Brigade because honestly, I'd rather be more focused on, you know, streaming and having a good time with you guys than focusing on what happened today. All right? So, you know. I actually am looking forward today because it's I'm looking forward to having a lot of fun. But yeah. You had a bad day, now you're here trying to distract. Exactly, right? Exactly. I didn't receive your welcome letter for the afterlife. Oh my god. But yeah, legit, honestly, let's safe to say, burn the world down. But I'm feeling better now. I'm feeling better now that we're here, guys. I'm happy that we're here. It makes me legitimately excited to be here because, you know, we get to have a good time, right? We get to have a good fucking time. Though, with that being said, right? With that being said, I know we've got some videos to watch, so I want to go ahead and watch some of those videos before we get into the game that you guys have so lovingly submitted. So, let's see, what are we going to start off with? We are going to start off with me. Actually, I'm going to start doing a thing, by the way, guys. I'm going to start doing a thing where if you guys submit a video in the vids for I'm going to start putting a thumbs up to say that I've, like, viewed it already. So, you know, there's that. I think the mods wanted to make sure that, they wanted to make sure that the sub videos are okay or not, because some of them could be copyrighted or whatever. But we're going to start off with something that Lita submitted that is kind of insane. So if you're a PC enthusiast, you're probably going to love this.
Booth at Computex 2025, and they handed me this. This is all the stuff I need to memorize for this video.
What the fuck?
So this is all the air coolers. There's a fan with 17 blades. That
Why do you need a fan with 17 blades? Why? I know it's inverted. I forgot to fucking revert it, you know? You know, like... Look. Why is there a fan? You don't need that. What's that?
Made out of metal. It's got a zinc alloy frame and aluminum blade set. We'll talk about that too, and then we'll swing around here. We'll just do the whole booth really quickly because I need you all to understand how actually impossible it is for me to remember all the stuff. So we'll give you the flyover. We'll talk about it more later. This is Liquid Cooler Land. I've learned about one of them in the time we've had here, so we'll talk about that as well. And then on the other side of the booth, that is a VR or a RAM cooler right there. This.
Do you need a RAM cooler? Like, that actually seems unnecessary. That actually seems like one of the most unnecessary things you could get. Why would you get... No. Like, maybe a monster PC? Maybe? Maybe? Like the 10K? I mean, Mega Transfers, I mean, maybe. So I'm gonna have a lot of fans on your stream. Oh my god. Okay, let's put it like this, okay? Simply put, RAM is a thing that goes into your computer, right? And if your RAM can heat up, but normally you don't need something to cool it off because there's enough airflow going through your PC to not need a freaking, you know, cooling thing for your RAM.
Took them 3 months to make and is just for fun. It was basically, so Totally has its own factory.
Oh my fucking god.
Build something cool. They said it was like 400 and something pieces, 450 I think. And then there's also new cases, which this is brand new for Thermalright. So Thermalright has not done computer cases before. This is one of the few things that they're not making in their own factory. And
you know, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like that case. So it's the cool RAM things in your computer. Yeah. Hi Thunder, what's up? But yeah, this is actually a nice. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly, looking at that bottom panel there, God, that is actually okay. Those two bottom screens down there, those are kind of nice. I'm not gonna lie. It's a little over the top. Yeah, it's a little over the top, but I can't complain about that, right? It's definitely a
The
really
brand new
nice
venture for them.
thing.
So I think we start with the fan and the air coolers. That's what.
Wait,
the
it's actually $45?
This video is brought
Really?
to you by the Thermaltake TR1 large GPUs out for the system. Targets port. This is an updated PA140. The biggest
Jesus
thing that
fucking
Thermaltake is doing
Christ.
is mostly digital displays.
Jesus
and
fucking
screens
Christ with the
on
freaking
coolers.
size
The
of
couple
that.
don't have them. But one of the questions I was
Hi,
asking
Leroy.
repeatedly was just like, what's the best value? What's the most competitive? Because Thermalright's mostly known for just killing people on price. Where every company that we've spoken to that makes coolers here at Computex, all of them are struggling to compete with Thermalright specifically on price, and that seems to be where they're doing the best. So for the Frost Tower, this has a 140 in the middle. It's running a 120 front fan. Price is supposed to be about $50
Doing good,
US.
Grandpop.
The middle fan, this is a 27 millimeter thick fan, and then the front is a standard 25. They're using LCP blades for the actual blade of the fan, which LCP is very expensive. And then they're using a 30% fiberglass reinforced PPT for the frame, which is one of the, it's a balancing mechanism for cost. So you do all LCP,
I
which
mean-
lets you get the closest tip clearance, or you can mix and match some PPT with fiberglass reinforcement. The fiberglass retains some of the rigidity of the frame in this case, so that it can keep the distance so they don't clip each other. So that's why they do that.
I
and then going
mean-
no LCP for the frame will help save on cost. It is a 6-pole fan, and then
Oh, they said say the
fin
price
stack is
fair.
solid. So that's kind of one of the bigger things that can be done.
Also, I'm doing
for
good, Nimby.
cooler quality as it goes up the stack is soldering rather than a press fit is the alternative. There's a little bit of a benefit. We don't have a breakout like standalone test for it. So anyway, that's going to be a $50 cooler. That's probably the most interesting for us, a dual fan cooler to test. And then I did ask about the PA120. So they want
I'm
to
gonna
do
be-
an update
I'm gonna
to
be
add the
honest,
digital and LCD
right?
variant.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of how these radiator coolers look. Great, like I'm not the biggest fan of how they look because it's so chunky, right? And they are expensive for how big they are and how chunky they are. At that price, I would just tell you to go with liquid cooling if you could, you
So
know.
the PA120s sounds like there's gonna be some changes and just experimenting with. So they have
But yeah,
R5
also
and
this.
R9 fans where the number is the amount of blades. So they're saying R5 they're designing for pushing air through radiator.
Okay, they're 40 to 50 bucks. I mean, okay, fine. Okay, Prob. Okay, look, I didn't hear the price, okay? I didn't hear the fucking price.
Here's the R9 fans. They're going for a 9-blade. This one is a 28 millimeter thick fan. And then like a lot of the others, kind of mixing and matching where they're moving towards the higher quality materials like LCP on a lot of stuff. And then like metal. So this one, the X12 is a pure prototype. This was a $100 cost to make. So this was fully CNC.
Jesus.
It cost them $100 just to make it. Tells you about what the retail would be if they could make it and if they can mass produce it. A couple things with fans like this. So first of all, 17 blades, very abnormal. The Thermalright's saying this would be most useful in a mini PC solution, which they have here as well, and we'll look at briefly. And
How loud would that
using all
fan
metal
be,
just to
though?
get that blade tip clearance to basically, I mean, functionally zero. That is very close. It's got the inner ring to it as well. This hub design, so having all those
Like-
pieces helps to break up some of the airflow across the hub, which should improve the pressure across the inner wall of the hub and next to the blades. That's why they would do that.
Volume is
That's pretty
yes.
much all we have on that fan. Going over to the Royal Lord, so
Cause like that kind of fan seems like it would be relatively loud. Cause the more blades you add in, and the faster it spins, the louder it gets.
fan for cooling the memory, so that'll shoot out to the side, hit the memory, but a screen on it, and they're basically just mounting a cover plate to it. It's got a screen on it, and then there's a fan for cooling the memory, so that'll shoot out to the side, hit the memory, but also the VRM. One of my suggestions was just angling the grill.
It's a
here on
many
the side,
fan.
on all these sides, actually.
It's a mini
to project
fan.
it out and away from the mechanical support for if it actually mounts to the mounting bracket. But otherwise, they're just trying to compete
Why does
in
it-
the liquid cooler market more. And one of the other things that
Why does it feel like that little mini fan would do nothing? Like legit, that little tiny fan that's gonna do like almost nothing. That's gotta do like almost nothing. Like what? Is it gonna cool it by like a singular degree? bro. It does affect you. You know, okay, look. Look. Okay, how about this? Does this screen do anything for you? I don't think this screen does anything for you. This screen right here... I don't like the corner screen thing. I think that actually, right? It's cool looking. But it is so unnecessary. Like, I am not looking at the inside of my computer when I'm playing games, right? The screen lets me put Miku in the PC. Okay, fair. Fair enough. I mean, you got a point, putting Miku, but what if you... Alternatively, why don't you put a hot tomboy there as well? I'm pretty sure the hot tomboy would be more tasty, right? I mean, honestly, I like these screens on the bottom here on this case. That's the one thing I like, because looking at those screens, right? Seeing those screens, that means it can display details to you. So, I think that right there, right, is an actual useful feature here. Because, I mean, like, see the time? Okay, cool. The date? Cool. But the other screen, I can see stuff like the CPU usage, its speed and everything. Like, it actually shows a lot of information that I actually would, you know, I would like to see, right?
Everything else standard cares, and so it's just steals with the chips. Digital displays just give you numbers and digital displays. So it's basically two displays of different types. Digital displays just give you numbers, and otherwise it's mostly steals with just about.
But yeah, I mean, you could also display it on the curved screen, but like having the displays on bottom like that, that's bigger so you can see more information, I think looks better, in my opinion, right? Though, the cable management potential leaves a lot to be desired, though. The cable management leaves a lot. No. No. That leaves so much to be desired. Like, Jesus Christ. That's at least one thing I like with my case, is at least it does, but then again, my case isn't exactly a budget case. So, I mean, I'll give it that at least. Like, they've got some cool stuff that they've got going on here. At CS, I would have fishy swimming across those screens. You know what? Fair. Fair. Honestly, it's not bad. It looks kind of cool, but I could do better. I think, or well, I can't actually do better, but you know. All right. So let's see what else we got here. What else do we got? Also, I like how I said I was doing the thumbs up, and I see the mods and started putting thumbs up on stuff. Motherfuckers. You know what? You know what? Maybe I just need to do freaking, you know, eyes. You know, we're gonna do eyes, okay? What the fuck is this with the Cadbury's gorilla playing drums? Hi, Link. How you doing, bro? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? You know, You know, there's a lot of things I could say to that. I mean, it's better than yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like, it is better than, like, 90% of commercials. But even still, though, that is, like... I don't even have words, right? I don't actually have words for whatever the fuck... UK advert, ladies and gentlemen, oh my god. The fact that that's actually a freaking UK advert, like, what did the gorilla have to do with that stuff? What does the gorilla have to do with milk chocolate? I mean, I get the Phil Collins thing, but that just... You know what? Huggabees, save me, bro. Huggabees, save me.
In today's hustle and bustle world, it's not uncommon to forgo brown bagging it and instead grab a meal on the go. It's not surprising to see that food retailers, from mega supermarkets to convenience stores, carry pre-packaged sandwiches for the hungry in a hurry customer.
How bad
Ham
could
and
this be?
cheese, tomato, miscellaneous salad. Just a few of the many sandwich varieties you can buy ready-made. Retail customers order the specific ingredients they want in their sandwiches, and the factory hires its employees accordingly. The first step is to load fresh bread into an automated machine. The bread is slapped to ensure its quality. Cheaply made bread will crumble, while high-quality bread springs back into shape. A large helping of melted butter is added to the slices to help them pass through the upcoming machinery. For
Or
this
that looks like
sandwich, a jizz of
mayo.
mayonnaise is required, which is
Oh,
squirted
Jesus.
onto the bread via an automated dispenser. Workers then lay on grated cheddar cheese with their bare hands, feeling each and every bit of cheese that goes onto the sandwich to ensure that it is properly shredded. In another area, traditional ham logs are squished into a slicing coffin.
Oh god, that doesn't even look like ham, that looks like spam. That looks like fucking spam. Ew.
The slices go off to the assembly line where they are then added to the sandwiches. Barehandedly, of course, for an added salty flavor.
Why, is it because they just jerked
Next,
one
they
out
close up the
beforehand?
sandwiches, occasionally giving a light spank to the naughtier looking ones. The sandwiches are stacked on top of each other and moved to a security checkpoint. Here, each sandwich is cut in half.
Hi,
and
Artemis,
scanned
how
for
you doing,
contraband
bro?
Material that workers may have lost in the product, such as fingernails, wedding rings, fingers, guns, and sandwich pornography.
Aw.
Sandwiches found to be guilty of smuggling are sent to a sandwich internment camp.
God.
In the camp, robot arms force the sandwich bread into formation.
Damn right I'd have an extra shot of mayo. Mayo and tumbly milk,
Any
you know.
bread slices found to break this formation will be shot with pepper spray to enhance its flavor.
Wait, what?
The bread is then frisked by another series of arms to make sure that none of them have reverted to their smuggling ways. If a
What?
sandwich is again caught smuggling, they are punished by being smothered in one of the most disgusting substances known to man: egg salad.
What? What? Egg salad is like a curse among humanity. No. Why do people like egg salad? Like, that just sounds awful.
50% of all bread slices are smugglers. At the
No.
next station, robotic arms lined with suction cups place the bread slices together. Next, a high-frequency blade uses the power of the
I mean, egg
samurai
sandwich
to
is one thing, but
perfectly
egg
slice all the
salad? No.
sandwiches in half. Then robotic arms pick half of the sandwich up, spin it, and stack it.
Ugh.
Each robotic arm has
no.
layers and layers of cake
No,
on egg
brother,
salad,
no.
dating all the way
Brother,
back to the
no.
camp's opening in the 1970s. With this stacking motion, small bits of the food particles are scraped onto each sandwich as well as replenished, keeping the sandwich bloodline pure.
A dedicated machine to flip the bread
A
over, I know,
behavior
right?
correctional arm automatically sorts the new sandwich halves for packaging. While back at the factory, workers again use their bare, unwashed hands to flip and sort the sandwiches. To conclude, here's a rare interview with a factory employee on why they all elect to not wear gloves during the sandwich assembly process.
I know it sounds crazy, but whenever I touch these sandwiches, and you're gonna laugh at me, you're gonna think I'm nuts, you're gonna think I'm crazy. When I touch these sandwiches, I feel the hands of every person who's touched them before me and after me. And I feel this jolt of like friggin' lightning or something from my head to the tip of my you-know-what. Sometimes while I'm grabbing these sandwiches with my bare hands, I just can't help but throw my head back in ecstasy and moan. So whenever I go out and talk to chicks, the chicks say to me, "What do you do?" And I say, "Yes, I do grab sandwiches with my bare hands in a factory." And don't laugh at me. I feel like a spirit, like an orb, shoot through my body every time I grab a sandwich. You know, a lot of people laugh at me. They beat me up. They give me black eyes. They broke my nose 4 times. You know, because I just like to make sandwiches and I get bullied about it and I get bullied for it. And they pull my underwear up and doo-doo feces does fall out because of how hard they pull. But will I stop grabbing sandwiches with my bare hands and moving them down the assembly line? Absolutely freaking not, if you know what I mean. Like, no, the answer is no way. This is the only thing that brings my life joy. And you could beat me up, you could threaten to kill me, you could dox me, you can come to my house in a black SUV. I'm not gonna stop doing this. I love the people of this country, I love giving them soggy sandwiches, and no, I'm not gonna stop.
What the fuck was that?
I don't fucking know. That was why? Why? No. No.
The cheese tax, the cheese tax. You gotta pay the cheese tax every time you're cooking. When the cheese comes out, this puppy comes looking. The rules are the rules and the facts are the facts. And when the cheese drawer opens, you gotta pay the tax. The cheese tax, the cheese tax. Hand it over quick or things might get ugly. I can get really loud, I'm a really barky puppy. I'm not just asking cause I'm looking for snacks. This is really
Oh
important
no, the
business,
Dragon
and you
Crew is
gotta pay
here.
the
Time to
tax.
initiate
The
Chaos
cheese
Protocol.
tax, the
Yoru,
cheese
ready the
tax,
defenses.
cheese tax.
I love it. I fucking love it. Anyways, hey, yo, Boca, welcome to the Comic Brigade. The name's Vex, the leader of the pack and breaker of limits. Thank you so much for the raid, Boca. What mission were you on before you landed here? You were playing Baldur's Gate. What mission were you doing in Baldur's Gate before you got here? And for those of you who don't know me, I'm Vex, the leader of the pack. I break a lot of limits, and I focus on a lot of games that have high agency, which usually means a lot of ARPGs. We are currently watching some videos right now because we tend to watch some viewer-submitted requests before we get into the game. But I hope you guys have been having a good day. And if you guys like chaos, tomboys, and a little bit of that susness, which I know Boca does, Boca loves being sussed every Friday night with her ass cheeks up in the air. But anyways, it's a pleasure to have you here, Boca. How you doing? Boca, I would tell you to make me stop, but we know you both, you can't make me stop. We both know you can't make me stop. You pay your cheese tax, don't say these things? Aw, what's wrong, Boca? You don't want to admit to how much of a bottom you are? Aw, I'm pretty sure everyone in your Boca community would agree with me, right? Oh yeah, Boca, says the person who tried to ask me to marry you on, or like go out on a date that you wanted to marry me on shit on another collab. You really want to go there, bro? You really want to go there? You were so quick to cave just because of me. Don't you dare fucking come at me. Hey, you're cute, accept it. Admit you're a bottom, admit... You know what, how about this, Boca? Admit you're a bottom and I'll admit that I'm cute. Alright? Alright, only way. Take it or leave it. My life also just... That's a good point. No, admit you're a bottom and I'll admit I'm cute, okay, Boca? Because that's how this works here. That's how this works. I ain't admitting to jack and shit until you admit something of yourself. Yeah. You know, and I was like, yes, hello, lock on. But how you guys doing, though? I hope you guys are doing actually good, though. Also, hang on. I have some TikToks that I found for you guys real quick. I think you guys are going to like these TikToks a little bit. No, Boca, that's not what I asked for. So stop being a little bit of a brat. Also, wait. Oh. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Okay. All right, I got some stuff for you. Here you go. The fucking scream! The fucking scream! She literally just died seeing herself, okay? Okay? Gremlin words no won't refuse and never. Wait, what? Well, that's okay, because I humbly decline your offer. For there is nothing that I would give me more pleasure than to be declining of your offers. Because for thou to even give us that, one would have to admit that I could say none of those words, right? But you bought only a couple of words, which doesn't stop me at all. So, you really thought you did one, right? You thought you did something even more? No, you weren't gonna get shit. It was not meant to be. Boca, do you regret life choices? Do you regret life choices? I think Boca regrets that I found the loophole. Okay, though, guys, I need to show you something. Did you guys know, real quick? Did you guys know that that Google released a new AI for making videos? Did you guys know that? Because I'm a little concerned about this, and I saw a video that really illustrates just how crazy it is. So here you go.
And just like that, Dale, party-ready fingers in seconds. No more boring breadsticks.
Absolutely, Sandra. And the kids can finally play with their food before they eat it.
And that's when I knew I was going to be able to count higher than everyone else.
Why do I have the memories of a human child? Why do I dream of a woman named Gloria?
Shit, so sorry, y'all. He does that sometimes.
How would getting crushed by a dragon tail feel like?
Stupid fucking ghosts! Tired of quiet objects? Get to say it loud in Westwood.
Hat,
Drink,
knife,
ball,
hand, hat,
drink, shoes,
ball,
spoon, book.
As you can see, it's still here. Oh God, I don't want to look at it again. I can't.
Final checks complete. Technician Davis, are we ready to make history?
Probably fucking not!
I wish he'd just fall down.
It's weird that he doesn't.
Contestant from Earth you have, incomprehensibly. Advance to round 2.
Mrs. Peely, you've got chalk on your forehead.
I've got chalk more places than that.
And just like that, Dale, party-ready...
Yeah, like, legit, right? That's kind of spooky, right? And that's Google's, like, freaking Google via AI thing, right? That's something that's kind of you know, spooky with just the way that it works. You know, cause like legit, you gotta take this, right? Like, just to give you an idea, right? Just to give you an idea of how crazy this is.
New recruit in the Okami
Also,
Brigade.
LKD
Welcome
Ninja,
to
thank
the
you so much for
chaos.
joining the
Buckle up,
brigade.
It's a wild ride.
I hope you find the missions and the madness you're looking for. How you doing today, bro? But yeah, like, legit, all you gotta do, right, is, like, if I were, for example, right, to, like, granted, we can't exactly do too much, I don't think, but if I were just to sit there and type, like, you know, Cyberpunk, wolf girl on a motorcycle, right? We don't have the Google AI to do this shit, but the fact that someone could sit there, right, and do this in a relatively quick, right? We could do this in a relatively quick fashion to make this. And the fact that this literally looks the way it does is terrifying, right? Like, the AI is at a point, right? It's at a fucking point where it's starting to be a lot harder to tell if it's AI or not, right? They must be on a mission to oversaturate every creative market so creators can go back to the codes. Oh, God. Like, honestly, there's some things that AI won't be able to do, but if you look at this, right? Like, if you look at the announcers, they've got the right amount of fingers. The clothing had physics. The lighting doesn't necessarily look
Just
Oh.
off.
like that, Dale. Party-ready fingers in seconds. No more.
Like, you can see some distortions here or there. Oh, I have made so many videos on Sora AI. I don't think I should share any of them publicly. You know, that's fair. But yeah, legit, that's what's just terrifying to me about that. But, on a more positive note,
In chest shaving, looks like I'm wearing a dress. Careful with the nips. Aliens. I didn't mean it to be. How is it getting worse? I don't know if this is gonna work out.
bro literally made Sid out of his fucking chest hair. That's pretty goddamn impressive, if I do say so myself. Like,
chest shaving. Look, oh, if this is.
Like, legit. Sid, what are you doing here? The fact that he just did that is beautiful, okay? It is absolutely fucking beautiful to see someone do that. Jesus, I mean, hey, if you got the talent, you know, if you have the fucking talent, you might as well, you know, you might as well go for that, because it's just, that's kind of cool, right? It's kind of freaking cool just to see someone, you know, do that kind of shit, right? Also, Jesus Christ with the Huggabees. You guys really like your Huggabees, don't you? You guys really like your Huggabees, don't you?
Oh, God, baby. No, not now, baby. I'm trying to make a frumpkin cake.
Hey, it's your girl Kathy here, and I'm going to show you how to take a dump on all your relatives this holiday using my book,
What?
The Dump Cake Book. Spreading all this holiday cheer, one dump at a time. Y'all already know how to take a dump and put it in the oven, but this time we're going to get festive. Let's start things off with a white trash classic I like to call Reindeer Barf Cake. It's perfect for all the members of the family that don't have all their teeth. It's so soft and decadent. You about to get the jaw workout on this one, because this dish is tough. It's called the Baby Jesus Fudge Bars. And just as the story goes, all the king's horses and all the king's wise men just couldn't put little baby Jesus back together again. Oh shit, I already got the relatives lined up. Hurry, grab the maple syrup. We're going in with the big guns, because we're baking big buns to decorate your tree.
No. No. No.
I was kissing on Santa last night and his breath stank. He could chew on a couple of these. New Year's is coming up, y'all. My resolution is I'm trying to find more foods that got booze in. I'm trying to get fucked, fed, wined, and dined. All in one dump.
I don't know, Krogaro. I don't know.
Treat yourself this year to my book.
God, it's stuff like this that would drive me to drink, okay? This is the kind of shit that you sit there and it almost makes you want to abstain from ever having kids. Because god fucking damn, you know?
The sauce is kosher. Mazel tov. Happy Hanukkah. Every day's a holiday when you're taking a dump.
I just... No. No, why? And you know what, fine. I'll give you one sexual lobster video, okay? I will give you one sexual lobster video because I can only handle one of those in a goddamn fucking day, alright? Because those are kind of like in that territory, right? So we're gonna go with this one.
There. I have a little story for you all. It's about a computer that's rectally inserted. Rectal computer. Rectal computer. Stick it in your asshole. Rectal computer. Hua. Rectal computer. Hua. I went to the doctor 'cause my gut was playing up. He said, son, your throat is too small. I'll have to put this up your butt. He bent me over and told me to think of something pleasant. It felt like he had a handful of stuffing and I was some kind of pheasant. Rectal computer. Rectal computer. Stick it in your asshole. Rectal computer. I think it's got a virus. Rectal computer. Whoa. Someone hacked into my computer and programmed it to give me gas. My mom said, son, why you looking funny? I said, I got a compromised processor lodged at my ass. I showed it to my friends. They were quite impressed. Now everyone I know has a rectal computer. Rectal computer. It's internet capable. Rectal computer. Whoa, I need an upgrade. Rectal computer.
Yeah, every time I see one of his things, I question life. Every time I see one of his videos, I straight up question life. And oh no.
You sound more like a femboy than a gal with this mic.
Skill issue.
Are we gonna wear fly highs and be like extra gay with one another and be like, you're gay now. You're gay now.
I'm Steving it. Oh, I'm Steving it. Oh, chicken jockey. Fuck it.
Don't let your kids watch it.
Excuse me? You what? You what?
Oh, hey, look, it was Link. God damn it. God damn it, you can help with therapy session. Oh my god. Look, if I need therapy, I'm so sorry, right? I'm so sorry to tell you this. I'd be a lifelong patient. I'd be making you filthy rich if I had to go to therapy, bro. Anyways, are you supposed to be scared? No, you're not supposed to be scared. Just enjoy it, though. Just enjoy the fact that you saw some of the... Okay, look. Look, I'm not gonna lie. It's Uni Kid. Uni, thank you so much for joining the brigade. Hope you find the missions and the madness you're looking for. How you doing today, bro?
New here? Welcome to the madness.
Yes, that was glubbable.
No refunds.
But the reason I brought up the link, literally... Hey, look, it's a Link Cool. It's a Link Cool 200. He's in my community. But how you doing, Uni Kid? Ayo, title. Okay, also my YouTube audio is a little bit quiet. It just depends on the people, but I can turn it up. Here's the thing, I usually err on the side of caution with music, or with things, because you never know, like with this, right? Here.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but just sit on his face.
Yes! Yes!
Sit like a chair, honey.
Yes!
The men are durable, they are strong, they will persevere.
I did not eat thousands upon thousands of pudding cups with no spoon to allow these skills to go to waste. I die! I die! I know the risks, damn it! Should this day be my last, the doors of Valhalla will open, and Odin will welcome me with drink, song, and story. Open my ear, for I am easy to make share. Make use of me, deprive me of let me do as I have dreamed of. My ancestors and forebears and those to follow after me, save my glory!
Also, take care, Sword Swiper.
According to Norse mythology, if you die in the midst of battle or coitus, it's an immediate free pass to Valhalla.
Can I just be honest real quick, real here, right? Can I just be very rectal featured? I know, right? Can I just be honest? I found that more interesting than the person reacting to it. I found the video that she was reacting to more interesting than the reaction. Like, what the fuck? I don't... That tends to how to be goes off the dot. I mean, look. I remember watching that video a couple weeks ago, right? I honestly, yeah, I forgot she was there halfway through. I remember my reaction was pretty damn good, if I remember right, you know? Like, if I... Oh my god, more Sergeant Duncan, you fucking serious, bro? Why?
They wish to take away our liberty!
No! What the fuck? No. Yes. Oh my god! He had to stop himself from saying fuck you to his wife! Nah. That man's a smart man. That man's a smart man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that family is unhinged as all hell. But I love that. I have that. I love this family. Just because, like, that whole... God, that's the most react videos. Like, certain wolf of SSS would leave the camera running while she disappeared for the rest of the video and no one noticed for years. Wait, really? Like, seriously? How do you get away with that? It's just a bunch of it is stutter. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. See Navin's reaction videos on Twitter. They actually put themselves inside the clips. Honestly, I don't know if I've seen Navin's personally, but I have seen people do that in the past. Yeah, no, I love it when they do that. I actually love it when they put themselves inside the clips as they react, because it's fun. It actually adds a dynamic flavor to the reaction that makes it a lot better, you know? Like, unfortunately, I can't do that live, because that's a little bit difficult, because I'd be like... Actually, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Let's try it real quick here. Hang on.
They wish to take away our liberty!
Yeah! Really? Which freedoms? I mean, of course it's America. We got lots of guns. Fuck me yourself, you coward! Oh, they're gay. They're fucking, bro. Fuck you upstairs! Okay. Okay, I think maybe we could do it a little bit. I think we could maybe make it work a little bit, okay? Alright? Like, I do think that actually works. Just a tiny bit, right? Also, what the fuck? Oh no, it's at a bridge.
I don't want no screwing around with you batch of meat tossers. Last group thought it'd be funny. Shove a corn cob up a trainee's bunghole.
I mean, hey, some people are into that shit, bro.
They were asked to leave politely, and it was awkward for everyone.
Maybe for you, but not for me. I'd be like, do that more.
Well, sweet Mother Teresa on the hood of a Mercedes-Benz. You sound like a majestic fucking eagle.
Really?
Harmonize with me, maggots.
Oh my god, he fucking cracked his neck.
What's your story? Oh, well, my name's Jean-Kier Stein from Trust, and after I ace this academy, I'll be joining the military police. Well, you seem to have a good head on your shoulders. Oh, well, thank you so much.
Jesus Christ, I forgot how unhinged freaking, you know, Attack on Titan was. So seeing it like this.
You pull your head out of your hamster hole. What about you, Freckles? Where do you see yourself in 3 years?
I plan to give my body in service of the king, sir.
Oh, you think this is harem of the dead, you shrimp dick fuck nugget? Boy, if you can't even pull a protractor out of your wiener slot and turn, then you shouldn't even bother trying to be with the king. Well, sweet jolly fucking ranchers, I bet your mom wishes she had swallowed you. So, what's going on in this neck of the woods? You got something to eat there?
Yeah, I'm just eating a potato.
Oh, potatoes, huh? You like some potatoes? Alright. Well, from now on, you'll be known as Potato Girl.
I don't like that name.
No.
No.
It's actually quite high in calories.
So?
You know what's a real good way for burning off calories?
I'd love to know.
What?
I mean, it can be, but it's really not, though.
Job. Look at you, Jagger. You're all loose and tight at the same time. John, why can't you be more like Jagger Bombastic over here?
Oh my God, John, you suck.
Hope you've enjoyed your first stage of training, ladies. And boys, I'm not sexist. I sure do hope you made plenty of friends. Because now you need to try and kill him.
Wait,
Actually,
what?
Come back there, Jagger Bombastic. How will you follow suit, Yanni boy?
I think
What?
I was gonna loop back to something about bread.
Well, that may just work, actually. But you know what might work better?
You know...
Going the fuck to sleep!
God damn. You know, I vaguely remember the Attack on Titan abridging that never actually went anywhere because, like, what was it, copyright issues or something? I want to say it was copyright issues. 10,000 steps and 17,000 calories for men, 15,000 for calories for women, and you'll lose weight. So, you know what's the sucky part, right, about that? Here's the thing, right? 10,000 steps does not immediately equate to, you know, 15,000 calories for women, right? Like, as someone who used to work at Disney and would regularly walk anywhere from 6 to 10 miles per day? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, 1.5K, it can. But yeah, realistically speaking, it just depends. Because your body, you know, your body may or may not, you know, want to burn that calories are based. It depends on your metabolism and a lot of things. Like, hopefully it works. Because, like, for example, with my body, I have a very efficient metabolism that likes to keep a sort of homeostasis within my body, right? And so, yeah, Hellsinger Bridge was tacos. And so, literally, if you ask me to go to a buffet, my metabolism will literally speed up just to maintain where I'm currently at, and if I don't eat that much, it'll slow down to maintain whatever I'm at. It is actually one of those weird things with the way my body works, though. It's a general rule of thumb, though. Yeah, it is a general rule of thumb. I just happen to be a special case that's a pain in the ass for doctors and dietitians, though. And also, I used to work at Disney. How'd you survive that? Well, you see, I just kept on living my day and working through things because my coworkers knew that when I was there, I was a valued member. That's why when I left Disney, my workplace went to shit. Uh-huh. I'm not even joking. Like, legit, when I worked at Disney, my coworkers were telling me how bad things went down when I left because all of a sudden the accountability was gone. The workplace became a lot more hostile. It became worse. Was I mistreated while I was there? Yes, but I made sure things ran and there was accountability. But as to what I did, I've done, when I worked at Disney, I did a little bit of everything. I worked in attractions. I worked in food and beverage. I was a shop steward for the union at Disney. I helped with training. I helped with accounting. I was all over the place with fucking Disney, right? You know what's funny, Uni? I actually did do that, and unfortunately, a lot of that didn't necessarily help, if I'm being honest, though. But yeah, I ran the place without being a manager, because I was the only one that actually kept... Let me put it like this, right? Let me put it like this. Imagine, right? You guys know the sanitation stuff, like the Oasis, like 140 or whatever? Nah, it's okay, Uni. I'm a complicated case, right? Like, raise your hand, guys, if you've ever worked in food service. Have any of you guys worked in the food industry? Anyone? Because for those of you who worked in the food industry, I have to ask, do you guys remember this chemical right here? Did any of you guys have to work with Oasis 146? Hi, Zyver, how you doing, bro? I'm gonna guess a good chunk of you probably remember this stuff, right? Now, there's a rule of thumb. What does it taste like? I don't know. So, there's a rule of thumb with this stuff, right? That this is something that Disney uses in the food service, right? But you remember stuff like it from time to time? Yes. So, here's the thing. This is basically a sanitizer that you mix with water to clean off tables really quickly and, you know, sanitize them. It has a hold time of 4 hours. After 4 hours, the water just basically becomes water. The chemicals just poof out of existence, right? It loses its effectiveness, so it needs to be replaced every 4 hours, right? So, where I worked at Disney did not replace this a lot of times every 4 hours. So the tables, a lot of times, were not cleaned properly. Okay? And I held them accountable on that stuff. So, when it came down to them, right? Yeah, the chemical dissipates. So, when it came down to time, when, like, you would have a health inspector show up, right? You know what they would do? You know what they would do? They would literally sit there, and they would say... They would literally either A, send me on my break... Right? They would send me on my break to have me avoid talking to the health inspector. But also, they would have me sit there and they would put me in a position where I would have no way of interacting with a health inspector. Because they knew if I talked to the health inspector would find all kinds of violations. So... Just to give you an idea of that. There was also another place that I had to deal with at Disney as well that served popcorn. Now, the popcorn was supposed to be changed out, right? Because I didn't know where to go at the time, admittedly, right? I could have just called... You know what? I didn't think about that. I had a lot of shit, right? I had a lot of shit back that I was dealing with other than that outside of work, though. But there was also a popcorn stand that I also had to work at, too. And popcorn, right? Popcorn was supposed to be changed out every 45 minutes because it's no longer considered safe for serving, right? It was no longer food safe. A lot of the employees, the cast members, would let that shit sit there for 2 hours and serve it to people. Congratulations, you've got stale popcorn, you know, an hour and a half in. Or, here's another one for you guys, okay? Here's another one. The place I also did work at one point at Disney, they served poke bowls. And do you guys know what poke bowls are? Do you guys know what poke bowls are? Okay, poke bowls are raw tuna, right? It's a thing. It's like sushi. It is raw sushi that's kept in a fridge, right? So whenever they needed to go and push it off of the line, right? They would take those poke bowls, right? They would take that raw fish, those poke bowls, that raw fish and salad, and they would put it underneath a heat lamp. Raw food that is meant to be eaten cold, and it would sit underneath a hot lamp. Hi. Why? Because they didn't teach food safety. Like, did I work at Epcot? No, actually, I didn't work at Epcot. I wish I could have worked at Epcot, though. Yeah, legit, Disney, there was a lot of food safety issues where I had to deal with. Specifically, the place I'm talking about was freaking Galaxy's Edge in Docking Bay 7, Ronto Roasters, and Katsaka's Kettle. I did also work for a time in Haunted Mansion as well as Jungle Cruise. Among other places, right? You did the beer challenge at Epcot. Oh, how'd that go for you, bro? But yeah, like, legit. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. That's ground for causing foodborne illnesses. Thankfully, it never happened, but yeah. It was a Disney mechanic for rides and who fixed rides at night. Yeah. Also, you know what? You know what's funny? I actually used to talk to the mechanics at Disney, okay? I used to talk to the mechanics at fucking Disney. And I sat there without any formal training for, like, mechanical engineering or anything like that. I somehow knew more knowledge than a lot of the mechanics that worked at Disney. Same with the electricians at Disney. Which is kind of shocking. That, you know, like, literally, I was answering questions that most of them couldn't answer. And they were like, we really need someone like you on our team. And I'm just like, you guys are that desperate, huh? You guys are that fucking desperate, huh? Okay, bro. Why is Kyle Katarn best shot at? Oh, God. Okay, I'm gonna say what I was trained to say. Only the ancients know. I'm not even joking. In Galaxy's Edge, you weren't allowed to say that. You weren't allowed to say you knew anything about that shit. You had to say, only the ancients know. Honestly, yes. Go to the Mario World theme park. I've heard it's amazing. Day shift electricity mechanics were training at night shift. Yeah, that is effectively what I've heard, you know. That is effectively, from my understanding, is the night ones were the ones that were better over the day ones. But we're not gonna get into that. Yeah, legit. The amount of shit I know about Disney is kind of crazy. You know, it is kind of crazy. Anyways, with that being said, you know what? Let's give ourselves a couple more videos. I amaze you every day. Oh boy, I'm just glad I impress you every day. Now you kid, do you want to come over here so I can peg your ass with my mouse tool? Uh-huh. Thank you for the hydrate, bro. Fun fact, I also got in trouble almost for doing the Mickey voice and doing a Stitch voice, right? Because I at one point worked at the Polynesian Resort, and that was when I was learning how to do a couple of different voices, and I did the whole Salada Crista! And they literally told me not to do that because I can't be impersonating a Disney character. Some stuff to trade with you for some trade secrets. Say, yo, hey, Forever Frozen, how you doing, bro? Welcome back to the pack. Well, I mean, yeah, it's really not that hard. All you gotta do is be like, Ohana means family. Family means no one gets left behind. Ha, how? Like, it legit, you just take, right? you just take, right? Are there any secret food items at Disney? Sadly, there is not really. Sadly, no. I wish there was, but no. But no, like, you literally could take Stitch, right? And then you can turn it into, like... My precious... Golem. Like, you could literally take Stitch, modify it a little bit, and you get that, you know, you'd scare children having so many voices as what? I mean, there was also the time when I would work at, you know... When I would work there at Disney, and there was actual legitimate times, right? To make normal food, what gives you the idea? I mean, fair. Like, let's take this, let's put it another way, right? If there was one thing to scare people, it'd be like, Misa Jaja Bingsa! Misa bomb bad good at being the bestest bomb bad streamer! But yeah, no, honestly, by the way, okay, I do have one thing, right? You know how Disney doesn't tell you the calories of their food, right? You know how Disney doesn't tell you the calories of their food? I have one thing to tell you, all right? I have one thing to tell you. I cannot stress this enough. When I show you this, right? This shit. Let me introduce you to this thing right over here, the Tonga toast, right? You're probably wondering to yourself, what is Tonga toast, right? I'm doing good, Manic, and yes. Yes, I was watching some of the videos. So, can you guess what Tonga toast is? Alright, are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Tonga toast. Banana stuffed sourdough French toast rolled in cinnamon sugar, served with a strawberry compote with your choice of ham, spiced ham, bacon, or sausage. It's also deep fried, by the way. It is also deep fried. Now, here's the thing. Guess how many calories that is? Guess how many calories that is? It's 3,000 calories. It's 3,000 calories, guys. Just the Tonga toast is 3,000 calories, okay? Yes, that laugh is sinister. Yeah, that, yeah, so imagine you wake up on your vacation, you head over to the Polynesian resort, and you're like, hey guys, I need to have myself Tonga toast. You eat it, you go through your entire day, it's like, oh hey, how many calories is that? 3,000. It's the recommended. Like, I wish I was joking when I say that shit, right? The Tonga toast is just downright, how is that 3,000? Well, you see, when you have something deep fried, battered French toast with sugar, eggs, and everything, and you're basically eating an entire loaf of bread to yourself, you're bound to eat about 3,000 calories. Yeah, you'd be sick, yeah. Yeah, no, I feel overweight just looking at that Tonga toast, yeah. Who needs a 3-course meal when you can just grab one slice of banana bread? That's it. Exactly. Exactly, right? Like, that shit is crazy. Okay, on the other hand, it's Disney World. You're walking all day. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not that simple, Halo. It's not that fucking simple, right? Or hell, okay, look, I'm gonna give you a list of food, okay? Give me a second here. I'm gonna give you guys a list of food real quick. I want to see what you guys think about it, right? I'm gonna give you a goddamn menu of Docking Bay 7, right? So, are you ready for this? Okay? So, let's give you a chicken salad, right? The roasted chicken salad right here. $15. Now, stop me when it sounds bad. Marinated chicken, mixed greens, shaved onion and radish, grapes, tomato, and cucumber in a citrus pomegranate vinaigrette with spiced yogurt drizzle. Stop. Does that sound tasty to you? Does that sound good to you? Because I'm gonna guess up to citrus and it was fine. Yeah, no. Yeah, the second, right? Sounds like a joke. It's not. It's not, right? Or, hang on, how about this? Take this. The smoked ribs. You get pork ribs brushed in a tangy BBQ sauce, served with a blueberry corn muffin and red cabbage slaw. How tasty does that sound to you? Does that sound pretty good? I'm sure that sounds decent, right? Now, I need you to imagine something here, okay? I need you to imagine something here. Look at it. This is an image here of the food, right? This is the image. The ribs have panko, you know, sprinkled on top, which is not terrible. But they balance the rib on top of the slaw and the muffin. They literally do that. But hang on. The people in the kitchen, right? They don't drain, right? They don't drain the juices from the red slaw, from the red cabbage slaw, right? And so you may notice a little bit, there's like a puddle of the juices there, right? The juices of that literally soak in to that blueberry corn muffin. So imagine you're sitting there, you're eating the ribs, right? And then you have the slaw right there. And by the time you get to your dessert with the blueberry corn muffin, it is soaked and soggy as fuck in red cabbage slaw. Just imagine that for a second. The way you're playing Charging by the Pound, that's how you know it's good? Oh yeah, no, abso-fucking-lutely. But yeah, that was literally one of the dishes I had to deal with there, right? To be displayed. Okay, how about this? How about this? There was a thing, like a salsa at one point, right? I need to show you guys this, because at one point, right? At one point when I was working there, because I was one of the people that helped open up the land for Galaxy's Edge, okay? Back when Galaxy's Edge opened up, this was one of the dishes right here, okay? It was a solid log of chicken on top of mashed potatoes that had peas and freaking carrots in it. And that green stuff you see there was a salsa verde gravy. Does that look appetizing to you? Does that actually look appetizing? No. No, that doesn't sound right. Like, who wants fucking salsa verde gravy with their fucking mashed potatoes and fucking chicken? Yeah, literally, that is a block of chicken. That is a, like, I think it's like a 4 to 6 ounce block of freaking chicken. That's literally just solid. Also, Unikid, thank you so much for joining the brigade. I hope you find the missions in the madness. Oh, also on top of that, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it, bro. Like, seriously, it means so much to me. It does not look like a Mexican dish. No. No, it does not. All right, how about this, right? All right, here you go. The Persianade hot chicken tip yip. Crispy chicken glazed in a spicy chipotle sauce, served with white rice and a relish of sweet corn, shishito peppers, jicama, plantains, and cilantro. Right? Also, Jesus Christ, Halo, yo! Freaking hype train, let's go! Yeah, legit. the more you look at this stuff, the more terrifying it starts to become, right? Like, legit, take the Black Spire Mousse. White chocolate Jogan fruit mousse atop a brownie brittle served with blue milk sauce, pineapple cream, and hibiscus sponge, topped with a chocolate coin. Or Gold Squadron Lager. I heard you like beer that tastes like lavender and plum. Does that sound tasty to you? A lavender and plum beer? I don't think so. I don't think so, bro. No. No, 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 no. No. Like, legit,
Dockingberry 7? More like Dockingberry Nope. That food looks like it was made in a dumpster.
Yeah, like, legit, Black Spire Mousse, it's basically a chocolate mousse is all. Or, here you go, let's go into Ronto Roasters for a second. Here you go, the zucchini wrap. Grilled zucchini with a smoky chickpea onion sauce, creamy garlic tahini sauce, and fresh cilantro wrapped in pita bread. Does that sound tasty to you? Does that sound good to you? Are people at Epcot really from the countries they work at? Before COVID, they were, yes. I don't know if they reinstated that program or not, but they actually did used to be from Epcot, actually. Believe it or not, they actually did used to be, like, you know, from around the world for, like, a whole thing. It was, like, a whole thing for culture and everything, right? Kind of cool. But, yeah, like, legit, that's, like, a freaking, you know, the veggie wrap there, just, ugh, you know? It's not great. Or, how about this? The Andoan fruit with muja sauce. Just imagine putting sticks of jicama, cucumber, pineapple, melon, and dragon fruit with tamarind sauce put on top of it, and then it's dusted with peppercorn ashes. Does that sound like a good combination of fruits to you? Because to me, I'm not going to lie, that sounds terrible. That sounds terrible, you know? That does not sound like the thing you want to put together. It literally sounds awful. And also, thank you for that posture check. You know? Raising up the English bartenders, I really think they were from Newcastle. Like, yo. Oh, nice. I'm glad to hear they thought you were from Newcastle. Must be quite a treat to be able to raise them up like that. Means you got a grade A class there, you know? Just threw him into, oh god, you're a bit of an Anglophile, you know, fair enough. Fair enough. And look up pot noodle Korean barbecue beef. Yes. Pot noodle, where is it? Korean BBQ beef. Okay, let me look at it. Okay. Okay, that actually looks really good, right? That actually unironically looks tasty as fuck. What you missed out, we were roasting freaking Disney. That's what you missed out on. Let's slap a bunch of You know, you want to see something absolutely terrifying from Disney real quick? Hang on. Hang on. Go to Epcot, right? Go to fucking Epcot. And you can spend $300 on sushi.
Boat at Epcot.
$300 sushi boat. Also, by the way, I just saw what Cutie did literally like a minute ago. Hang on. The takoyaki, and I was disappointed. Yeah, the takoyaki is pretty disappointing. And I mean, the sushi can be expensive here. Yeah, that is way too expensive. Yeah. Depending on the cut of the fish, it depends. But yeah, that is at Epcot, right? And also, by the way, hey, chat, you guys are obedient, right? You want to prove to me how obedient you are? Well, if you're obedient, why don't you go and set this place on fire? Jesus Christ. So, let me see some fire if you're obedient, chat. Give me some fire. Arson the place up. Arson it. Also, thank you for the holy shit. Thank you for the 500 bits. Halo. Woo woo. Level 2 hype trade. Holy shit. Damn, the boat be better than the boat. You know what? You know what, guys? You know what? Hell yeah. You guys are repeating. I love you guys for that. Good job on the arson. Okay. You can chill on the arson now, bro. You can chill on the arson. Thank you. Anyways, though. Holy shit. Like, yeah, no, that's the thing. If you notice, I mean, imagine going to fucking Disney, right? Imagine going to Disney and you spend $7, like $6 or $7 on freaking a bottle of water, right? Do you really want to spend $6 to $7 on a bottle of water? No, you don't. It's not worth it, bro. Baby, will you light my fire? I mean, why do I feel like that's a song? Why do I feel like that's actually a song? Baby, light my fire. Like, I mean, if you need me to, I could sing, you know? I could sing, you know? A lot better than a lot of VTubers out there, but, you know, we're not going to talk about the Doors. You know, it's fair. Helena? What? You don't want to hear me go, when you wish upon a star, makes no difference who you are. Like, oh, it is a song. Okay. Oh, you mean like, when you riz upon a yacht, makes no difference whose ass cheeks you clap. When you riz upon a yacht, your coupe taste so good. That sounds like a Saturday night out. Wait, what do you mean that sounds like a Saturday out there? Feel the wrath of your spicy Taco Bell after a wrap become 4,000. Oh my god. Alright, oh no, you can chill with the arson. We're done with the arson, okay? But yeah, I actually have been professionally trained on how to sing. That was pretty good. You didn't even... Well, no, I have my microphone set up specifically for my voice, right? Because I can go really high, and I can go really... Jesus fucking Christ, chill, prom. Because I can go really high, and I can go really low with, like, a 3-octave voice. So, if you need me to go, huh? How you doing there, Shadow? I'm doing good, Mickey. I'm just looking for thick booty Latinas. Have you seen any? Well, gee, Shadow, I don't think I have. But if you go to Brazil, I'm sure you'll find them. That's right. I guess I'll follow your advice. Thank you, Mickey. Chaos control. Oh, and there went Shadow. You know, like legit. As an odd chef, it seems like you're very well taken care of as an innovative chef. I mean...
Cooking? More like a chaotic experiment gone wrong. Who needs Michelin stars when you have fire alarms?
But yeah, like legit, that's the thing. I can sing, I can voice act, I can fucking cook, I'm a fucking tomboy, I'm fucking in your face. I mean, that's safe for the bedroom when I fuck you in your face, but that's a different story. But anyways, though, with that being said, right? With that being said, you know what? We're gonna watch one more video that someone has suggested in the Discord, right? And you love head pats? I mean, okay, look, who doesn't love head pats, okay? You subbed to the right channel? Hell yeah, huh? I've been having a lot of delay issues with Twitch today. Jesus Christ, I wonder why, though. Alright, we're gonna watch one more video before we get into the game today where you guys are gonna be helping me out, so let's see what this video is.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CNBA. That's C for crazy. Start of the third quarter, Denver Ballers up by 12 to the LA Smog. Let's see what's happening on the court. We're going to kill all of you. Come on. Denver's sounding confident as they head into that second half, but let's see if they can keep that energy as LA starts to pick up some traction. And never mind, they're just holding the ball above their heads. The Denver is making a complete fool out of the LA Smog right now as they can't do anything. Come on, guys,
what the fuck?
Michael going for the slam dunk, and he makes it! Pick up the ball! Mini LeBron, wake up! Wake up!
Oh, Jesus Christ!
LA calling for the timeout. Looks like we're about to see a roster change, swapping out Mini LeBron James for Titanic Death Robot.
I'm just happy to be here, man.
Coming back from timeout, Denver Ballers in possession, looking for an opening here as the new guy grabs Michael, ripping him to two halves like an earthworm in middle school biology class. Ballers calling for a foul. Death Robot grabbing Silly Johnson, running the court floors with his jetpack. And once again, we see the defense calling for a review on the tape. Yeah, I'm just not seeing it. Great move by Denver, calling for a timeout as they pull out the altitude button. Mile High City, more like 10 Mile High City, am I right?
Holy shit!
Shout out to the patrons, as always.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Is that even legal to have robots on your team? I don't know. I'm going to say maybe in that universe. But also, by the way, guys, thank you so much for the level 2 hype train. I really appreciate that support. It really means a lot to me, guys. Also, that was the weirdest bootleg spaceship. You know, okay, look. There's rules against it. I mean, something like that. Okay, look, I'm gonna, you know what, seeing as I've been, like, sitting here marking things that I've watched with, like, with eyes, right? You know what, I'll do one more. All right? We'll do just one, all right? All right. What the fuck? Xbox Live Arcade?
Just 30 seconds to go, and the hot shots have only been increment. Here we go. That's hot. Ouch. Office romance blues. Why not even the odds? Stretch your team with the laser razor.
You'll feel drunk up there? You know what? That's a valid point, actually.
Patented all-terrain pivot and new shave ice gel pack cartridge and handy applicator for an avalanche of foamy frozen comfort to help you turn that sandpaper into silk anytime.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
Laser Razor, the official combat shaver of Monday Night Combat. You said it wouldn't hurt, but it does.
Okay! Yeah, no, that's, wow, okay. 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 I'm not gonna lie, that's actually kind of good. Okay, so that happened. All right, who ready to game? Who is ready to game? Are you guys ready to game? Because I am ready to game. Let me see some hype if you guys are ready to game. You know, this kind of reminds me of the PlayStation game you played, which you need to send you to. You know what? Fair. Domure? Okay, wait, what? All right, I see Danny. Danny's happy. Prob's happy. Udi's ready. Yeah, game. Exactly. It's not game, it's game. Just like it's not milk, it's milk, you know? And that's why we also don't just press A here to blow. We press B to blow, you know? By the way, so, okay, this is gonna be interesting, right? Blueprints here has effectively no music, right? So we got some music that we're gonna have being played in the background. Is that a volume good for the music? Out of curiosity. Are you guys good with this music? Is that a good volume just before we get into the game? Nothing's garbage, it's garbage. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because honestly, this game we're about to play here has effectively no... It's got nothing, right? It's got almost no music to it, right? So I don't want to sit there and be playing a game like this with very little music. So we need to keep something to keep me going, right? Epic solving puzzle music. Oh my god. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm a little nervous to play this game, right? Can I ask a nerd question? Are you using Rodecaster? Would you believe it if I told you I'm not? I do have the Rodecaster Pro 2 in a closet just, it was a little bit too complicated for my setup for right now. So right now, what I'm using is I am using an Audio-Technica AT2020 with a Go XLR Mini. That is how I have my audio set up, right? I do have the Rodecaster in the back. I do plan on using it again at some point, right? But I don't want to sit there and use the Rodecaster stuff. You're gonna say there's a music video on YouTube that's saved if you'd be interested in Japanese music. Honestly, biggest thing is I want to make sure I'm not, you know, playing copyright music. That's the biggest thing, right? But yeah, I do have I used to do ASMR. I do have a road matched pair for ASMR content, which is actually really, really useful. If you can believe it. It's actually really good, and it's way cheaper than getting actual ASMR stuff. Also, Jesus fucking Christ. Because there is some music that this game does have occasionally, but I want more interesting music, right? What? That I know it was. If I told you I have Voice Meter Banana and a Snowball that sounded better than most people with an XLR mic. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You can get... That's the thing, is you can get a USB microphones, right? Like a Snowball. You can absolutely get a Snowball to sound fucking fantastic, right? Like, no joke. That you can do some amazing stuff with Voice Meter as well as a Snowball, right? I sound really good. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I've got this microphone with the Go XLR tuned great. Like, actually, the AT2020, believe it or not, right? Believe it or not, the AT2020 is considered to be, like, a gold standard in Japan for using microphones, right? Which is kind of cool. Because Oh, hang on.
To publish and declare my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me.
Hi, Grill, you're late.
I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Hi, Neo. It's okay, bro. It's okay. All right. Now, with that being said, right? With that being said, all right. So yeah, like legit, I literally, people have seen my layout for my streams, right? You guys would be absolutely terrified, right? You would be terrified to see my setup because I not only have 3 screens directly in front of me, I also have a streaming laptop, right? And that streaming laptop over there is where OBS is running with stuff, right? And that is all 4th screen I look at. Also, what's the music playing in the background? It's music Like, if you want to know what the music is, okay, it's fucking, I'm using a playlist, yeah, it is literally Command Center. You can open up all 3 doors from the front room before entering any of them. I mean, I know I can do that. I just don't like doing that, right? But anyways, yes. This game, your objective is to reach the antechamber, right? That is our initial thing. You not only have to reach it once, but you've got to reach it twice. So, with that being said, there's a lot of RNG elements here. A lot of puzzles. First off, we've got ourselves the hall. We get to draft up rooms. Those rooms that get drafted up, right? So basically go in a straight line twice. I wish it was that simple, right? Unfortunately, it is not as simple as I would like it to. I guess you could say you're kind of a producer, social media manager, a girl. If you can see the horrors of setups. Hang on. So I guess, you know what? Hang on. Let me do something real quick. Where is it? Actually, you know what? Against better judgment here. I'm gonna do this real quick. Okay. I know my model stopped moving. Trust me, it's worth it. Okay. I'm gonna show you real quick my setup, guys. Yes, I have taken a picture of my setup so that you guys can see my fucking setup. Wait, hang on. Wait. I probably should not send that one. Hang on. And... whoop. One more picture. Hang on. Give me a second. Okay. Hi, Appenardo. How you doing, bro? Alright. We got ourselves a good picture going on here. Okay. Alright, so let me show you the picture of my fucking setup. Alright, here you go. This is my setup as it currently is, okay? That's really pro. Guess that is what Insane said. I feel like my guess wasn't that bad. Yeah, no, like legit, this setup is so crazy, right? So many keys. Yeah, I basically make sure I have everything I need, right? You can see my freaking, you know, my stream deck there. You can see the Go XLR. You see my freaking glasses that I sometimes wear. You got there's the freaking streaming PC. You got all of this. Look out for her next. I'm going single double skull. Literally, okay. That, by the way, that's a Razer Kiyo Pro camera right there. And that is literally for hand cam stuff if I need to, right? That setup of a Ripper Dock. But then on top of that, right? On the back here, you can see some cable ties. So not only do I have my VR stuff tied up back there, I also have my capture card stuff tied up on the back. So you can't see it, but I have a crap ton of things set up for just about any case and scenario, right? Have I been practicing to time things up? Have you? I mean, something like that, yeah. But like legit, I made sure that everything was set up very specifically. And also this monitor over here, you see, right? That's for a pass-through for the capture card. So if I need to, right? If I need to see something else, just for double checking and making sure things are looking good, I have that monitor over there. So effectively, my setup is set up in such a specific way to make sure that at any point in time, I am monitoring chat. I am monitoring my freaking, you know, channel point redeems. I'm monitoring OBS. I am monitoring everything. Like, hell, you can actually see YouTube sitting over there on the right-hand side, even though it's also down here on the bottom screen as well. I guess this must have not been a pretty pity to set up. No. 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 And that's not even counting the retro setup I have behind me. Okay? Because behind me, I have a retro setup with a CRT, an N64, a PS2, and an Xbox original behind me that also, by the way, are all modded to play stuff off of freaking, you know, SD cards. Right? In the main channel, if you're on my Discord, I'll look at that after stream, alright, Gozude? But yeah, effectively, this shit is set up, but then on top of that, right, if I need to use my computer out in the living room, with all of the consoles that are out there, I can also send my freaking, you know, PC screen straight over to the living room with a keyboard and mouse out there, specifically, so that no matter what, I can game out in the living room or in my room. I can you know, capture whatever I need in the living room. I got a 75-foot HDMI cable. I have an HDCP bypass for PS3 streaming. I am basically set for whatever I need to. The ASMR stuff I need to reset up at some point if I ever decide to do ASMR. But yeah, effectively, right? Effectively, last setup, we had no room for a wire rack. So you literally tape stuff to the ceiling and it wouldn't be in the view of the cameras. Oh, God. Also, you can notice I have sound treatment. Like, you can see it a little bit in the corners as well. Like, we've got the corner traps. We got the bass traps. We've got, you know, soundproofing panels. We've got freaking moving blankets on the walls. We've basically got everything set up for this entire thing, right? Also, I have Elite Motion for hand tracking. So, yeah, effectively, we are literally stacked. We are stacked for days. Also, take care, Gozu. Take care, relax, and get something to drink. Well, you know what? Why don't you come and drink me, though? You're just playing Room Punch as well and need more keys. You know, honestly, keys aren't that bad to find if you know what you're doing. The ambient in that room is just beep, boop, beep, boop. I mean, I have LEDs strung up as well that I can control because they're RGB. So, effectively, if I want to, I can have whatever the fuck I want for this. Not normal keys, special keys. Oh, that makes sense. But yeah, if you notice the way I'm going about this, right? From what I've noticed about the way this game plays, it's best to start on the left side and then work your way over to the right and then go up, right? And also, thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, I basically wanted to make sure that I gave it my all when playing, whenever I did content creation, because I want to make sure that I get this as professional as possible, right? I want to make sure that whenever I'm playing games, you get the best experience possible. Like, I am literally streaming at 60 FPS, 1080p, so I've got the bitrate maxed out. And did I see your joke? Wait, what joke? I don't think I saw that. I would have spent points, but you have no water according to Twitch. Wait, really? I mean, I guess I do have it on cooldown, though, because people used to spam it, you know? Anyway, since I need to... Oh, God. Anyways, so this puzzle right here, if you haven't played Blueprints, right? This is one of the easier puzzles, but I'll read it real quick for you guys. I'll read it for you guys real quick. So we got, there will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. There will always be at least one box which displays false statements. Only one box has a prize within, the other two are empty. In other words, one box always lies, one box always tells the truth, but there could always be two boxes that tell the truth or tell lies, right? So, let's read this first one. This box is the middle box. Well, that's a lie. The gems are in the middle box. This box is the middle box. Well, clearly, that's got to be telling the truth, right? Now, gems are going to be useful for things. It gets you separate blueprints that show up, like the observatory, for example, which is an extremely useful thing, right? You got, when I said yes, we can see that you're stacked. Oh, okay, Link, I'm sorry for ignoring it, okay? Anyways, though, trying to get to room 46 on day one? No, fuck getting to room 46 on day one. That sounds awful, okay? I would never ever wish that on anyone to do, right? Expert thief and puzzle. I mean, yes. I know there's an achievement for it, but, no. No. You love my set? I'm glad you do. I did really work hard on it, and a lot of it couldn't have been done without the community. I personally want, right? Eventually, I'll do it. You know, it's fair. You know, the thing is, right? I personally, like, you know, I want to get myself, like, I actually have it on my throne, right? What I want to do is I want to get, like, the freaking Elgato's XLR sound mixer, right? And the Elgato sound mixer, right? I want to do that because most of the time I'm not doing things with multiple microphones. But seeing as the Go XLR has actually fallen out of support since it went out of business again, legit, I feel like it's more important, right, to get something that's more supported. Because the thing is, like the Rodecaster, right? I love the Rodecaster, but I'm not gonna lie, if I were to say, right, the Rodecaster is kind of awkward to set up, and if you don't like ASIO for all drivers, it can be kind of awkward, you know? And also, we'll get to that video in a bit, alright? Like, that's the biggest issue, I think. It's not, like, terrible by any stretch of the imagination. Also, holy shit, we are finding a lot of shit really quickly, surprisingly. Don't exactly have enough for the shovel, which is gonna be useful if we find green rooms, which probably doesn't make much sense right now. But yeah, like, legit, it wouldn't have gone out of business if they had the Megas XLR. Oh god, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. For Tuck Collins and guests for interviews, so it's a great pass-through. It is. It absolutely is. It is absolutely fantastic for pass-throughs. Alright, guys. Here's our first puzzle, right? Here is our first puzzle. We have this right here, okay? We have this thing right here. We're gonna need a code, right? Now, the only hint I'm gonna give you guys is everything you need is going to be in this room, right? So, can you guess what it is that the code is gonna be based off of everything you can see in this room right here? Because there is, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, this one actually takes a while. What? That's mean? Oh, come on, what? Fine, Halo, look. If you look at this picture, right, if you look at this picture, what do you think the safe combination is, guys? What do you think the safe combination is? Because, I'll be honest, this one took me a while, right? You position yourself in the one place where the picture wasn't visible. Okay, fine, Halo, you've got a point. I positioned myself in the one place where they couldn't see the picture. You know what? That was evil. 1864? Why 1864? So I can stay up all night? Like, hell yeah, go Zoo. I hope that you enjoy yourself, though, either way. So why 1864? Because realistically speaking, right, guys, the code, okay? Tree, 3, no, it's a 4-digit code. It's a 4-digit code. We've got a tree here. It looks like it's Christmas, right? It looks like you're in the winter holidays. Any idea what the code might be? Any ideas? But no, in all honesty though, if you guys didn't get it, it is literally 1225 Thunder. It is 1225. I literally couldn't shit you not, because I have played this game a little bit, but I don't remember most of the puzzles. This is the easiest one. How? Okay, so how? Alright. So here's how, okay? When you look at this picture right here, right? It's Christmas. The presents are being unwrapped. It's so for a lot of people, Christmas Day, which is December 25th, means you're opening up your presents on Christmas Day, right? To deal with a headache, depends on the headache. If it's a pressure headache, I usually recommend taking a hot shower because the steam can help loosen stuff up. If you have a humidifier, use that. If it's a migraine, take some, like, you know, some meds or some shit like that. You know, little, like, you know, things here or there. Or just take a nap, you know. Or drink some water. Sometimes water helps. Biz, it's good to see you too, though, Kept Dragon. How you doing, though? And thank you for that hydrate. But yeah, legit. It's not 12:25. It's 6 your time. Well, no, it's not meant to literally be 12:25. It's meant to be. It's literally what it's meant to be is like December 25th. Those are some good recommendations for getting rid of a headache for you. You do. You know what? Valid. I know random, but I figured I'd ask for advice since you have deep knowledge. I mean, I try to be well versed in things because I genuinely do like to, you know, be able to be knowledgeable on a great many things because I feel like it's good to be cultured and to just study up on whatever you can. You know, 180. Actually, believe it or not, I actually have an IQ of 147. You know, I know that's actually a little bit shocking, but yeah, legit. The holder of knowledge of the team. Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, I actually have an IQ of 147. I'm effectively considered a genius. Like, 147 IQ queen yee. And you guys wonder why I can't be like other VTubers? It's because I can't bring myself to be boring. The fuck? Yeah. What? Wait, what do you mean the fuck? Yeah, I can't bring myself down to 90 IQ. Do you know how hard it is to do that? Dave, oh come on. I'm not trying to be mean, okay? Someone who knows what it takes to make good content and be entertaining, make good content. You know what? It's called having that riz, bro. It's called the rhythm with that tism. The last time I took the test, I got 147.2, which is the reason for the fuck. Ah, fair. I mean, you know what I did though? Look, when I was in middle school, I got to take the PSAT. I got a perfect score in my school, right? I got a perfect score with the PSAT, and I legit, if I was allowed to, okay? If I was actually allowed to, I would have been able to go to Harvard in middle school. Or not Harvard, to Duke University in middle school, right? I, unfortunately, was not allowed to do that. Simply because of the fact my parents didn't think I had enough life experience. But yeah, but then I also actually at one point, right? At one point, I did also go to freaking, take the ACT because I heard that was the harder of the two anyways. And when I took the ACT, believe it or not, I got a perfect score on it. You know, I legit just did not give two shits about a lot of things. I just kind of just did things for fun because it seemed pretty, you know, chill. She's just flexing. I mean, look, do you blame me? Do you fucking blame me for flexing? Wait. Oh. Okay, I didn't even realize the running shoes even existed in this room. Yours eyes red, her other's blue. I don't need a harem because all I want is you. Oh my god. Also, you know what? I might as well unlock these trunks. Usually using keys in this game... Oh, shit. Yeah, usually using keys in this game, you don't really want to use keys on the trunks because you can get a sledgehammer that breaks them open easily enough. I don't remember what your score was, but they were like, if we could motivate him, he'd be way higher. I mean, I was so unmotivated, admittedly. Growing up, I was so unmotivated that when I had to go to like a learn at your own pace school, I just straight up said, fuck it. Didn't even do anything, right? I didn't do anything for like most of the year, and then in the last 3 months I finished an entire year of schoolwork, you know. How do you actually properly test your IQ? I mean, it depends. There's different types of tests depending on what you want to test, but also your IQ is also based upon like how fast you answer the questions and stuff like that. There's like official testing out there. It's kind of complicated. Got into schools that are not fair. All right, guys, who wants to do math? Do you guys want to do math? Because right now, the blue, by the way, the blue is literally addition. So 11 plus 8 is 19. 18 minus 10 is 8 because the yellow is minusing. 20 minus 2 is 18. And then we got this pink right here, which is multiplication, right? So 2 times 5 is 10. Why you're... To be honest, you're too autistic and dyslexic to tired to do math. I mean, to be fair, I do have minor dyslexia as well, so you know, yeah. All right, so 15, right, minus 11 is 4. 4 times 3 is 12, because you got to remember your order of operations, or PEMDAS. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Oh, Jesus Christ, they're giving us the key card this early? In college, you woke up an hour before your English finals, did a whole paper in 30 minutes, and the professor used it as a sample as hard work. God, if your professor did that, I fucking love your professor for that. That's amazing. That was child's work. Yeah, no, like, honestly, no, I get that. I absolutely get that, like, you know, I actually sat there and I scolded a professor at one point, believe it or not. Because I honestly, I was like, really? You're going to give us calculus in a class that doesn't even require calculus, bro? Why? Why would you do that to your students? And it's like, it's not actually required. I'm like, the fuck you want about, bro? Also, okay. All right, we got some lore time here. We got lore coming up here. So let me pause the music real quick. Hang on. See if you can understand what's going on here.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something. Something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, basically just dropping what we have to fucking do, right? So it's not even, like, necessary to worry about, right? But yeah, like, legit? And yeah, no, honestly, yeah, college gives some really, really, really dumb shit, right? I fucking hate how much, you know, how... Oh. Hey, look, we got 2 coins. Hell yeah. Yeah, I really hate college for that reason. Like, you take a bunch of gen ed stuff that takes up so much time. And also, oh, fuck. We got 22 steps. You know what? We're gonna do a guest bedroom because there's no way we're gonna get as far as I would like us to get. So we might as well get the extra steps here so that we can head back and continue on from either the West Wing Hall or the Boudier. That's why I'm happy you graduated so you don't have to do that shit again. Honestly, valid. Completely freaking valid, you know? Yeah, no, the shoes might save me. I don't think we're gonna get to Antechamber, within a freaking, you know, day. If I'm being completely honest, there's no way, right? There is absolutely no way in hell that we're gonna make it all the way there. We need to bring our queen down to her refrigerator IQ. Wait, why? Why? Why would you bring me down to IQ? What? Why? No. Fuck. Oh. You know, we'll come back there later. Because there's actually a very important thing. If we can get some progression going on, I think we'll be doing pretty good. We just need to find ourselves the electric box, right? Damn it. No! Oh! Fuck! Fuck. I know I failed. Anyways, we got some constellation shit. This is actually going to be really useful because every time we see the observatory, it gives us buffs, right? And that's the end of freaking day 1. So yeah, I hope you guys like RNGs and puzzles, right? Taste, oh god. If my IQ was 69, wouldn't I just be sitting there and be like, hey guys, I don't know what's going on around here, but I'll act like I do. I think I know what's going on. We're playing a game, right? Maybe, you know what, how about this, guys? How about this? The bigger my titties get, the lower my IQ gets. We would still have me at the dartboard. Oh god. You tried to learn how to electronically fix computers, and the nutty professor that wanted you to learn how to work on Windows does other technical videos. Wait, really? Oh, really? Why? Why? And besides, you know what? Okay, how about this, you know? It's not like, you know what? If I actually started taking the... Okay. You know, why do I feel like... Oh, hey, an apple! Why do I feel like I had something I was gonna say, right? And I'm not going to say it, but anyways, this is the black box. This is the black box. The black box is not empty. Well, clearly the black box has to be telling the truth, right? You know, I had something I was gonna say, but for the sake of my sanity, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I should say it. I legit do not think I should say what I was thinking, because if I say that, if I say what it was I was thinking, I get the sneaking suspicion, right? That somehow you guys are gonna sit there and you're gonna take it, like, and run with it, right? You're gonna take it and run with it. Spill it, make me, bitch. Fucking make me. Spill it, biatch. Don't say it, you know as well. Say it. Oh, god. Okay, fine. You gotta tell us we need it. Okay. Hi, just call me Alex. How you doing, bro? It's been a hot minute. Okay. Fine. You want me to tell you? Okay, fine. Look. So I was gonna say, if I took my... Also, hi, Fly. How you doing, bro? And I know it is lit. So... Okay. All right. Oh, hey, it's the car keys. Jesus Christ, the car keys already? So I was gonna say, what if I took Blue Twitch seriously, right? And if I took Blue Twitch seriously, what if I took it so seriously that you guys legit, okay, decided, okay, you guys decided with me taking Blue Twitch, if I were to take it seriously, imagine if I did that and then, you know, you guys started donating like crap tons of money for Blue Twitch to a point where, like, you know, like it was like made a goal or some shit to be like, oh yeah, Tomboy gets breast implants. We want to see our Tomboy get bigger titties IRL. Like, I doubt you guys would ever. That would never happen. Every $1,000 is a cup size. I mean, to be honest though, like that stuff costs like 6 to 10 grand, right? That stuff actually costs like 6 to 10 grand, if you can believe it. Like, I know that seems a little bit shocking. You already hit single on top of Blue Twitch takeover coming to the house. I mean, I've seen GoFundMe's for worse stuff. You know what? That's valid. That is valid. You would overthink. You would go too much into detail that it'll slowly mess with your mentality. That at some point you'll break down and quit, or you wouldn't really change much and do similar things to hear and not earn much. Wait, what do you mean by that, Dave? The fuck do you mean by that? Well, I like you just the way you are. I mean, I am definitely glad that you like me the way I am. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, okay? That actually, you know, I mean, you being a VTuber, we couldn't enjoy them as much as you. I mean, I'm not saying that you could do the blue side, but I saw people break down. I know. I mean, look. If we're being completely honest here for a moment, right? If we're being honest here, you're one unique Cyberpunk plushie. Oh, God. You know, it's kind of funny that most people don't remember last year, actually. You know, it's funny, you know, I find it so interesting, right? Also, I'm doing good, Raven. How are you doing, bro? It's funny, like, most people here don't remember last year, actually. Which is kind of funny. Yeah, it is technically against Twitch TOS to mention the blue site, right? But the only other way I can really say it realistically is, refer to Blue Twitch as Bansley. Alright? That is the easiest way I can get around that particular way. It feels like 2024, it kind of does. It kind of does, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, honestly? Also, this game is fucking cucking me from getting the goddamn freaking... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ! I know, Manic, it is weird, right? That it's been a year, right? I know, you know, fuck off, Halo, fuck off! The game is literally not giving me the garage when I wanted the goddamn freaking garage. You know... You know, looking at that map there, you're not allowed to drive. Obviously, I'm not allowed to fucking drive. I mean, look at that. Look at how much it just denied me. Yor felt really awesome with what I told her. I mean, look. Look, here's the thing, though. For those that weren't around last year, to give you a bit of context, right? I have my own insecurities, okay? I know we all have our own, like, you know, insecurities and everything. We all have our own, like, demons and all that. But, like, last year, I actually did try to do a donathon at one point. Yeah, I'm talking about the donathon, saying yes. Unfortunately, the donathon didn't go as well as I would have hoped, and it didn't actually happen. Like, the actual goals that we wanted to hit did not happen. But it's, ironic. It's fucking ironic, actually. No, it's okay, Manic, but, like, legit, right? Here's the thing, like, legit, there were times... Oh! I guess they updated the game so that the door just stays automatically unlocked, because in previous versions of this game, right? The safe, stayed closed, and you had to input the code every single time. That's actually kind of cool. That is actually really nice. I'm very happy with that. Okay, now the game is just trolling me. The game is just fucking trolling me at this point. What the fuck? But yeah, like, honestly, you know, I want to do, more... I wanted to, you know what, most weirdest donuts ever exist? The custard donut. I mean, the custard donut's actually one of my favorite donuts, actually. Like, you know... To be honest, I always wanted to stream your tooth broken, knowing your mental state all collapsed because I only think of numbers, it'll be the death of you. You know what? That's a completely valid way to feel. I get that. It's hard. It's absolutely hard, right? But yeah, those, here's the thing, right? The blue Twitch stuff, while yes, I have to come up with a strategy to make it work correctly, right? Hit the goals, but you gain a whole lot of cool people. That is true. That you've got a good point there, right? But yeah, like, let me put it like this, right? With the whole blue Twitch thing, I have to make up a strategy for that. And if I'm being... Oh, fuck. Well, I guess this is another failed run. Jesus Christ. Like, focus on something too much and it can turn into your downfall. It really can. It really, really can. But yeah, effectively, right? One of the things that actually sucks about the blue Twitch stuff is it seems like there's a lot of pressure that I see from a lot of content creators who happen to be VTubers, right? When they're doing that stuff, right? They have a lot of mixture of IRL stuff, right? Like, I notice a lot of VTubers that do blue Twitch have that, right? And it feels like, you know... It feels like, in a way, there's pressure to actually have some IRL content on top of the stuff you do on there with just your model, right? No, I get that, Dave, that there isn't really, but it's just the way my brain processes it and looks at it, right? And the thing is like, you know... If you ever want to take that stuff seriously, like, you know, that's the kind of stuff you do marketing strategies. You know what? I might hit you up for that. There is... You are in the parlor! Sainted? Did you write this, Sainted? Did you fucking write this, Sainted? Satan totally wrote this. This box is empty. The blue box is true. No fucking duh! We are in the parlor. But also, if this box is empty, the blue box is true. That's gotta be the lie. Yes, there is. Just use the command Discord by using a command, or frickin' the exclamation point. But here's the thing, right? I know there's not, like, a lot of pressure to do that stuff, right? But the IRL stuff, but personally right? Okay, so personally for me, right? Literally two truths would lie. It literally was that. That's what it basically became, right? It's just a collection of 40 down bad gooders. I mean, I get that, Dave, but, like, basically, let me put it like this, right? There was a point in time, okay? However, Tomboy has, yes. Hi there, King Clutch, how you doing, bro? There was a point in time, right, where I wanted to do more, IRL stuff. Like, I wanted to play Guitar Hero on stream, but it's kind of hard to bring yourself to do stuff like that, because the best way to experience stuff like Guitar Hero is by doing like a body cam, right? Where people can actually see your body. And I would actually be, you know, it's getting banned in Sweden. Oh, really? That's kind of shocking, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like, effectively, like, I would be okay with the IRL content, more IRL content on like, the blue Twitch stuff. I'd be more comfortable with that if I felt more confident in certain areas, admittedly. Because for those that don't know, I dealt with a lot of bullying growing up, right? Especially around the chess department, right? like legit. Here's the thing. Let me put it like this, right? If you don't, like, since I haven't really made much comments on that, right? Here's the thing. I have my bra size. I'm gonna be transparent about this. I got a 36 triple D, right? 36 triple D/E, okay? And here's the thing. You would think that that's big, but remember, I'm a tomboy. I am muscular. I've got a more athletic build, right? And so my tits aren't exactly that big. Can I suck on the nipples? Yes. Does that mean they look big? No, it's because they're closer to the chest, right? They are legit just straight up closer to the chest, which makes it more difficult, right? If someone has seen anything, I'm sure you're I mean, also, hey, look, it's the garage. So, like, that's the thing, right? Is, like, I do have, like, a decent sized chest, but admittedly, the size and the shape is not exactly what I would say is, the most... Yeah, that's the thing. 36 triple D, it doesn't. Like, it literally, to a lot of people in the past, they've tried to say that it looks like a, the best way to put it is they try to say it looks like it's a B or a C cup, right? And so, just for you know, reference sake, last year's donathon was to try and raise money to fucking do implants, actually, just to round and fill things out because of the insecurity and also for the confidence sake of things, because I didn't want to sit there and convenient distraction. What do you mean convenient distraction? But yeah, I didn't want to sit there and like do stuff that required a camera. It grew into my brain size. Basically, yeah. Yeah, I can't even lie about that. I legit can't even lie about that. You've got a point there. So, actually, will this work? Fuck. So yeah, effectively, that is understandable. I also know padded or support ones. Brings all the boys to the yard. You know what's the sad part about that? Normally I would agree with you on the padded stuff, right? Yeah, like the padded stuff does, but there's a part of it that the padding just doesn't feel quite enough, and it can be kind of uncomfortable, if we're being honest. So I never really got into the whole padded stuff, right? But that was one of those things I wanted to. It kind of sounds like the breast version of bodybuilding. Like, dude, I'm scrawny. And then when the bro's yoked as hell. Yeah, that is more or less. That's a good way of putting it. Actually, it's kind of like that. It still sucks. Like, I want to have more body confidence, more body positivity in that realm. Either way, right? Also, do have to say, I know you heard a lot from me. Your boobs are fine. I know. I get that, Dave. I get that. That's the thing. Like, honestly, look, I understand that. But that comes down to more of like, am I feeling confident in myself? Am I feeling good in myself, right? And so that's kind of one of those things where, like, you know, I would be more than happy to post freaking titty pics on freaking, you know, on the Blue Twitch site if I had the confidence with that, actually, right? So, like, there's definitely, I know, Dave. Also, sadly, we don't have the car keys, but progression. Also, I'm awake her titties. Oh my fucking god. Look, yes, I've tried natural methods. No, natural methods have not been effective because, again, remember, my body's kind of stupid, right? I would have to post my titties or something to be your civic duty. Exactly, see? Exactly! But anyways, you know what? We'll go for the tool shed. Let's see what we get. Ooh! Yeah, everyone's body can be, like, that's the thing, right? Like, and the thing is, like, you know, my man, the thing is, like, I did have, someone get me, like, some of those, like, freaking, you know, what are they called? Like, the freaking, you know, breast forms things for that stuff, which isn't bad, right? But there's a part of me that likes authenticity. I am always, like, really big on keeping things as authentic as I can, you know? So, that's kind of the thing. That's kind of the thing with me and that stuff, right? Is I try to keep it, you know, hence boobs are boobs. I know. But here's the thing, right? I wouldn't, like, go crazy, right? I think that's one of the most important things I also have to bring up. I would never go crazy with, like, the size. I would just do it enough to, like, keep it natural looking, but round it out, fill them out and everything. That's all I would do. I would never want it to be, like, overly ridiculous or fake looking, because I care about that stuff, right? M-Cup? No. No, I would never do M-Cup, okay, bro? No. Why? No, do you know how big a Y-Cup is? And also, holy shit, that was lucky. Damn it. Triple X-Cup, go bigger, go. Saying it, we'd have to get silly string implants for that shit, right? We would have to get fucking silly string implants. And do you guys know what silly string implants are? Do you guys actually know what those actually are? Because if you don't know what silly string implants are... No? Okay, yeah. So, for those that don't know, right? It's the name of an implant type that you could get in some places like Brazil. And it effectively irritates the breast tissue, and it causes effectively infinite breast growth, right? 6 plus 2 is 8. And you have to, the women that have them, also, hi Grim, how you doing, bro? The women who have them have to literally sit there and get them drained every so often, because of the fact that it just keeps making them bigger and bigger, right? All right, 20 minus 10, that's 10. 10 times 2 is 20. Jesus Christ. It literally is silly. All right, 5 minus 1 is 4. 4 times 2 is 8. It is absolutely silly as hell, you know? Yeah, it is painful. And there's some people out there that actually went so hard on that stuff that they straight up got themselves up to, like, a ridiculous size. And, I mean, absolutely fucking badonkadonk ridiculous, right? The cost of the procedure? I mean, okay, so, like, let's say you wanted me to do that, right? Let's say you wanted to do breast implants. So, it looks comical, yeah. It would be really concerning more than silly. It really is. So, let's say I wanted to do it, right? The cost is anywhere from 6 to 10K, depending on who you go with, right? And then the recovery can take, like, a couple of months sometimes, like, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. But the thing is with that, though, is that you're not out of commission. Like, I wouldn't be streaming, like, literally, I might not be streaming for a day or two at most. Like, it's not like when I had gallbladder surgery last year, and I was out of commission for nearly 3 months. It's more like, yeah, Sadin literally just posted an image of one of the people I was talking about. It's one of those things that, you know, you practice the proper recovery, right? And you'll be fine. You'll absolutely be fine, right? So you don't need to worry too much about that. You know, like just a day or two of rest and then you're back at it. You know? But yeah, that's like, that's just like a whole thing, right? And ooh, hang on. You know what? Trading post. Alrighty, okay. You know what's funny? I can solve this puzzle so goddamn fast, actually. Are you guys ready for this? Like, look at this. Because you gotta get these yellow squares, right? Some people say drinking soy milk helps. It doesn't. It actually doesn't. I've drank soy milk. I've tried fenugreek. I've tried a lot of different things. The only thing I haven't tried, really, is, like, freaking, you know, breast pumps and, like, the ones that cover your entire titty. But that's a whole different story, right? That's a whole different story that we're not gonna get into, okay? There we go. Then I just need to rotate this like so. Let's see. I think, yep, there we go. And then that can go right there. There we go. And puzzle solved. I know there's different natural ways. The problem is not all of those actually work out that well. Same username is here. Alrighty then, I'll check it out later. I'm usually hanging out on my Discord server after streams anyways, so most of the time, you'll just find me there either way. But yeah, like, honestly though, Unikin, I'm gonna be honest with you, I am a nightmare and a half to figure out, because for every little thing you find out about, you're gonna find out, right, bro? I am so complicated, right? I am fucking a complicated mishmash of things, you know? So, a lot of the people in this community know about how complicated I can actually be. Okay, here's the thing, right? Thunder. Here's the thing, Thunder. I can't get pregnant. I can't get pregnant, alright? There's complicated reasons as to why I can't. So, we'll leave it at that, alright? Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can't get fat. I legit can't get fat, right? Why does God the Order look like Blake from Ruby? Oh my fucking god, why? Why do you guys keep the Why? Why? Okay, I have an efficient you who I've worked for exactly, but just know I've worked for some of the most notorious people on the internet who've made headlines in WSJ and been featured on CNN. Is that a good thing? Is that a good thing? Speech modulating encountered an arrow. God. Okay, no, in all honesty though, like if we're gonna be like look. I mean, I guess that makes sense that if people are obsessed with Blake, I mean, I guess that makes sense, right? I'm just saying you can't possibly be that complicated to help. I have a 400-page document just explaining Twitch and YouTube and freaking VTuber algorithms just because of how complicated I am. All right? Trust me, I can make things complicated. See, that's great to work with. Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? The statement appears on another box. The statement appears on another box. Okay, those are true. The blue box is empty. That's got to be false. So the blue box has got to be the one that has it, you know? I am an anomaly. I actually am an anomaly. Because I don't really fit into the VTubing, you know, creator sphere of things. I'm more aligned with being a content creator that uses a 3D model because I don't really, I just don't really fit into the whole VTuber mold, because I'm not soft. I don't do the girlfriend experience. Honestly, I don't think you could get me to do the freaking girlfriend experience for the life of me. Let's be perfectly real here. Me and the girlfriend experience is no bueno. No, no, no. Like, legit. If someone actually was able to make me actually work with that, that would be scary because, yeah, no. I feel like that's more common than people think to not be that archetype. Actually, surprisingly enough, the majority of VTubers out there, especially females, tend to do the girlfriend experience. That's just kind of a default nature, right? I mean, you are the unique VTuber that is unique from everyone else. I mean, okay, fine, fair. We can go down that route if you want to go down that route, okay? I just, you know, prefer to go, like, you know... What do you mean that's how it is? Yours is not a girlfriend, she's a bro. Damn right I'm a bro! Okay, actually, we need to... Ooh. God damn it. I mean, I think the girlfriend experience is actually really bad. No, it is. It absolutely is. I agree with you. Like, it creates so many freaking experiences that feel so... iffy. That's the best way I can put it. What's the girlfriend experience? So basically, right? Imagine... Okay, you know what? I'm gonna be cringe here for a moment, right? Imagine instead of me being me, right? Imagine instead of me being me, you get... You know, guys, I actually really don't know how to play this game. Would you be able to help me figure it out? Like, look at all of this stuff. Isn't this, like, so cool? Look at this billiard table. Like, you know what? Let's play it. I want to play with the stick and everything. They should totally, like, add that in, because I love playing with sticks, you know? Do you guys like playing billiards? Would you play billiards with me with the balls and everything, please? The most visual reaction I have ever had. You know, 5 gifted subs, guys, and I'll allow you to help me. My eye is twitching so bad it's cringe. Oh fuck, I'll go back to this section. Jesus. Jesus. Like, oh my... Hang on, I need to fix the hair real quick. Hang on. Like, oh my god, chat. That's like so cringe giving the girlfriend experience. Like, I could just totally never imagine, like, the girlfriend experience being like that, you know? Like, that would just be intense, you know? Like, how could you handle that? Also, like, Bread Rogue, thank you so much for joining our brigade. Like, hope you totally enjoy your time here with the hideout, you know?
New here! Welcome to the chaos! Buckle up, it's a wild ride, no refunds!
Holy fucking shit, okay. Okay. Yeah, like, you can't stop smiling. What the hell is this? So yeah, no, honestly though, I'm pretty sure anyone here right now would probably agree that was Yaruyor. No, please no more. I'm serious, I feel violated. Oh, come on. It wasn't that bad, was it? On scary chat to the point of no return. Oh, God. I didn't want to know that. Okay, but honestly, would you say that was a pretty accurate description of how, like, the girlfriend experience is with a lot of VTubers? Because I'm pretty sure a lot of us would just straight up agree that is legit the most... Next time, remember to turn off the gym. You know what? Yes, you have a good point there on that. Actually, yeah, we gotta go through the parlor anyways. Jake, and I've witnessed worse here. I mean, I know you've witnessed worse, but I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying that legit, that is effectively... Oh. Wait. Oh, I can go through the bedroom. Okay, never mind. But yeah, no, like, legit, That's effectively the girlfriend experience in a nutshell. Not a mod, however, if I was, I would have handled the resignation right then and there. Oh my god. But that is the thing, right? That's how a lot of VTubers are. I mean, if you want me to, I can be soft all the time if you want. You guys want that? Do you want me to be really soft on you? Do you want me to just give you touchies? Touchy-wutchies? I'm sure you would like the touchy-wutchies, right? I can caress your bulgy-wulgy. The fuck did you come into? I need Yoru to bonk me. You can't tell me to keep improving. That's okay, Unikin. I'll bonk you, because I know every time I bonk you, you'll keep improving. You'll do your best, right? Make your one with the fire. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yes, someone just redeemed that. And am I a woman? Also, ho, 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 ho! And also, holy shit, that's actually a great freaking item there. I don't know this. Yes, I am a woman. I am indeed a woman, okay? I know that may be hard for some of you to believe that I am indeed a woman. But, yes, I am a woman. Yes. Also, ooh, oh. Oh, no. Also, it's kind of stupid, though. More detailed instructions will be sent via electronic mail to the address the client has provided. Press any button above to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6. Oh, God. I mean... well, okay. So... do we really want to go there? I have a good ear, and that is indeed a woman's voice. I mean, if you want to really get technical about it, right? Where's your goth ear? Wait, did you redeem it? Oh, you did. Yes, you did. Okay, hang on. So here's the thing, you know. Oh my fucking god. Why are we doing the zoom in all of a sudden? Why? Why? Look. Look. So... yeah, I can't tell your pecs are kind of too big. Oh my fucking god. Okay, look. Okay, look. Look. Yes, I am a woman. Right? Is the moon made of cheese? Yes. So, here's the thing, right? I am a woman. But I actually don't talk about the full story, right? You're gonna take a shower? Alright, take care. I don't talk about the full story about the woman stuff simply because of how fetishized it gets, right? So, those that don't know, right? Those that have not been around for a while, right? Yes, I have holes. Yes, I have goals. But the thing is, the reality of the situation is that you don't know. Okay, prom. Shush a bush, okay? Here's the thing. I actually used to get fetishized a lot, right? That fetishization that happened is because I actually am intersexed, right? So I am a woman, right? I am indeed a woman, but I actually have both parts. I am like a real life Buddha, effectively, right? I am a rare case of intersex that does have both parts, and that creates its own special, lovely, interesting, you know, things with complications and stuff. But yeah, anyways, moving on from that, okay? Like I said, you don't have to be like, yes, hermaphrodite, right? So you said, how do they make sense, Nero? How the fuck does that make sense? Okay, Raven, how many times do you think you could realistically take it of people coming into your chat asking you if you could fuck yourself? Hi, Spicy Dog, how you doing, bro? Actually, would you believe me if I told you that I have, like, literally no testosterone in my body? Legit, no testosterone. Funny enough, like, legit, okay. Like, I know that sounds weird, right? But my body legit produces no fucking testosterone. Hi, Scythe, how you doing, bro? That was like a 0.1%. Yeah, it's a 1% chance. It's very rare, yeah. And yes, people literally asked that, right? People actually asked me if I could freaking, you know, yeah. About fucking any time. People would literally ask me that, and I just, you know, it got really personal really quickly. People would be like, "Can you fuck yourself? How big is your parts? How does that all work?" Like, it started getting really invasive. It got really invasive really quickly. People have told you to fuck yourself, so you don't have people to tell you. Yeah. Met one other person like that in your travels, and it was early 2000s. They barely had to. Yeah. So your boobs are huge. I mean, model-wise, yes. Real life, I am very athletic, right? Did you produce pheromones? Yes, of course I produce pheromones. Everyone produces pheromones, right? But yeah, no, like, cause let me put it like this, right? My body, okay, my body's weird in the sense that you think you know how it would work, but in reality, you know, you want to take Joseph or Godfair. Like, legit, just to keep it simple. What am I talking about? My body and how it works. Like, talk about incident. Yeah, effectively, right? That's oh wait, didn't that happen on stream once? Yes, that legit happened on your stream once. Not even joking. That actually did happen on stream. Actually, it's happened multiple times. But no, legit though. The thing is, right? My body is very efficient with its production of things, right? So, for example, right, I'm 260 pounds, give or take, 250, 260, right? And let me just, like, pull up an image here real quick. Where is it? Nope, not that. Not that. There it is. Okay, guys, you see that image right there also? Leo, GXII, thank you so much for joining the brigade. How you doing today, bro?
New blood in the Okami Brigade. Welcome to the chaos. Buckle up, it's a wild ride.
260 pounds. 5'8", right? Now, you see that right there? That's my arm. I am built like a fucking tank. That is all muscle right there in that image you see, right? Yeah, that is my arm. That is my freaking arm, and it is muscle, okay? Like, legit? That's a Vanguard arm, yeah. Yeah. I give hugs so good that I can actually pop, backs. I actually can pop backs, actually, if you can believe it. And also, that's without working out. I should probably also emphasize, that's without working out, okay? That's pretty much the definition of Turbo for 9,000, yes. That should be exactly. So yeah, so let me put it like this, right? Without working out. Yeah, that's without working out. I can literally lift 180 pounds, no problem. I've lifted washers. I've lifted couches by myself. Okay, sounds good. You can help me with your back. You need to pop fair. Kind of jealous. Biscuit from Hunter x Hunter. Oh, God. Oh, wow. Jesus Christ. 2 different... Jesus! What are the fucking chances of that? 2 security doors. On the freaking security. What is the luck of that? Unload the U-Haul. Oh, God. Unfortunately, I don't live in Florida anymore, so unfortunately, I don't think I'd be helping you very much. Braids are broad, so easy. Hot damn, you're built like a different... Yes. Makes me wonder how you look IRL. I guess muscular, beautiful. There's a couple of people in the community that knows what my face looks like, and yeah. I would say, you know, quite a few people would actually, would agree that I do look, you know, cute, I guess. I don't normally talk about that. There's nothing wrong with being different. Yeah, but like, let me put it like this, right? You give me 1 meal a day, right? I will survive off of 1 meal a day. Because my body will slow its metabolism down just to process whatever I need and conserve stuff, right? You give me 3 meals a day. My body speeds up my metabolism to account for that, right? So legit, if you needed me to, like if you asked me to go to a buffet, I could literally put away so much goddamn food at a fucking buffet, I won't gain a single pound from it. Just to give you an idea of just how fucking insane my body is with this shit. Why am I biologically perfect? What material had a metabolism so you didn't have to worry about it? Like, yeah, like, so literally, right? Problem is that I don't really lose weight and I don't really gain weight, right? That's where the issues come in. And also, Viltrumite Astronet. Also, Ninja Guy, thank yo, Raiders. Welcome to the Okami Brigade. The name's your Vexa, leader of the pack of Breaker Limits. Thank you so much for the raid. What mission were you on before you came on in here? And for those of you that don't know me, I'm your Vexa. I tend to do a lot of high agency games like ARPGs. Today is...
We can't let them steal our chaos.
Today is freaking Fractured Fridays, where I am actually torturing myself by playing freaking Blueprints here. We're just kind of chatting and chilling and everything. It's actually cool. Anyways, how are you doing? What were you doing in Nubs Arena? Actually, believe it or not, Unikin, my body is very good at compensating for that, right? So let's put it like this, okay? When I had my gallbladder surgery, yeah, it sucked. It took a while for my body Nub Arena play with friends and base. You know what? Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying yourself with that. So like, here's the thing, right? You love that troll game? Oh, God. So here's the thing. You know, you say that, right? You say that. Yeah, my body actually does compensate. Okay? So, for example, my body, it heals slower, but it's more thorough with stuff. My body can take a hit. My body regulates itself efficiently. Oh, you need me to stay hydrated? Legit, my body will conserve water like nobody's business. Where most people would feel dehydrated, I wouldn't. You need me to go to the bathroom? I literally used to hold my freaking piss in for like 9 hours at a time for road trips because it just wasn't what I needed to, you know, I didn't need to worry about that, right? Like, you know, for years, you know, that's fair, Uni. That's absolutely fair, right? Yeah. Legit, hydration was not necessarily the biggest thing for me. Do I drink coffee often? Coffee doesn't really have an impact on me much, but sometimes. Sometimes. It depends on if I'm in the mood for it. I like the flavor of coffee, but it's just meh, you know? Only 9 hours, oh God. But yeah, I don't drink coffee very often. 100 meals versus your who wins? I win every time. Like, legit, my body is fine, right? My body regulates itself. It knows what to do when I need it to take care of itself, so I'm pretty instinctual on that. So I usually stay at a pretty good amount of health, typically. Like, I only get sick. When I get sick, it's usually me getting really sick, right? You hold your peak competition. Oh, God. Taco Bell versus Yoru. Taco Bell wins. Ah, don't. No, come on. Your girl, for the love of Christ, go sell your eggs to rich people. How can I sell eggs when I don't have eggs? like, legit, that's kind of, you know, that's kind of hard to sell what you don't got, you know? Like, seriously, though. But yeah, no, legit, though? When you drink more than 1 cup, I need hella water. Really? I mean, I had my gallbladder removed, due to other reasons, but I basically had a defective gallbladder that needed to be removed for almost a decade, and I didn't have any issues. Right? I didn't have any issues until last year, actually, believe it or not. That's legit. My body literally compensated for a failing gallbladder before just having it removed. My body said, fuck you, bitch. We're not removing shit. We're not removing shit until you need to remove shit. You know, that is legit how my body handled. Yeah, the body literally tanked it out. The body literally tanked it out. Also, holy shit. Freaking, you know, the freaking thing was in here. Holy fuck. But yeah, honestly, I'm crazy. Like, I push myself really hard. I do really good work, honestly, right? I do some amazing work. I push myself a little bit too hard at times. But I do have, like, you know, things. I will say, I do think, like, you know, focusing on, like, your pittings got shot out so bad, your body heals in a way where it pushes any would-be shrapnel out. Oh, Jesus Christ. That sounds like a pain, actually. That actually sounds painful, bro. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, like, affected, goddamn, I wish I had your body to be able to do a lot more stuff. You know, you say that, but I'm not gonna lie. You know, eventually it gets to a point where it's kind of spooky. Because just imagine, right? Imagine being a person that's built like a tank as a woman, has the ability to actually peg you and your mother, if she so wishes, can fuck you like a French girl. Like, I mean, honestly, do you really think, like, you know, yours about it, I will keep this defective ass organ until I say otherwise? Yeah. No, like, legit, I wish I was joking, but that is, like, I'm kind of small for your day of trade, so it's rough. If I was in yours body, I'd crush it. Honestly, I do crush a lot of things. I also have an insane range of taste, right? So, like, for example, you know, if you give me food, I can tell you everything you use to season that shit. I can tell you what you did and did not do with it and how to improve it pretty damn quickly if I needed to, right? Like, I can legit do just about anything I need to get the fucking job done. Also, it's so funny seeing the freaking dirt patches everywhere. But yeah. Oh, you got a steak you need me to try? It's Fugo? What is a Mut Fuego? Out of curiosity, because I don't think I've actually heard of that one. You know? Sounds kind of interesting. Also, does that count as a... Oh. Oh, it's the car keys. Oh, fuck yeah, it's the car keys. So she's gonna tell us she can fly, move things with her mind? No, I'm not. No, I'm saying it. No. Alright, 2 of these statements are true. Okay, the statements on the blue box is true. Huh. With an IQ of 147, would be surprised she's psychic. I mean, I'm not, though. Also, how you doing, Retro? It's been a hot minute, bro. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, like, legit, though, in all honesty, I am quite literally built different. Like, look, you know what? Hey, okay, Unikin. You know what? I'm gonna ask you a question here because I'm curious for a moment. So humor me for a moment. You just came into this community, into this stream. So, oh hey, it's a broken lever. So let me ask you real quick, okay? Do you think most VTubers are intimidated by me? Alright, let's see. 2 times 6 is 12. Half the story because of ads, you know, that's valid. Okay, 3 times 4 is 12, divided by 2 is 6. Alright, let's see. Then we got 13, minus 3 is 10. 10 times 5 is 50, divided by 10 is 5. Yeah, Give me the honest answer. No holds bar. I am curious on your thoughts on, like, you know, how intimidated VTubers would be. Ooh, that's not... I mean, I want to keep that freaking four-way passage for later, because that could be actually really useful, especially as we're progressing further into the house, because we have limited resources, you know? Oh. You know what? I'll take the terrace. Even if we don't really get much out of the terrace, I wish we had a shovel right now, actually. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen a shovel. Also, I've been doing good, though. And how's the new cat for you, though, bro? And yeah, like, legit, though, honestly, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, is, like, you know, people who come into this community, they're gonna learn a lot, a lot about me, more than they probably would ever expect to learn about me, because, you know, I tend to be pretty blunt. I tend to be very honest, and also, what the fuck? Where is the freaking magical item? Oh? Wait. Oh my god, it was underneath the dirt patch. What the fuck? I like your honesty. You know, that's fair. That's an absolutely fair question. Do you have a hug command? I don't have a hug command, actually. You know, I know some people would say that they would want a hug command, but, oh my god, it's a fucking shovel. And it's 6 coins! We got a fucking shovel, bro! Fuck you! God damn it. I hate how the freaking turnip has stopped us. Is mostly a clique community built in a quarter of the internet. It's very dependent on girls at the top retaining their dominance over others, and they also manipulate and predate on other communities of young, impressionable men, further damaging young guys with poor, complex social skills or anxiety. Holy shit. As I knew about your type of condition, I never thought it'd mean someone that... Honestly, you know, I don't blame you on that one, honestly. Yeah, because realistically speaking, honestly, yeah, there is... It's an exceedingly rare thing. Like, there's different types of intersex, right? There is absolutely different types of it. But the condition I specifically have is exceedingly rare. Granted, you know, I can tell you that my background comes from a lot of Irish and Swedish descent, you know? Hell, technically speaking, I'm actually connected to Swedish royalty. Hey, Satan, I'm your fucking princess, bitch! Careful, chat. She has a shovel now. Oh, come on. I'm not that bad with a shovel. You can trust me with a fucking shovel. Yoru's my Swedish queen. It is actually kind of funny to mention that, though, that I actually do have... I don't think you pay Satan. You know, if I had the ability to, I would. All right. Yoru, Queen of Sweden, win. That being said, the fact you don't fit in that box or can't really be controlled or manipulated because of your condition or your personality wouldn't lend you climbing the ranks of VTuber and be the social ladder. Yeah, legit. I work basically. I have to work in like a VR, and like I legit. I am working in freaking the way that you find like VR creators and IRL creators working in, right? That's legit the way I have to freaking work. Just because of that. Like hell, last year, right? Last year, I actually had, one of those people that's at the top of a clique try to scout me. And because I didn't fit into what they wanted me to be, a lot of the VTubers I was actually friends with did not stay connected to me. They actually started being more distant with me, and they stopped talking to me, actually. It kind of sucked. Yeah, I specialize in helping IRL streamers, and I'm IRL best friends with some of the original creators of that genre. Honestly, you know, that's the thing. A lot of people here, I would say, if it wasn't for the fact, right? If it wasn't for the fact that I'm using a freaking, you know, 3D model, most people would probably agree here that I come across as more of an IRL creator with my personality and everything than I do as a fucking VTuber, you know? Why not infinite possible with 3D models, bomb voice actor though? I mean, yeah. Like, legit, I'll be honest, I've been meaning to try and connect with more IRL creators anyways, because in all honesty, it seems like that would be kind of the way to do collabs, because honestly, I don't think collabs are going to go so well with VTubers after the last couple ones. Like, legit, I have had to carry so many collabs with VTubers, it's not even funny, that literally, this community here basically does not want to see me do collabs because of how bad the collabs with VTubers have been. Well, that was my original main comment view, is that you're not dependent on it. Exactly. They're dependent on their mom. I mean, like, sure, I've got toggles for days. Granted, I also have freaking the ability to have my booty shake because I have jiggle physics on the ass cheeks. Also, I freaking hate this keys. This key right here freaking sucks. Also, hi, Link. How you doing? Also, I know you're talking to Floop, though. You're being yourself? Exactly. I mean, hell, you know what's funny, right? I actually, the name Yoruvexer, right, is actually a nod, right, to... Gonna go 30 particular VTubers under the buzz, but a few of them are huge. We're failed artists or streamers. I think Uniken, me and you are gonna get along just fine. I think me and you are gonna get along just fine, bro. Feel free to shoot me a DM if you wanna, if you ever wanted to introduce yourself to be who you would get along. If you ever wanted, I could introduce you to be who you would, like, get along with. Maybe. Like, but no, like, legit, though. Legit. Let me put it like this, right? Hang on. Yeah, let me put it like this. Oh, right, we already have a freaking, key. Fuck, I forgot about that, though. Are we gonna brawl? I crave it. Challenge. Oh, God, no, we're not gonna brawl. We're not gonna freaking brawl, okay, bro? As funny as that would be, though. When are we gonna brawl? Like, I'm helping a friend launch a VTuber career soon. Honestly, I hope that goes well. Honestly, I really do legitimately hope that goes well for them, and I hope that they find the success that they're looking for, You two would be great. You know what? I'll take your word for it. I will take your word for it. I'll be honest, I am very hesitant to like, immediately just say yes to something like that, because honestly, in my experience, it's been very hit or miss with VTubers, because, like, I tend to break their personalities in two. I do inspire a lot of people, though. I do try to do that, how I would show friendship. Like, honestly, you know what sucks, right? Yeah, and I have no idea, but that is true. Like, what sucks, though? At the end of the day, as much as I don't like admitting to it, right? She's friends with you and very conversational, fair. Like, as much as I don't like to admit to my shortcomings as a content creator, right? I will admit that one of the biggest issues for me, my biggest faults, has been the fact that I've gotten in my head so many times, I have gotten in my head so many goddamn times. See if these win. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, not again. But yeah, like, legit, I have gotten in my head so many times over the years because of how many people tried to make me overthink. Hogwarts Legacy? Fuck that chip. The gems are in the white box. Statements with the word white are always true. The statements on the white box is true. That black one, it seems like it's false, or maybe the blue one. This is like a 50-50 shot, right? Statements with the word white are always true. That one has white. That one has white. Yeah, the white box has to be false. But then again, if the white box is false, that means it's a 50-50 shot between the blue and the black box. I'm gonna go with black here. Damn, it was wrong. Oh, wow. But yeah, like, honestly, though, that's the thing, right? Oh, I don't have any gyms. Fuck. I don't have any gyms. Yes, I knew that I picked the wrong box, Aiden. I knew that. Like, honestly, for me, right? I've lost my train of thought now. I was talking about something with I've been lurking around a bunch of VTubers, just kind of scoping out the landscape, and I've been lurking on me for a while. Really? Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I would agree with you. A lot of times, a lot of this stuff comes down to either you got it or you don't got it, right? Like, there are things that I could definitely be improved, that could be improved upon and that you could teach and everything. Right? But a lot of it does come down to, like you said, right? You want to enjoy Sea of Thieves, your most fun character is a pirate. Honestly, Sea of Thieves, you really need to have, like, the right kind of people to play with. I'm not gonna lie. Sea of Thieves, if you want to play that game, honestly, get yourself a group of people that you can shitpost with. Because that's where Sea of Thieves is best, is when you're shitposting, you know? Oh, fuck. You never tried it? You totally should. Hang on. Everyone has a place in the band, and I like being the bass player. I'm a foreign, but I don't need to be from band. Honestly, completely valid. Completely, honestly valid. And also, let me hydrate here real quick. Oh god, I'm gonna need to refill soon. Ah! But yeah, like that. Honestly, it sucks because I have been dealing with so many. Everyone has main character syndrome. It's not just main character syndrome though, unfortunately. It's more than just. Oh, it's locked. Fuck. Like, it's not just main character syndrome. What it is everyone thinks they can come into this and just make a quick buck. But there's a lot more to content creation in general. Not just VTubing, but just content creation in general. To do stuff, right? Like, legit. The fact that you could do whatever you want as a content creator. That sounds like a dream. To be able to go out there, be entertaining, play games you want. But, like, take a lot of male VTubers. A lot of male VTubers tend to be more focused on freaking, you know, wearing, like, their designs are usually hoodies and a t-shirt. There's not much of an interesting design going on. But then not only that, it's also the fact that as you're, like, playing, like, as you watch them, you see a lot of people that just they start trauma dumping, they start, you know, it just starts to get really before, I mean, okay, you know, actually, I actually would say you don't necessarily need 6 to 9 months. I would argue you only need about a month or two, because, or even a couple of weeks, right? Also, all this talking about trying to drag others down reminds you of Cinder's drama. Oh god, we're not talking about Cinder's drama, okay? We don't talk about the Cinder yet. But no, like, what I mean, right? Like, let me put it like this. In 2 weeks, you can tell a lot about someone's personality. You can tell a lot in 2 weeks where someone needs improvement immediately. 6 to 9 months of being consistent can definitely help, for sure, right? 6 to 9 months could absolutely help. I will say that, but there is a limit to how much that 6 to 9 months will actually do something, right? Because a lot of times that 6 to 9 months could be way longer than someone has any time for, and could let a lot of problems fester that otherwise could have been fixed a lot sooner, right? If you're starting from scratch, you need 6 to 9. Unless you got endless resources, right? Unless you got endless resources. Okay. 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 You want a funny story? You want a funny story, guys? You guys want a funny fucking story? Because I actually have a funny story based off of what Uni just said about a manager who knows what your weaknesses and strengths are. You're gonna love the funny story that I'm about to tell you guys, okay? Are you ready for this? Because I don't think you guys are ready for this. I don't think you guys are ready for this shit. So, also this sucks. AK AstroTurf before you start, yeah. Okay, also hi Rodante, how you doing, bro? Are you fucking... Fuck you, game! Fuck you! Fuck off! Fuck off! We needed a key for the library. That was the problem, Halo. We needed a key for it. What, you like to get that right? Okay, so when I started out in content creation, right? I didn't come into this with a plan, okay? I mean, it could have, but very carefully. So when I started out content creation, I did not come into this easy, like, you know, with a plan. I just kind of threw a freaking model together in Vroid in like a couple of hours, opened up OBS, threw the model into OBS, and then I just hit stream. My very first stream was freaking League of Legends. In the very first week, right? In my very first week of streaming, I managed to actually hit Twitch affiliate. Within my, like, first month, I did a second model in Vroid that was a lot more improved. And then, literally, by the end of the first month, I already had, like, an average of 15 viewers. Going into the second month, I was hitting about 20 viewers, right? Give or take. Now, here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. I ran into someone who caused drama. Tried to, like, they literally caused me a lot of drama. They tried to pull the whole ableist thing because of, you know, all kinds of bullshit, because they really like to manipulate people's emotions. It was bad. And they also tried to get me, and I was also like, yeah, we're not gonna get into the drama of that. But effectively, that put a halt on things where I wasn't able to be, no, not MD, no, their name started with a B. It basically led to me taking like about a month and a half of a break before I came back, right? So that's the first thing, right? Now, here's the second part of this, right? I did run into a manager initially, okay? Now, my experiences at the start, right, was kind of awkward. Because take this person who was a tavern maid, who was just kind of silly, but still being herself, right? Take that for a moment, okay? Right? Let's not argue, Link, okay? Let's not argue with this, but still. So just legit take that, right? Imagine that's like, you know, that's how it works. Now, yeah, innocent tomboy that, you know, is just being herself. Manager comes into the picture and she's like, let's turn you into an idol. We're gonna make you an idol. Didn't look at my stuff in the past, said my stuff in the past didn't really matter much. So that's, yeah. So there was like the whole idol era, right? Not safe from Tomboy. So that happened, right? No, I'm not an idol archetype, but that's what happened, okay? And we tried doing that for a couple of months before I decided to try taking things into my own hands. And that led to me doing a punk rock idol type thing, where it was still idol, but it was still kind of my own, you know, own thing, right? I mean, it was a meta for a time, Link. That's the thing, right? There was a meta of being a content creator meant being an idol, because that was effectively what was making people successful back then. But that's the thing. eventually we got to AI, and then we finally got to Cyberpunk eventually, right? Already, hang on real second. Like, the other 2 boxes are true. The other 2 boxes are blue. That's a lie. The other 2 boxes are empty. That's also a lie. So, the thing is with that in particular, right? I effectively had some different things going on. I was doing VR chat. I was doing Beat Saber stuff. And that was fun for a time. I actually had a whole split thing going like some IRL streamers do, where it was like half game, half VR chat. But that didn't work out. Or at least it was working for a time, I should say, but then it just kind of stopped working for a bit. Because said manager initially stated that, you know, that it wasn't being effective, and that the VR chat audience didn't really understand the VR audience, had not much experience with them, which, you know, understandable, right? But regardless, right? They thought that was hurting my growth, and so I basically stopped doing that. If there was an experiment I'd run with you as doing news reaction segment and maybe trying a theme deep dive segment and maybe interviews. So, you know what's interesting? I don't want to get political, you know? I know some people like getting political, but for me personally, it's hard. But the news reaction say, like, reaction stuff, I could be okay with, like, okay, no politics, just gaming news. Honestly, you know, I've hang on. Oh god, I forgot how to do this shit. Fuck. Cause this right here is actually kind of a pain. Yeah, I forget how to do that. Yeah, where you can nerd out and talk about gear and why it's cool. You know, I've thought about that. The problem is, it's just kind of hard to find things that I realistically want to nerd out about, if that makes sense. Like, there's definitely some things, but sometimes I just don't really have much to say on stuff like that. Like, it's kind of hard, because sometimes, like, we actually did talk a little bit about, like, some of the CES stuff. Would you believe me if I told you that I find keyboards to be kind of like, you know, I'm very much a person that likes to have hands-on with things, actually. I know that sounds weird, but, you know, something about, like for example, right? If you ask me to sell you the keyboard I have, which is a Surekey Gear keyboard, I can sell it to you. I love the fucking thing, right? But, and yeah, oof on the freaking, you know, layout here. If you want to nerd out, yeah. But, you know, reaction stuff, if you can believe it, right? I actually it's hard for me with reaction stuff, admittedly. Because a lot of times it can be good, other times, you know, eh. Also, how do you feel about One Piece? I like the story. I wish the anime would not be, extending things out as long as it did. You have until I cut you off to sell me a keyboard that's all P's. Well, hey, Link, I heard you need to go and get yourself to the bathroom, right? Because you need to take a piss, right? Well, let me give you the Keyboard 9000. It's made of all P's, right? Because that thing, you know, whenever you need to go and take a nice big old piss, whether you got a kidney stone or not, you need to go and get yourself to press that P button. Because pressing all the P buttons will eventually get you to pee. Anyways, like, no, look, honestly, though, too late. EA keyboard. It's in the E. Yeah, no, honestly though, in all honesty, right? Can you sell me out a developer that only lets you have impeccable dancing skill? Oh god. To fish sponsors for you to review stuff and react to stuff, it's a roadmap idea? Okay, you know what? You'll probably find this interesting. The, sponsorships are one of the hardest things ever, right, to do. There's been, actually, believe it or not, there is actually one thing I've actually wanted to do, actually, right? There is one thing I've wanted to do. It's just absurdly expensive, right? Yeah, I know that they were doing that with Netflix. I'm actually kind of curious to see how that goes. But yeah, no, honestly, right? I want to do restoration stuff at some point, right? I know that sounds weird to want to do restoration. But something about doing, like, restoring, like, you know, freaking, you know, electronics, modding them even, like, I have a freaking Game Boy Advance in my room that I've been, like, saving, right? I have a Game Boy Advance that I've been saving in the back of my room right now that I've been wanting to mod and mod on stream, right? Because I want you to imagine, right? Imagine a stream where I'm sitting there and we're doing a complete overhaul of it. We reshell it, we replace the screen with an LED or LCD screen, we replace the speaker, we replace the buttons, you know, we give it a rechargeable battery, we, you know, all, like, the whole 9 yards, right? Like, imagine if we actually did that, or even doing stuff with, like, the PS2. I have a PS2 that needs modded. Imagine if I did that, if I showed you guys, like, if I went through the process of, like, modding one, or even fucking restoring one. Like, that to me sounds, like, really cool, because I can really freaking, you know, nerd out about that shit and go on and, can you turn it into Von Stroheim? Oh my fucking god. You know, I would do my best. For you, I would do my best. Like, you know, I will admit, if there's one thing I've noticed with a lot of VTubing, sponsorships are pretty damn sparse. Like, I'm sure you guys have noticed that sponsorships are kind of only energy drinks, if you've noticed with VTubers. It kind of cringe. It's kind of cringe when that's, like, the only thing you see, right? If it's in Stroheim without the giant cannon fair. That would be great content. You could fill pieces of the process narrative. I mean, there's a part, you know, I could do that, but I would rather do it live on stream. Because, like, think about it right now. I'm playing a game here that requires you to use your fucking brain, right? Like, I'm sitting here playing a game that requires strategy. It requires you to actually do that. I'm not only looking down at chat and reading chat, right? I'm reading chat. I'm interacting with chat. I'm playing the game, right? And I'm still carrying on a conversation about some topics that require a decent amount of thinking. I'm decent at freaking multitasking, so if you wanted to, give me the freaking soldering iron. Give me the freaking workstation. Give me the things that I need to make the freaking Game Boy Advance, like, you know, stuff going, and I will literally sit there and carry a conversation while talking about it, giving you trivia, video game history. Only one box is true. Only one box contains gems. The gems are in the white box. You know what? I bet you it's in the white box. I was right. You got a Game Boy and a copy of Pokemon Blue. Does that count? Yeah, that counts. Of course that counts. Why wouldn't that count? But yeah, like, in all honesty, though, I went to take care of something that you missed. We're still chit-chatting. We're just shooting the shit, you know? But that's the thing, right? Eventually, VTubers get famous enough to work with an agency who brings sponsors in left and right. You mean kind of like how... Jesus Christ. You mean kind of like how, like, Mythic Talent, for example? Which, you know what's funny? Mythic Talent is actually one of those places is like one of the few places I would actually be okay with being in, actually, at some point. Like, somehow Mythic Talent actually seems like one of the better ones. Like, even if... Also, Jesus fucking Christ. Archives? You know what? Fuck Archives. You know what? I heard it was a myth that they had a talent. Oh, God. I see what you did there. I see you. You cheeky little bastard. Oh, no. Is all of this happening? The game is tertiary? Exactly. That's the thing, right? I mean... You know, you'll probably not believe this, but there was a point where the game actually mattered a lot. Like, legit. Take when Final Fantasy Rebirth came out, right? Imagine you're sitting there, you try to play Final Fantasy Rebirth, your entire community says they want to watch you play the game, but then you go to actually try to play the game, and you get cucked. No, you're okay. You're not. You're okay. You're not dominating. And people, this is the thing. I just tend to go off on rants anyways about this stuff. Like, hell, I've talked about how VTubing works on so many occasions. You're fine. Like, sometimes I'll just go into, like, a whole thing. Like, I'm playing the game right now, and honestly, if we're being real here, there's not much to really say, okay, about the game. You're just trying to get to the antechamber, and that's about it. Like, there's, ooh. You know, I feel like making the security room commonplace is actually really useful, though. What if I said the guy who made Mythic Talent is one... they made the Mythic Talent joke is the one guy you can't break? Fair. Yeah, no, like, legit, this is, like, you're just basically trying to get from point A to point B. So, honestly, it's a good way to stim. It's a good way to have a conversation, right? So, you know, honestly, you know what? How about this real quick? Hang on. Hey, chat, guys. If you guys are enjoying this conversation, throw some arson emotes in the chat. If you guys are actually having fun and having a good time and chilling, throw some arson emotes in the chat for me. Show me that you guys are enjoying yourselves right now, bros. There we go. See? So yeah, no, if that, I hope that makes you feel a little bit better. Jesus Christ. See, Yuni, see? Just to give you an idea, I hope that helps you feel better about the fact that you haven't been dominating it, you know? Also, I think I know what this archive floor plan is. Yup. Do we have a shovel? We do have the shovel. Okay. There we go. You know how to fire things up? Yes. Forgot it through emotes. Oh, God. Like, you know what's funny, right? You know what's funny? How many of you guys have watched Russian Badger here? Like, how many of you guys have actually watched Russian Badger? You have? So, you guys know that he does a lot of mocap stuff, yeah? Sorry, beggar. Yeah, so let's put it like this, okay? I in my opinion, right? I feel like the path forward for myself at some point would be doing stuff with mocap. Would be like, you know, would actually be to get to a point where I could do motion capture. Cause you might as well show us that one shirt you showed. Yes. Yes. I know mocap, so that I know that, Link. I know. Okay. But that's kind of what I'm trying to say, is like, I'm saying it's an end goal. I literally have to fucking say that every time. Every fucking time I have to say that. Like, I had to say that to Tessa, I have to say that to Link now. Like, I feel like it's the end goal. Like, to do kind of what stuff, like what you see from, like, Russian Badger and Fillion with the mocap stuff. Because I have this model, right? This model right here is fully set up for full body tracking. And there's a lot of things I want to do with stuff like that, with mocap and everything. But I do know that stuff is really expensive. You know, like, part of the thing I loved about VR chat was the full body expression, you know? I mean, yeah, you can do some... Like, there's a difference between dealing with... What the fuck? The closet's getting an upgrade? What the fuck does the closet's upgrade do? 1 extra item if drafted or joined to a hallway. 2 extra items if drafted to a bedroom. That seems terrible. You know what? I like the hallway one. But yeah, like, honestly, the thing is, I like it. The mocap stuff would just give me the most amount of, a mocap suit would just literally give me the ability to do more, right? Like, there would just be more things I could do, more expression. Because then I could, like, imagine, like, you know, doing the whole IRL streamer thing where you get up when you're gaming. And imagine if you saw me run backwards, right? Imagine if you saw me run to the back of my screen while playing this game and just you hear me screaming from the background. It's a tiny little attention to detail, right? It doesn't matter. Like, let's be real here. It doesn't matter much, but it's that extra touch of immersion, that extra touch of storytelling that would be amazing. It's kind of like how I also want to do sleep well, Link. I hope you take care and you stay safe out there, bro. Like, it's also that point where I wouldn't mind as well, you know, being able to sit there and, you know, at one point, like, get a freaking comic going, get freaking an anime going. Like, there's a lot of, you know, ambitions I have for all of this that isn't just, ooh, woo, let me become super popular, ubu mega streamer that's a VTuber. No, I don't. That's only, like, part of the goal, right? That's part of the fucking goal, right? I know, Link, I know. But for me, it just works out better for my own mental health, though. Oh, no, I forgot the freaking, you know, puzzle here. I forgot how to do this puzzle, actually. Fuck. You know, Uni, what if I told you, yes, Halo, if you could look it up for me, that would be fantastic, actually. Uni, what if I told you that funding streams, like those whole donathons and subathons, right, are not, also, yeah, don't say that, I'll do it, I'll do that. What if I told you that funding streams don't, work as well as you would expect them to? I know that sounds weird, but yeah, legit, funding streams are not exactly the most effective for me. Roomed hat with a hoe. Okay, so we need to find the gardener. Where the fuck is the gardener? Come here, gardener. Come here. I mean, honestly, energy isn't the issue. If I'm being honest, energy is never the issue for me. Oh, there it is. We got the hoe, a chef hat, and a pizza peel. I mean, hang on. Where is it? 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 There it is. Okay. Oh, Gardner, get that. Oh, God. This one actually takes a little bit of memorization here. Let's see. So pizza peel, farmer, cowboy hat, and Ray. Honestly, I would not say that's... I would say that's more of a pitchfork than a rake, but that's me personally. Then we got a chimney sweep, top hat, and a brush. Oh, at least I was right next to it, right? Then we got the maid, which is the bonnet and the broom. Jockey, riding helmet. And then finally, the queen and crown. There we go. I think you're supposed to cook up some sweet now. Wait, what? Oh god, I thought of the boombox. Oh god. So here's the thing, Uni. Here's the thing. Even if you were to map it out, right? Let me put it like this. I mapped out the Donathon last year, right? I mapped it out with a crap ton of things to do. Crap ton of things like, you know, of goals and everything. And the problem was, no, it didn't really, a lot of the goals weren't even really all that much of an incentive, okay? The thing is that you're dealing with a community that doesn't really act like a VTuber community. And so as a result, a lot of what you would want, that you would expect, right, from the community with stuff like that, it's definitely a challenge. And I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't work as well as you would like it to. So there's a bit of a challenge with that, but Trust me, I've tried it so many times. I have legit tried, you know, the idea of it. I've actually, it's just not... Oh, hey, an upgrade disc. Hell yeah. It's just not a thing that is as effective as you would want it to be. Map it out as a desktop streamer because you're more of a desktop streamer? I mean... Desktop or... Wait, what do you mean by desktop? Are you talking about the fact that I'm playing games on a PC, or is it... Are you talking about something else? But no, in all honesty, though, for me, it's not even about desktop, because I have the VR equipment, right? I have 2 VR headsets. I've got 3 Vive trackers. Slime trackers be damned, because they don't really seem to play nice with me, but that's a different story. But the thing is, though, right? The thing is that I don't like focusing on the whole subathon stuff and stuff like that. It's not exactly my my cup of tea with those. Like, because let me put it like this. My mentality towards them is, what makes them interesting? What exactly is effectively interesting about that shit, right? Because just to give you an idea, if I'm just doing the same exact stuff, right? You know, like a regular streamer that does desktop stuff as opposed to a political streamer. Oh, you know what? Fair. Fair enough. So let me put it like this, though, right? Let me just put it like this. For me, if I'm just doing stuff I would normally do on stream, what makes the event so special? What is the incentive, right? Because to me, you gotta sell me on the idea of doing a subathon, donathon, bitathon, whatever thon you want to call it. Because realistically speaking, it's not... Oh, I'm sorry, Zayden. Okay, look. You want me to pick the worst one? The hallway closet's the worst one, okay? Also, it has... Wow, okay, that was actually a really good room. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, Zayden, I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. I apologize. But yeah, no, in all honesty, though, right? In all honesty, selling me on... Okay, the chapel's the worst one. Yeah, the chapel's the worst one. Because reds give you debuffs. Chapel makes you lose money, so there's that. But no. Next using auto luck, one more? Yes. Okay, these are all literally the same. These are all literally the fucking same. The only one that's worse is the security because it uses an extra gem. Well, no, the security because it uses up a gem. So that makes it actually makes it worse by default, right? Fuck, we don't have the... Damn it, we don't actually have it. Fuck. You know what? We'll go with Den there. But yeah, sorry if I'm making you feel like I'm giving you a request. No, you're good, right? You're fine. You're absolutely fine. That's why I'm saying... Also, hi, Zach Shield. Been a bit. How you doing, bro? That's why I'm saying, like, you know, for me... You trying to sell me on the idea of doing, like, you know, some sort of event like that doesn't exactly work. Because I'm just doing the same content that I do otherwise, you know? Natural than trying to squeeze things out of others since there are no incentive to Yoru in Thons. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I see the incentive, okay? I see the incentive in Thons. I do. I absolutely do see the incentive in them. However, though, right? However, but Sigma on voice you have on, well, thank you. I really appreciate it, bro. However, fuck, we are out of gym, so that's gonna be the worst choice there. We literally can't even do anything with that. That's actually the worst choice. No. Anyways, no, like, honestly, though. Okay, that's pretty bad. Any kid, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Ragna. I appreciate the support, bro. Like, let's put it like, ooh, this is gonna be bad. Okay. But like, you know, the thing with the thons, like, I see the benefits, I see how beneficial they can be. But let me put it like this. If you ask me to do the same thing I've always done on a stream, the event isn't exactly special, right? Because there's no incentive to enjoy or make it different unless it's doing something that you normally wouldn't, or you wouldn't see me normally do. Like me playing this game right now. This is not a game I would normally play on stream because it doesn't exactly fit my brand the best with it being a roguelike, right? That's the biggest issue with this game. So Fractured Fridays in of themselves, they're already, what is this game? This game is Blueprints. It's a roguelite adventure game where you're trying to get all the way up to the antechamber and find room 46. Your blueprints, your rooms are always RNG'd, so what rooms you get are gonna be there. It could be kind of, you know, bleh, you know? Yeah, you gotta have a build and a hook. It would have to have a build up, and that's the problem, right? So, Uni, that's part of the problem, is you're talking about that build up, yeah? How do you have a build up when, for example, your Twitter is largely disconnected from your streaming? Your Twitter gets high engagement, but your Twitch and your YouTube doesn't go much. You can play in 2 places at once on a mobile device? Yeah, you can. But yeah, like effectively, right? You have an entire pipeline that's loosely connected. Also, the gyms are in a box containing a statement containing the letter B. The blue box is true. The gyms are in a box with a statement containing the letter U. Interesting. You know what? Fuck it. What is the title? You know what? It's a title that I felt like was gonna be effective for this, right? Nobody watches WrestleMania for the matches, for just the matches. It's about the conclusion of a year-long story. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Honestly, it should be yours, Chaos Adventure. Oh, fuck. JCK, fuck off. Fuck off, Chishiki. Why? Why? Jesus Christ, I swear to God, Chishiki is on a roll with roasting me today. Holy shit. Also, oh, fuck. Okay, hang on. So we got 17. Let's see. 8 divided by 4 is 2. Then we got, let's see, 5 and 13. That is 18. Divided by 9 is 2. 19 minus 11 is 8. 8 times 3 is 24. Divided by 12 is 2. Jesus, I'm not a fucking fox girl! I'm a fucking wolf girl! Bro, I'm a fucking wolf girl! Where in the ever-living Fresh Prince of Bel-Air do you get fox? Where the feck do you get fox? It makes no sense! Anyways, though, no, like, honestly, though, Foxy Wolf Girl, oh god, I am not! No! You know what? Fuck you! Bald's your freaking VTuber! Now what you gonna do, Bald. That, you know what? Fair, valid. Ooh, the boiler room. Ooh, you know what? We gotta do the puzzle here. We gotta do the puzzle. As much as I hate doing the puzzles in this game, this is actually gonna be probably worth it. And that needs to go over, what, here I think it needs to go? And then... does that go anywhere? That does not go anywhere. Oh, fuck. Oh. But that doesn't open up the gate, which is unfortunate. Okay, I think... Yeah, okay, here we go. Here we go. Hang on. This is actually... Oh! Oh, shit! That was perfectly timed there for a second. Holy fuck! That was... You know what? You know what? I'm actually kind of impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect that to work out as well as it did. Okay, where does this one go? This pipe goes over here. So shouldn't that be lowering, or is it not for some reason? It's not lowering for some reason. Hang on. Hang on. I didn't get to see the stream, so tell me more. Ayo. Like, have you ever experimented with a TTS super chat system, or is that not allowed for affiliates? Oh, are you talking about the whole thing where someone could use, like, you know, do donations, right, to get their, money? Like, isn't that the thing where, like, if someone wanted to, they could use it to highlight their messages? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Thank you for that hydrate. Next hydrate we get, we're gonna have to refill the water. So, correct me if I'm wrong, because I feel like that's exactly what, Oh. Oh, that, I had that set up at once upon a time, but it's not exactly, it's not exactly the most popular thing, to say the least, right? It's definitely not the most popular thing, for sure. As much as I wish it was more... Oh, right, we gotta... Oh, right, that's how you do that, okay. Yeah, unfortunately for that, as neat of an idea as it is, okay, I find that it's just not something that was that interesting to the community. It's, yeah. All I can say is, yeah. Oh. So we get that coming over here. That looks like it's... God, I forget how this whole puzzle works. But you know what? We're getting there, though. Like, honestly, though, you know why you can spin on it? Because someone just did the hydrate. That's why, though. Like, I have thought about that kind of stuff with the TTS. Like, we technically have the TTS for Tongia to do that, but... You know, I like the odors of the ones that can't be banned from, and people can send media donos that would play music for you. You mean Tongia, right? Are you talking about Tongia? Because if you're talking about Tongia, bro... Look. You're talking about Tongia, right, Unikin? Is that what you're talking about? Nah, it's another one. Okay, I don't know which one you're talking about, because I'm talking... Like, I know Tongia, right? I was there with, Tongia... when, Tongia was made. Like, I had the creators of Tongia in my chat for a time. Biggest problem with Tongia is, they kind of dropped the ball on, like, you know, becoming more popular. They are very popular, but they had their moments where it wasn't as good as it could have been, to say the least. But they have made a lot of improvements that's made it a lot better, so I actually do like Tongia a lot now, especially with the ability for people like mods to add in new sound bits. But no, like the whole thing with the AI chat thing, oh. Oh, right, because these are all powered up now. Okay. I was about to say, I forgot why it looked like that, but anyways, no. No, like, in all honesty, I don't mind, like, the AI stuff, but it's not me, right? Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I actually have something set up with Tongia to allow you to do, something similar, right? Oh, Oh, hey, it's a battery. I have something set up that's similar to that can let you do that. The biggest problem is it's not me you've got to sell it on, right? It's not me that you got to make it, make it sound good to. Make it sound good to the chat. Make it sound good to chat. If you can make it sound good to chat, then, because chat is the one that has to, be the one to spend the money on it, right? They're the ones that would have to want to use it. And the thing is, right? I already have a bot that already reads out when people do follows. The only reason I don't have it reading out when I do with subs is because I don't think people want to hear, a bot when someone spams 20.
I'm a stinky wolf girl. I need a shower.
Oh,
woof,
God. Damn it. Damn it. Like, let me put it like this, right? I don't think you want to hear a freaking TTS bot spamming for like 10 minutes, reading off and thanking every single person who just got a gifted sub, right? I don't think you want to hear that. I don't think many people want to be sitting here hearing like, thanks Tozo, thanks Uni, thanks Jashiki, thanks Gozu, thanks Reju. Like, do you guys really want to hear that? Do you guys really want to sit there and hear the TTS bot go off on repeat, thanking every single person that got gifted a sub? Yeah, that's the thing, is like, Shishiki already spams more than enough. I don't think, it was created because of a lot of IRL streamer fans are getting banned from everything. Why? That just sounds so weird that they were getting banned, though. Like, I mean, to be fair, Twitch did ban me at one point for a week because I made a joke to moaning to bread when I initially had a freaking redeem that let people hear me just straight up moan when I started out in content creation. Like, legit, the shit I got away with is absolutely stupid. It is absolutely fucking stupid. It's already annoying, yeah. That sounds like odd having TTS. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Not everyone's into the TTS stuff, right? Not everyone is into it. And that's the thing. People, I already engage a lot with chat. Like, the speed in which I could read chat. I've actually, okay, real talk. The few partnered VTubers I've interacted with, I've terrified them. I have terrified them of how fast I can read chat and comprehend what they're saying. I want you to imagine that for a second. Imagine sitting there, being able to read something like Zentreya's chat, and being able to process and understand every single goddamn thing that's being said in there. Can you imagine being able to do that? Not many people can do that. Not many people can speed read, right? It's kind of one of those skills that it takes a lot. Like, I would do that with Souls games. Do you know how hard it is to do that with a fucking Souls game? With $5 media donos with a Bluetooth speaker and someone sends a clip of people saying magical words you tend to get banned from Streamlabs? Okay, to be fair though, Look, to be fair, I don't really go out in public like that. I'm not going to do public streams, so I don't think I'm going to get banned for being in public, of all things. That sounds like, less delicious, for those people. Not saying, like, that it is, but, oh no. You know what, I might as well do the planetarium and call it a day because there's nothing we can do. Well, no, but that's just how the project got started. You know what, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. Also, I am going to call it a day here real quick. I am thirsty as fuck. So I'm going to take a quick moment to refill my water. So, hey, Unikin, you know what? Since you're new here, you're in charge of the brigade until I get back. So, guess what? Make sure no one burns down the hideout, okay? Good luck! Alright, guys, you can chill on the fire. Come on, chill on the fire. Chill. Chill on the fire, guys. So, tell me, Uni, tell me, what happened there? I thought you were supposed to, I left you in charge of making sure that no one burned down the hideout. You set fire, how do you set fire to rain, huh? Ah, it's okay, Uni, it happens. It fucking happens, you know? I have yet to meet anyone that could stop the fire from happening. It actually does happen, though. You know, there's people I failed you, your brain queen. It's okay. It happens, though. You know, you can't... Look, you can't stop it, but it's fun. It's actually fun just watching people squirm and try, though. It is actually kind of fun, admittedly, because, like, let's be honest. Doesn't matter about the wall. It all will burn. Anyways, though, like, legit. Okay, you know what? How about this? Uni, I'm gonna test you real quick. Alright? I'm gonna test you. How familiar are you with Twitch's, the way Twitch works? How familiar are you with it? And chat, don't say anything to answer this question to Uni, because I'm gonna break Uni here in about 2 seconds, I think. Alright. Do you know what the returning streamer debuff is? Because if you know what that is, I'll be interested to see if you know what it is. Yeah? Alright, if you know what it is, then explain it, bro. Explain it. I'm gonna put you on the spot, bro. You haven't heard that one before? Well, that's why I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if freaking Uni can explain it. That's natural and astroturf. Well, you know, you say natural and astroturf. That's nice and all, but I wanna see you explain it. I wanna see you explain it, bro. Come on, broski. Come on. Gotta put you on the spot, see if you can actually explain it. Explain it as simply as you can. We're gonna put you up to the challenge here. Because realistically speaking, it is admittedly one of the most painful things, right? Me neither, but I'm very curious to see how this goes. That's exactly, are we talking about returning from P breaks or actual breaks? Like, we're talking, like, actual breaks, right? Like, we're not talking, like, you know, P breaks. I'm talking about the returning streamer debuff. Like, you take a week off, 2 weeks off, a month off, so on and so forth, right? That's the specific debuff I'm talking about, right? Or returns from bans, etc. Yeah, even with bans, because there's multiple... Also, Jesus Christ, the amount of things that this game is giving me now. You know what? You know, I kind of wish there was a shovel here, but there wasn't. Unfortunate. And the only reason I'm asking this out of curiosity to see, like, but if it's someone streaming and they haven't streamed for about a week or two. I mean, the official number is not necessarily a week, it's 6 days, right? It is 6 days. All 3 statements are false. Well, that's clearly false. 2 statements are false. That's true. The gyms are in a box with a false statement. You know what? I'll take that. Damn. Damn, I was actually hoping that maybe we would have gotten it in that box because, you know, that box was false. Because it has to be a true and a false statement. Which means there was probably 2 false statements, unfortunately. Ooh. The drawing room actually is going to be our best bet here. But yeah, like, legit, though, the returning streamer debuff, right? Who fuel the mill, it's important for Twitch to advertise streamer numbers and hours of streams at any given time, and also people are programmed to routine. If you take them a week off, it breaks the cycle of them turning your content into... And some fall off is inevitable. That's partially true. Right? You're half right. The correct answer, okay, for the returning streamer debuff if you were to, for example, let's say, for example, you were to take a week or two off, right? Twitch is going to apply what's called the streamer debuff. Because you haven't been making content, like Unikin said, right? The algorithm doesn't know what to do with you. It doesn't push you, right? It punishes you. It deboosts you. Now, this deboost, right? 12 minus 8. Hang on. 12 minus 8. 4. 4 divided by 4. Or 4 times 4. That's 16. Hang on. And then we got 11 times 1 is 11. Divided by... Wait, no. 11 minus 3. That's 8. Times 1 is 8. 8 divided by 4 is 2. 19 minus 11, that's 8. Times 3, that's freaking 24. Divided by 12, that's 2. Anyways, so basically, if you, let's say you don't stream for, you know, a week or two. Twitch puts a debuff on you where it doesn't know if you're still going to perform the same as when you did when you took your break. So, effectively, what ends up happening is Twitch is going to force you to not have any kind of discovery in the algorithm. Now, this discovery can last anywhere from... This debuff can last anywhere from a couple of days to upwards of 90 days. Because it's basically needing to retrain the algorithm to see if you are worth the time to push in the system, right? We had to deal with that when I took a break from back in December from some drama that happened, and I took basically a month off, right? And it was because of that that we effectively sat there, right? And had to work for 90 days getting back into the algorithm. And so growth and discovery was a bit of a struggle bus. And in some ways it can still be, but yeah, it's definitely on the more difficult side of things for sure, right? Twitch to sell to advertisers need to be able to say a high number of streamers are streaming at any given time. Yep. And you'll notice actually with a lot of VTubers, right? With a lot of VTubers, what you'll notice is they'll come back from like a break with a subathon or a donathon. The reason they do that is because it's an effective way to manipulate the algorithm, right? Because if you can manipulate the algorithm, you can effectively tell the algorithm that you're still viable as a creator even after being gone for 2 weeks. So as a result, if you do a freaking subathon, right? If you do a subathon, you're likely to just get yourself already back up there, especially if your community comes back with high engagement and you have like, you know, freaking hype trains happening. Of course, it's gonna look good in Twitch's algorithm. Debuff goes away as a result, right? Because that's just simply put how Twitch handles that stuff. It sucks. I'm making more money of the content creator program than donos because Eddie can say that they have streamers do 12-hour streams at any given time to advertise. Yeah. Because I mostly stream once or twice a week. That's the thing, right? Is a lot of people will just stream like once or twice a week, and that's all they need to do. Because as long as you're streaming once every 6 days, you're technically fine, right? It's not always like the most optimal or ideal thing to do, but it is the thing that works the best, right? For some people, it does work the best because for some people, that's just what it takes. Also, I don't remember the combination for that save. But yeah. Base and ace, acre, lace. What the fuck? I don't even understand what's going on there. But no, like in all honesty though, realistically speaking with content creation, honestly, it is what it is. I will definitely say that, you know, but here's the thing, you'll never catch me touching Kick or Rumble because bleh, you know, bleh. Fuck Kick. Fuck, like, you know, because the thing is, right, as decent as Kick is, I don't want to deal with the drama of Kick. Kick has way too much drama. Like, legit, I'm pretty sure everyone here would rather, you know, never touch Kick in their life or ever see it if they didn't have to. Because Kick is special. Kick is special, to put it lightly. Right? If you decide to put all your resources in Savior, for example. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Is you gotta figure... Oh, no. Too much negativity, yeah. Like, that's the thing, right? Like, I need to redo I need to come up with a strategy, right? For Twitch, or for freaking TikTok, for freaking Blue Twitch and stuff, right? Like, those are the things I need to do. And personally, I haven't done it yet. Oh. Yeah, personally, I haven't done that yet just because I've been so busy that it's left me with little time, right? It's left me with little time to actually do that stuff, especially when I've been kind of a one-man army. Like, legit, this community here, how many of you guys worry about me overworking myself from day to day? Like, legit, I'm kind of curious. How many of you guys are actually worried about that sometimes? Saying it's like I do. I do declare. I know, Retro. I know you do too. Like, also, we have the sledgehammer. Why didn't I open up this box earlier? Fuck, please tell me there's keys in here. Okay, it's just money, but I'll take it. Kinda, yeah, honestly, kind of, in your opinion, it's a question of... Did that thing just drop the fucking... That thing just... Motherfucker, that thing just dropped the key I needed. Of how much you could take. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, because, like, think about it like this, right? I'm making my own thumbnails. I'm doing most of the editing on my own, right? I'm doing a lot of research on my own. Like, legit... The amount of shit I do... Actually, can I even make it? Ooh, this is tough. If I want to, I think my best bet... Let's see, hang on. If I want to make it, I'm gonna need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Okay, yeah. We can make it up there, yeah. So, you know what's funny about that, right? You know, in your town, sometimes I can't tell if you're overworked or underworked management-wise. Okay, you know, Uni, okay. Damn, I don't have the ability. Fuck, there's no way. We gotta call it a day on this one. I would think if you've been building a place like this, you're sadistic. Kind of. If you think about it a little bit, yeah. Okay, no, in all honesty, right? In all honesty here, okay, let's take a step back here, right? Also, Cynical Globe, yo! Welcome, Raiders to the Okami Brigade! I'm your Vex, a leader of the pack and breaker of limits. Thank you so much for the raid, Cynical Globe. What mission were you up to before you got here? And hello, Amazed Dragoness, how you doing?
Time to show them why they shouldn't mess with the Okami Brigade.
What were you doing in Jedi Fallen Order? And for those of you that don't know me, I'm your Vexa. I tend to be a little bit of a sussy degenerate wolf girl here. However, if you like high agency, a tomboy that's gonna be real and up front with you, you've come to the right place, especially if you like RPGs and adventure games. Yeah, you've been Cynical. Give you a good example, I tried doing this for the first time back in 2012. Fair. You know, no, that's a good point. That's absolutely a good point, though. But yeah, like, honestly, we've been playing Blueprints here. It's a bit of a roguelite with, It is a roguelite with, RNGesus. But anyways, yeah, I've been basically using this as, like a glorified just chatting. We've been having a lot of fun, though. But I'm doing good. I actually am doing really good. I've been having a good time. We've all been having a good time. Right, guys? But yeah, like, in all honesty, right? Also, if you guys wonder why I keep going back outside first at the beginning of the day, it's because having this access to the door out here that could give us multiple things, you know, it works. I mean, there's a little bit more. Okay, you know, Yudi, just to keep it short, there's a lot that I'm not really saying and not explaining, because you gotta... Okay. Let me put it like this. There's a lot that you have to put together with that stuff that I'm not going into detail here just because of, like, that. So there's a lot of assumptions there. But one of the things I did want to bring up, right? In the past, okay? In the past, right? Behind the curtain enough to read between the lines. Don't know about that one on me, but okay. So let me put it like this, right? If I were to ask you, right? If I were to ask you, what are 3 VTubers that I remind you of, right? How do you think you would answer that? Because I can tell you the 3 VTubers that I have been compared to by this community. As a combination of them. Yes, I would like your honest answers. It doesn't just have to be Unikin answering. It could be everyone in chat as well, by the way. Also, you know what? The hallway. The TED Talk? Oh, God. I mean, that's basically what we've been doing this entire time. Alright, you know what? Storeroom. Anyways, alrighty guys. You know, it's time for a TED Talk. So, have you ever sat there and thought to yourself, you need a place to store all of your lubrication, right? So here's what you're gonna do, right? Take this lovely vase here. This vase, you know, tomato. Get yourself this vase. It not only can store yourself lots of lubrication, it can also store copious amounts of cum. In fact, it can store so much of the white stuff that it's enough to paint an 800 square foot apartment. That's right, if you've ever wanted to make yourself your personal little sex dungeon that's 800 square feet, all you gotta do is go and get yourself one of these vases and go into it 5 times a day for a frickin' year, and you'll have enough to frickin' paint a frickin' 800 square foot apartment. That's right, your apartment will be painted in a very nice off-white. So get yourself one of these vases today. And that is my TED Talk. Of you, passionate and kitty me all things. But is it a compatible rectum computer? It is. It is also computing. You can kind of see Yumi Mari. Wait. Who's Yumi Mari? Sayu and Spite. Oh, God. We don't talk about Spite here. We don't talk about Spite here. Internet meme Warved, so the game doesn't really change, just players. You know, fair. And that reminds me of my answer. And that's what you remind me of fair. And sure, yes, I actually did do the research for the apartment thing. I actually did. If I had to compare you, so it'd be either Elf, Gal, Goes, or Honeykin. Oh God, Honeykin, interesting. That's an interesting choice there, actually. Ooh. You know what? I might as well connect things so that everything is nice and connected for the most part right now. So... Actually, no, I'm really curious what Wolf King said. Who is Yumi Mari? Because I actually don't know who that is. Ooh, we could put the gymnasium. Ooh. You know what? The garage for the keys, though. What have people told me? Okay, what people have told me might be... It might have changed a little bit since then. Sorry, flip the name. Mari Yumi. Really? I'm not gonna lie, I don't agree. I don't agree, especially with some of her content as of late. Like, she's got too much of the Valley Girl thing going on. She's got way too much of the Valley Girl thing going on, you know? I don't think she has, like, you know, honestly, we're not gonna get into that, right? We're not gonna get into that, right? Also, oh geez. Anyways, so just to give you an idea, the 3 people that I was compared to, and I asked this recently to some people. You have Shy Lily, you have Fillion, and then you have Project Melody. Those are the 3 I've gotten compared to. All right, let's see. The gems are in a box with a... The gems are in a box with a statement. The white box does not have a statement. You are correct. The white box does not have a statement. At least I got one of the 3 right. Fair. I hate a raid and dip. You're gonna head out. No worries. Take care and stay safe out there, bro. And thank you so much for sharing your community with me. I would disagree with Melanie and Shy Lily. So, the reason for Shy Lily was the charisma, right? That was the main thing, is there was the charisma that Shy Lily has. The main thing that... Ooh, ugh. Oh, ooh, this... This is terrible, actually. This is terrible. But with Project Melody, it's the lewd side. It's how educational I can be with being lewd and how absurd I can. Even if it's not necessarily the most accurate thing, right? Right? If it's not the most accurate thing, it's more about the vibe, right? Because Shy Lily, for example, Shy Lily has a lot of charisma, and so that's where, you know, people think about it. You break it down into, basically, break it down into its basic traits. Fillion, I used to do a lot of VR, but also with Fillion, it's also the idea of how she, as a creator, is very unhinged and off the walls with her reactions, which is something people can see out of me as well. But yeah, basically, it's the sexual nature of Melody, the charisma of Shy Lily, and the unhinged nature of Philly. And that's basically where it comes from, right? It's the basic traits. Also, fuck this game. Fuck this fucking game. Fuck off with the dark room. What? Oh. Right, we're sheltered from the dark room. Kind of, yeah, it's kind of like a VTubing chimera of sorts, right? But Buff Pup, the thing is, right, with Buff Pup, like, maybe a little bit. I could kind of see it, though. Gives you, I'm wearing a Call of Duty shirt at GameStop so I can call the boy, can get the boys to talk to me vibe. I mean, God, I mean, you're not wrong. I wish I could say you're wrong, but you're not necessarily. I can't not, you know, argue with you on that one, because you are absolutely... Oh, fuck, I need the drafting, dude. That would be nice to see it. But yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Is there's a lot there. The only reason, yeah, like, that's, yeah, that. Anyways, I swear I can talk. I promise that I can talk. I know. We have literally no gym. Shy Lady's charisma, Phillion's chaos, Melody, Lewd, Buff Pup, animal tomboyness. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Let's see. Okay, we got 15, or we got 2 plus 4 is 6. 6 times 2 is 12. Like, here, let me put it like this, guys. Hang on. First off, 1 and 2 is 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 6 times 3 is 18.
I can talk, I swear.
Hang on. 11 plus 10 is 21. Minus 20 is 1. 1 times 15 is 15. Divided by 1 is... Wait, no, hang on. So 11 plus 10 is 21. 21 minus 20 is 10. Or, I mean, is freaking, you know... 1 times... Okay, so, yeah. 1 times 15 is 15. Divided by 1 is 15. Divided by 5 is 3. There we go. 9 plus 10 is 21, of course. Charlie, if I don't say peener every 5 minutes, people will lose interest in me, but someone please also... Yo, Ronin Kai, thank you so much for joining the brigade. Hope you find the missions and the battles you're looking for. How you doing today, bro? Also, wow. Actually, we're getting kind of lucky-ish. Actually, I can't tell if we're getting lucky with this, but,
Okami Brigade.
Ooh.
Welcome to the chaos. Buckle up, it's a wild ride.
Honestly, this might be more useful. I know we're locking ourselves out of stuff, but at the same time, it is actually genuinely useful. But no, that's the thing, right? is like, with Shy Lily, I know she has her womp womp thing, but there's another thing, right? With both Shy Lily and Philly, and you know what's interesting about both of them? I know this is gonna sound crazy to hear, right? Also, fuck. Well, this is the end of that run. Kind of give me a compliment / critique? Sure, go for it, bro. Go for it. So, the thing with Shy Lily and Fillion, both of them got their major growth spurt from drama, if you can believe it. Because, like, Shy Lily, for example, was struggling to get past, like, I think 120 viewers. And then Vebe basically tried to cancel her. And then with Fillion, a lot of it came down to stuff like the George Floyd drama, if you guys remember that whole thing. And then, of course, there was the drama with her and, like, you know, ripping the model from freaking, you know, VR chat on top of that. Like, there's been a lot of shit, right? Really, I thought the whole other drama was the whole model coming. Yeah. No, that was a more recent one. But there was a point where Fillion had drama because of the fact that she was, that she did a whole George Floyd joke. Because it was like, remember when George Floyd happened? Fillion was basically like, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. That's a quote by George Floyd, by the way. Like, yeah, there has been so much drama. Like, hell, I remember when I was getting canceled for freaking Hogwarts Legacy, right? Like, Hogwarts Legacy was the reason I personally had to sit there and reveal the whole intersex thing, right? Trying it's falling on your face if it works for you. If it was done like anyone else, it wouldn't work. That's, you see, you know what that's interesting, right? The thing is, right, is with the whole thing with my going live stuff, right, on Twitter, if I'm being honest, okay, with Twitter, it's definitely got its quirks. I'm not gonna lie, Twitter has its quirks, right? The going live stuff is kind of awkward in the first place. To vent their anger, choose a way online to the nominate. Yeah. Like, the thing is, like, I don't mind the Twitter post, like, with going live. But, honestly, the whole going live stuff has been a remnant from an old day. An old time. It's a remnant of a bygone age, right? Because there used to be a time, right? Okay, you guys think I work myself too hard right now? You guys think I work myself too hard right now? Go back to 2023 when I was releasing 5 videos a fucking day. I'll wait. I'll fucking wait. There was a point in time, right, where I legit would be releasing a good morning video. I would be releasing a meme kind of video, my going live video, like some sort of like clip from stream, and I would also be releasing a freaking a good night video, right? Also, hello Iron Spider, thank you so much for joining the brigade. Hope you find the missions and the matters you're looking for. How you doing today, bro?
Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride.
To post a link on the social media that you're going live. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Exactly. And the thing is it's still something I do because some people, you know, they don't, not everyone's gonna like be there. Like, you know, believe it or not, I actually get traffic from YouTube side, right? It's also occurs for tubers to see the less views and stuff, which causes a domino effect in their live, not knowing how to configure content fit modern. Yeah. Like, let's put it like this, right? One of the things I've had to come to terms with my, and that's it, I don't think you overwork yourself in your content at all. It tells you love posting so much. Yeah. Honestly, first time here, what game is this? This is Blueprints. It is a roguelite game where you're effectively trying to get to the antechamber, which is on rank 9. And it's a bit difficult to do so. Oh, hey, it's a lockpick. It's a bit difficult to do so because of how much RNG it is, but it's actually a really great game to stim to, actually. Also, I can't believe it's 9:30 already. Holy shit. Anyways. Yeah, it's an escape room game, effectively. And then we're doing it for Fractured Fridays, where we basically go through one game, one shot, see how far we can get, or if the game's gonna beat our ass in 2. Yeah, it's pretty much a puzzle roguelike. And honestly, I don't think we're doing terrible. So we haven't done as much progression as I would like. Okay, hang on. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. Blank. The gems are in a box that is actually blue. You know what? I'll take it. Yep, it is an escape room game. Like, you are literally building... You are actually building yourself up to the antechamber. And so you got this entire blueprint. You get items, everything resets every day. It's actually a lot of fun. Other funding, they become more closed off and push offsite. Yeah, that's why I normally, right? That's why typically, if you ever see me posting like the going live stuff, I put my link in the comments below, because I know it's gonna punish, it could trigger algorithm flags. I don't want to deal with that, right? So putting it in the comments actually avoids that. And if people really want to look at it, they could go there. They got my stuff on my Twitter profile, but yeah. It is free with PS Plus. That is another good point, actually. But yeah, effectively, right? Effectively, with my stuff with Twitter, right? You'll... Oh. Well then. Yep, exploration, puzzle game, mini games, mind games, exactly. Like, for example, you know that puzzle we did down in the tomb, right? If you wanted to solve the puzzle, you would need to craft this chapel, right? And you'll notice these stained glass with numbers on it. It actually tells you the order in which you have to touch the statues in order to progress through that area. So there's a lot of little details you got to pay attention to. They actually recommend you have a notepad to write on so that you can keep constantly taking notes, so that you can keep coming back so you know what is what, right? It's actually kind of cool, actually. Oh, hey, gym shoes. But yeah, effectively, right? Speaking of which, have I been taking notes? No, I have not been taking notes. I've been taking mental notes. I have been taking mental notes because I'm really good with mental notes, right? I have a streaming strategy to funnel viewers onto your platform of choice, but I haven't had anyone really use it yet because, like I said, most people I've worked with are usually banned. So, let me put it like this, right? Ooh, hang on. Hang on. Let's see, 20 minus 7, that's 13, 10, 8. Wow, okay, they're trying to be a little bit more complicated, I see. Okay, let's see, 11 plus 3, that's 14. 14 plus 6 is 20. 20 minus 6 is 14. Really? 14 minus 11 is 3. Wait, no, that's 3. Times 1 is 3. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, we got 4 times 2 is 8. Times 5 would be 40. Times 4 would be... or divided by 4. 40 divided by 4 would be 10. 10 divided by 10 is 1. Okay, there we go. Anyways, a streamer meta course? Kind of been getting a streamer meta course, you know, for some people, yeah. Also, was there anything else? Or was it... Oh, there it is. It's the lever again. I feel like I did that with your free month in training. Was called Digital Market. I think it was called Quite Overwhelming. Yeah. Because, like, let's put it like this, right? For me, right? I'm sitting here with my Twitter. So, let me ask a question. Could you guys ever imagine me not being lewd? Like, let's put it like this. Imagine if I were to restart my Twitch. Restart everything. Restart everything from scratch. Could you actually imagine me not being lewd? Could you imagine me being wholesome, even? Also, that's dirty. That's fucking dirty. Put in the greenhouse there. No, you can't exactly. Oh. Oh, hey! Woo! We opened up one of the doors to the antechamber! I think that would be weird because one of your amazing personalities, to be honest. Exactly. Right? You're wholesome and lewd, which is your appeal. But that's, you see, that's the thing, right? If you were to break it down into basic stuff like how VTubers like to... What? VTubers want to break it down into basic things. Sure, I'm multifaceted in that regard. But for VTubers, I might as well be fucking... I might as well just be considered a lewd tuber because of the fact that I even let lewd content exist in the first place, right? That's the biggest... Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, you motherfucker! You know what? Hey, at least we get to take a piss. We get to fucking take a piss and give up. But yeah, that's the thing. Is like, no matter what, I'm always going to have the lewd content. I'm always going to be teasing, right? And so, while Twitch, right? I'm taking a piss, I know, right? Hard to say. You're very open about things. You could be that without being lewd. Really determines your answer. Fair. For me, because of the way I am, right? In the business, we call it a cheap heat. It's like when the heel wrestler comes out and ships on local baseball team. Yeah. Yeah. But here's the thing, right? I know that I knew at some point, you know, the blue twitch was going to be something that comes into the picture. I honestly think that blue twitch is going to be part of the strategy going forward, right? I know that much. I know that with Twitter, I can refine it a little bit more, especially like we can optimize the freaking, you know, the going live notifications. We can optimize the schedule posts. We can optimize everything with Twitter. The YouTube, I'm already in the process of getting a brand new YouTube being made specifically for streams, right? Because the YouTube I have is very much centered around, in the algorithm for YouTube, it considers me to be a content creator that does tutorials and like VR stuff, right? That's what okay, that's the thing though, Unikin. I understand that, right? I understand that, but I'm saying like for myself, personally, like from what I've, you know, come to the conclusion of, right? From what I've come to the conclusion of, this isn't about VTubers at this point. This is where I'm like personally at where like it's one of those things that it feels like that's where it's at. Other VTubers, they can switch to lewd to innocent, sometimes other things. I mean, yeah, but a lot of times VTubers have a persona they want to keep on lock, which means there's a lot of two-dimensionalness to the personality, sadly. That's the hard part, right? But no, in all honesty, right? Like with YouTube, you know, YouTube's still gonna be there, so you show a tutorial on vast affections. Oh God, no. But like, you know, for the people watching on over there on YouTube, I really appreciate you guys, and I'm glad to have you guys around. But the whole thing is of what I'm talking about is like, you know, is like just making a new channel that's mainly for gaming, because YouTube likes categorizing. So you have a channel for gaming, channel for tutorials, ASMR, etc. It's stupid, right? With the ones that do strictly lewd stuff. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, no, like for some people, I mean, maybe some people, they like the lewd stuff, right? Your online persona should always be you dialed up for entertainment purposes. What if I told you this is just how I'm like in real life, bro? Like, legit, I'm just myself unapologetically, right? Like, I legit could not tone myself down if I wanted to. What you see here on stream is what you get. That's why I was attracted to your content. Okay, you know what? Fair. Fair. Because it's one of those things that it's a rare. Like, I don't know how rare it is for someone to be like that, where, you know, you don't have to, you can read between the lines and recognize real. See, like, in all honesty, you gotta imagine, like, how hard it is to just be yourself naturally for that to work, right? A question, what's your true self? Yeah. Honestly, I wouldn't mind having a friend like that, but then knowing me, I would have switched my mind going on off. I mean, hey, Iron Spider, come with me to the bathroom in a Walmart. I'll sing you a song. We'll literally sit there and I'll be like, you know, I can show you how to piss. Make it loud and violent. Make everyone know that you had asparagus for dinner. A whole new shit. It came from Taco Bell, it's true. I shouldn't have that beefy 5-layer burrito. So now everyone lives with my consequences. Hi. Hi. We can start our own fried chicken ASMR at the roll exactly. Wait, you know what? No, hang on. Hang on. Do you want to start fried chicken? It'll be in the urinal. It'll be beautiful. ASMR. And everyone will love it. You don't have to piss by your lonesome self. I wish you would be pissing buddies. Your own war crimes. Oh my god. Okay, what's the thing of that? But it got me to admit the singing voice is top notch. God. Oh god. But honestly though, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. That's what makes it so fun. Is sitting there just being myself, right? And just having the most absurd shit happen. You know, like, look at this, right? So, building all like character off your own personalities to Greg. So, by the way, guys, you look at this. Look at this coin purse here. How much you want to bet this was made out of an old man's scrotum? Just imagine it. It's pink. It could be turned inside out. Have the little gold attached. You could literally be carrying your money around in a man's scrotum. Enjoy. It's a ball sack. Alex, let's be real here. Yours just a category turned. Oh, God. I mean, I'm not wrong, though. I'm not wrong, am I? I'm not. And your walks in and asks if you can cross streams with you. Damn right I would. You're damn right I would. I don't have anything to hide. What the fuck? You know what? I'll put most men to shame. I will put a man to fucking shame, bro. I will fucking put a man to shame and I will fucking enjoy it. Why? Because it's funny. Because it's fucking funny to put a man to shame like that. Do not cross the stream. Do cross the stream. Cross them. Cross them. Cross them. Cross them. Cross them. Cross them. That's a nice stream you got there. Be sure if I crossed it. Honestly, though, in all honesty, 12-inch dick, oh god. You know, there's a part of me that would be terrified if... We're not going to talk about that. That's just a different type of collab. I mean... I can think of so many ways to make people uncomfortable right now, and I'm not going to. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a key. The fucking key card's in the security room. That's amazing, actually. Anyways, the bathroom collab win. Oh, God, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No. We're not doing fucking bathroom collabs here, bro. We're not doing fucking bathroom collabs here with all of chat. No. No, no. No. But 1 inch long, but 12-inch circumference. Oh, God. The fucking tuna can. Oh, God. That sounds absolutely god-awful to deal with. And again, it would be kind of, you know, pleasurable because you're getting stretched out nice and tight. But anyways, that's a different story, okay? We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that, though. Also, okay, this one, I hate this one right here, right? You see this one right here? The center means squared. So 3 squared is 9, right? Oh, God. And then we got 1 squared, which is 1. Times 2 is 2. I forget if that's how they wanted me to do it. Okay, no. 16. Okay. 9. 2 squared is 4. 4 times 1 would be... In theory... Okay, it's not. Okay. So 9, okay, so 1 squared, okay, so let's see, take 2 squared, that's 4. 4 and 1 is 5. 5 squared is 25, but we can't do 25. That doesn't make sense, right? All right, 2 plus 1 is 3. 3 squared is 9. Oh, okay. 4 squared is 16, divided by 8 is 2. Okay, there we go. But yeah, like, how is... Tina Candigs, how they're yours, babe? Oh, God. I mean, realistically, going back to that whole intersex thing, I do put most men to shame. But we're not here to talk about how I can put most men to shame, right? There is no reason. We don't need to talk about that. That's a whole different conversation for a different day. And we're not here to have the conversation with the D-da-B-da-ba, because if you do the D-da-ba, you're going to have the B-da-B. And we're not here to do the B-da-B. We're here to do the D-da-ba, you know? But yeah, no, in all honesty, though, right? With content creation, you'll have to explain it in Discord. Oh, God, we're not... I actually understood that. Did you? Because I don't think I understood what I just said. Has a Deadpool energy? I'll remember what. Oh, God. But no, you know, it's funny. I've actually, you know, I've joked from time to time, so I have to, like, cause, like, some sort of drama to get the spotlight on me with how much VTubers, for example, do not give me the time of day. The statement on one of the other boxes of the other two boxes would be true if you replace the word every with the word this. This box contains gibs, this box is black. Okay. Here, gibberish, it sounds like Peter Griffin Fair. Apparently I speak your... Oh yeah, then what did I say, huh? What did I freaking say, Oh, hey, it's a classroom. I mean, granted, we can't exactly do much with the classroom, given the fact that we're essentially blocked off anyways at this point. Right now, we're just seeing if we could get anything, like, if we could find... Actually, you know what? If we get the freezer, that would be useful as hell, right? Ooh, unfortunately not. You know, you're right. I probably should have taken the planetarium in hindsight, but that's neither here nor there, right? But yeah, no, effectively, right? Like, boppity boopity is excommunicado from the VTuber hive mind. Well, I mean, of course, that's gonna happen if you don't fit in the VTuber mold, right? Like, if you don't fit in the VTuber mold, it's not gonna work. It also doesn't help that I'm just kind of blunt. It doesn't help that I'm kind of fucking blunt, right? Like, I legit will tell you how it is. I'm not gonna, you know, mince words. You know how it is. But yeah, no, in all honesty, yeah, no, like, legit, I want to get to the point where I'm so big, right, at some point. We're not here to have the conversation with the D-da-B-da-ba, because if you do the D-da-ba, you're gonna have to the B-da-B. And we're not here to do the B-da-B, we're here to do the D-da-ba, you know? God damn it! God fucking damn it, Sated! Jesus Christ! Jesus Christ, Sated. Why? Why? Yeah, I don't even know what I said during that whole thing. See, I understood that. Okay, it translated for them then. Translate what your speak means there. Not the beat of Bob. Why does it sound cute? No! It doesn't sound cute! No! No! Look. 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 I have... Yours... Anyways, with that being said, moving on from... Ooh, a package has been delivered. Let's see, we have the shovel, which sadly doesn't do what I wanted to do. Ooh. Actually, that's kind of useful. The sleeping mask for every time you craft a bedroom, get 5 steps. Okay. Yeah, no, in all honesty, right? With this whole thing with content creation and everything... Yeah, and 2 keys. With this whole thing with content creation, you know, you would think... Having spent almost nearly 4 years in July, right? If it wasn't for all of the drama, if it wasn't for all of the, We can't talk about... You know what? Fair. Fair. Get rewarded for being in the bedroom. Yes. Okay, let's see. This box and the white box are empty. This box and the blue box are empty. Interesting. And hey, look, the black box is right. Anyways, look, so yeah, no, honestly, with content creation, haven't been doing it for almost 4 years. Honestly, we should have been a Twitch partner a long time ago, right? And the only reason we are not a Twitch partner at this point is because I've let the wrong people at times influence how I've done things. I've let things get in my head. I haven't stayed steady with myself, right? Like, that's the thing. It's like, I've done a lot, right? Where I kept constantly changing things up because I didn't know if things were working or not. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it was true that things weren't working. Like, you know, with the whole Final Fantasy thing, right? Going back to, you actually think it's the wrong move. Interesting, right? But the problem is, Uni, the thing is with the purple check mark, though, it's a social proof, right? It's the social proof. That's why, like, you know, for me, I would go purely for the social proof since, you know, certain sponsorships want to see that social proof. And admittedly, right, Twitch partner in the algorithm does actually give you a lot of benefits algorithmically, right? It's not like, you know, sure, right? It's not going to be like the end-all, be-all of things. But you do get priority, right? Like, there have been times in content creation where I would have very much appreciated having Twitch partner because, like, for example, right? If someone were to play, like, let's say a new game comes out, right? If you're an affiliate, you get deboosted by the algorithm because you're not actually hitting the points that Twitch wants you to hit. If you're a Twitch partner, you don't have to deal with that bullshit, right? It is if you build a large core of steady viewers, but you're not locked. Okay, but that's the thing. You're not locked into exclusivity, actually, right? That's something that's interesting. Is you're not locked into it. Twitch allows you to multi-stream now. Twitch doesn't lock you into the exclusivity, so if you're a Twitch partner, it's just at this point, it's literally just social proof, right? Like, it's surprisingly enough, not the end of the world anymore, which is kind of nice. It used to be that if you were a partner, you couldn't. Yeah, I know, but Twitch has changed so many things, right? Because Twitch doesn't really lock you in anymore, which is kind of shocking, right? And you're in the army, so why not? You know what? Valid. Absolutely fucking valid, bro. Okay, hey, ooh. Yep. I mean, Twitch has been doing so many changes lately. I don't blame you for not knowing, if we're being honest, because that's a, you know... Yeah, no, it can absolutely kill careers, but it can also boost careers up, right? Like, it's kind of like, take it like this, right? Think about content creators like VTubers for a moment, yeah? If you look at VTubers, right? I mean, you know someone that used to be affiliate, then they decided to semi-retire from streams, basically work at a pub. Interesting. That is actually interesting. I didn't even know, like, I didn't know you could request it to stop being affiliate, right? That's kind of cool, but kind of weird. Wait, hang on. So it's 9. Then you got 3 squared, which is 9. 9 divided by 9. Oh, it's 1. My bad. Okay, then 3 squared, that's 9. 9 minus 5 is 4. Divided by 2 is 2. There we go. And tout if you're an edgy boy girl, it's a dangerous game to be locked in the platform. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Thankfully, you don't get locked into it, so you're fine, right? Also, it's kind of interesting, the amount of doors I haven't been able to pick now. It's like I got to... It's like I almost got lucky with all the doors I got to frickin' pick. Holy shit, I actually got lucky with all the doors I got to pick, right? Okay. Game, whatever you do, please don't fuck me over. Please don't fuck me over. We're so close to the antechamber. Like, I know the antechamber is just step one of things and all that, and there's a lot more that we gotta do, but, you know, still. But the thing is, right, with content creation, I don't... Oh my god, is it actually... Is it actually... Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, we're actually getting there. Is luck on my side today, bitches! Luck is on me side! Holy shit! Holy shit! We made it to the antechamber. Sadly, we're not done yet. To continue up, you must go down. Yep, I got the key. Unfortunately, I got the key. Which is sad. You know, every other opportunity is when one door opens, another one opens. Yeah, right. Like, Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh? You know what, there we go. Also, yeah, it's time you start getting ready for work. I hope work goes well for you, Marcy. Or the pump room, yeah, you got a point. Ooh, damn, we don't have, ooh. Ooh! We got the shovel, but we don't have much else, so the shovel's not gonna be that useful to us, unfortunately. The freezer would be nice. You know what? Actually, you know what would be really nice? Actually, it would be nice right now if we could find the baggage check, right? The baggage check would unironically be super... Oh. Oh, right, because you can make the dowsing rod, which... I forget what the dowsing rod does. While drafting, dowsing rod points towards rooms that may contain more items. Yes. Also, Stated Light. Hey, yo, thank you for being here for 20 months. How does it feel, bro? Have you been having a good time, especially as a mod? But yeah, no, in all honesty, content creation is kind of a... It's honestly, it's a really screwy freaking, you know, industry to be in, you know? And you can know what you're doing and have all of the resources in the world that you're not going to necessarily succeed. Like, for example, right? Okay, I'm going to tell you guys about something, right? There was a person I knew, had all the money in the world for doing this stuff, right? But imagine you fuck it up because you try to not only be a Minhara archetype, but you don't even do the Minhara archetype well, and you get hyper-focused on the numbers, right? It doesn't work out for you. It never, ever does it work out for you if you're focused on the numbers, if you're, you know, just trauma dumping everywhere, you know? It's just not, it's not worth the time. And it was disappointing because she literally had, like, you know, people over at Phase Connect giving her the time of the day. Imagine being in fucking getting, you know, Phase Connect to give you the time of day, and then you fuck it up because you just botch everything, right? Hell, you know what? No, something funny. I've actually applied, guys. I've actually applied to agencies in the past, right? I was like, why are you asking me that question? Who am I talking to? You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I've actually applied to agencies, right? I had one agency tell me I wasn't agency material, despite the fact that it was all like that what they were literally doing. Oh my fucking god! It's a fucking code check. Oh, thank fuck. Like, literally, I had the agency said I wasn't agency material, but the reasoning for it, right? The freaking agency's logic behind me not being allowed in there, not being agency material, was legit. Oh yeah, I just think, you know, I just want to be, you know, collab with people I'm friends with, right? That was legitimately the logic they used. There was no actual, you know, good reason. The people they chose were people they were already friends with, which means the whole selection process was terrible. It was the same thing with VShojo when that happened. You know, it's always a drama, right? The landscape currently right now is ripe for you as a talent. Yeah! Yeah, that's the thing, right? Ooh. I mean, you would think that it's not really an agency. You're right. But the problem is... I mean, okay, look, to be fair, with how broken that agency was, right? They accidentally CC'd. They accidentally CC'd everyone they rejected. Imagine sitting there, right? Imagine you CC everyone that got rejected so they could all see their emails. You want to know what happened? Right now, rough around the edges, slightly lit archetype is socially acceptable right now? Well, yeah. I mean, I'm a little bit more than slightly at times. Like, you're coming in during the more tame moments. Trust me, you should have seen the Harry Potter games. I looted everything. Ooh, this is tough. You know, the cloister's good. Like, but no, in all honesty, right? Or yesterday, yeah, or yesterday, right? The thing is, right, is that with that agency, what I did is people were like, you know, someone should make a Discord for all the rejects. I did that. I did it as a joke, and I made a Discord called the 5V Rejects. The agency, let's just say they weren't too, they weren't too appreciative. They were not too appreciative of my, my humor. They did not like the humor that I had in there. They were like, fuck you. And people tried to say that the whole thing was unprofessional. In my opinion, I thought it was funny as hell. I thought it was funny because, like, who just sits there and do that? You want to make a J.K. Rowling joke so bad? Oh, God. Like, for me, I just think, you know, if you're gonna do content, have fun. Who gives a shit, right? At the end of the day, who gives a shit, like, what kind of joke you make like that, right? Like, I think it was unprofessional to be, like, CCing everyone you... Yeah, exactly, right? That was the thing. It's the fact that they CC'd everyone. And they tried to apologize and said that was a mistake. No, it wasn't a fucking mistake. I mean, like, maybe you could argue that it was a mistake, but realistically, no. It was not. It was not. And you know what's the worst part about that agency? It was literally choosing between me and another person that were friends, and they didn't want to cause any kind of workplace issues. But the actual manager of that agency, they actually thought for sure I was going to get in. Only reason I didn't was because of that drama, right? Reveals that your reader was gay all along. Oh my fucking God. Okay, you know what? You know what? I could get behind that. I could get behind that. No one likes to... Yeah. Ooh, does that work? Oh! It actually decided to work! Ooh. You know what? Calling it a day in the planetarium is going to be for the best, because there's no way we're going to get past this at this point. Because we legit don't have any kind of... We checked off the key, but we don't even have the foundation, which allows us to use the key, right? I would just say a good personality follows their thoughts and brains at heart, not having boss around. Exactly, right? Like, that's the thing, right? Is a manager's good for helping put things together. Or the pump room, yeah. Hang on. Yo, bro, you gay? I can get behind that with my friends. Or you know what? Hang on. You know what? Imagine, you know, since I got a 3-octave voice, right? Okay, are you ready for this? Are you guys ready for this? Imagine you sit there and it's like, I go up to a dude and it's like, hey, what's up, bro? You wanna fuck later? And he's like, sorry, no, I'm gay, bro. And I'm just like, oh yes, if you're so gay, then come over here. Let mama give you what she has. Surprise, motherfucker! That was the first. Yeah, you know, seeing people with a 3-octave voice is not exactly a common thing, right? You don't meet many people with a 3-octave voice. Most people usually, their voices for most people actually go like an octave and a half, right? So having 3 octaves can make things really fun when you mess with people in ways they did not expect to be messed with, you know? It's actually genuinely funny as hell. But yeah, like, honestly, you know, the more, you know, there was a point in time, actually, I wanted to conform to VTubing culture. Can you believe that? That there was actually a time where I sat there and I was like, yes, I want to be a part of the VTubing community and be a VTuber. Go from Valley to normal your own shadow. Oh my god. Alright, fine. Okay. Like, oh my god, Yoru! Did you see the new sale on the freaking pump heels? That's like so amazing! You like want to come with me to go get those heels and everything? And then we can go get Starbucks later with lattes. It'd like be totes the best, you know, girly. You like totally want to do that? No. I'd rather go with Shadow to find some thick booty Latinas. You game, Shadow? You actually game, bro? That's right, Yoru. I'm game for the Latinas and thick booties. Can we make sure they have booty shorts? You know what, Shadow? Yes. Yes, we can. Then I'm all in. Let's go. Hold on to me and I'll do chaos control. We're going to Brazil. You can voice a whole ass anime by yourself. Like, legit. I legit just love the fact that I could voice a whole ass anime myself. Because the fact that I can switch around that fast, that actually is a difficult skill to learn, by the way. It's so confusing seeing a Shadow X Yoru fan service. But why are you confused, bro? What's so confusing about a Yoru X Shadow? What's so confusing about that? Is that really that confusing? Damn, I don't have any gems. Fuck. Like, I wouldn't think that it's that confusing. But no, in all honesty, though, it's definitely one of those things where there was a point where I thought I wanted to conform to the VTubing community, but realistically, I don't think I could ever actually bring myself to do that. It's just... No. How much you dodged that ginormous bullet? Oh yeah, no, legit, yeah. Legit, I did dodge a ginormous, you know, Shadow probably, yeah. But no, I did absolutely dodge a ginormous bullet. You're absolutely... Ooh. Honestly, the Rotunda could be useful. Yeah, we're gonna go for the Rotunda. But yeah, like, the one after that as well. Yeah, the whole thing of like, I just love Latina Sonic. And I love them carrying some big sausages. God. That's cursed. Your brain is full of creativity, ready to be lewd creativity. Oh my god. Oh. Alright, can we get lucky? Because I know we don't have any kind of... Ooh. Oh wow. We actually did get lucky. What the fuck? You know, somehow I wasn't expecting us to get that lucky. I was not expecting us to just be able to find a quick way back to the entrance hall like that and get that on the first try. But yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like, I wanted to be a part of it at one point, but honestly, you start to look at VTubing and the community. You start to look at the toxicity of it all, you know? And you realize you don't actually want a part of that, right? You actually realize that you don't want a part of the politics, the drama, the canceling. Like, legit, seeing people cancel over some of the stupidest shit, right? Like, it feels like you're dealing with... And honestly, you know what it feels like? It feels like you're dealing with a bunch of middle schoolers thinking they're adults. That's what it feels like at times. I know that might be controversial to VTubers, but in all honesty, let's be real here, that is just how it is, right? Yeah, no, cancel culture is literal toxicity. It really is, you know? But... It's kind of why I keep to myself and I don't engage much on Twitter with other content creators. Also, the gems are in the black box. The gems are in a box with a statement. I guarantee it was probably the white box, but eh. True honesty, VTubers are just up and down, left and right. It's like trying to teach politics to a squirrel. I mean, it's trying to teach politics to a squirrel who doesn't understand social politics, but somehow does. Yeah, but we're, you know, we're here to have a good time, right? We're here to have a good time. Also, fucking boiler room. Really, bro? Oh, no. Jesus Christ. This run is terrible. One has to lie. One has to tell the truth. The blank box says nothing. Yeah. I know, and that's the thing. But what if the blank box is a lie? What if being blank is a lie? Did you ever think about that? Is that toxic? Like how having fans of one streamer call fans of another streamer to troll someone? Jesus Christ, that's awful. Like here, let me give you an example, right? There was a person, a Twitch partner I used to be friends with, right? Now, I want you to imagine for a second, okay? Imagine you're friends with this Twitch partner, they're friendly with you and everything, you talk regularly, they consider you to be good and all that shit. And then one of the people in their community comes into your community during a community night where you're talking about moderation and like mod apps, right? Imagine that's the situation that you're in, right? Now, imagining that, I want you to sit here and think about the fact that you make the joke while that person comes into a call and you make the joke towards them. And so they take that as a way of you poaching that person's audience simply because of the fact that you decided to make a joke at the wrong time, right? And what makes it worse? What makes it worse, right, is you didn't even mean to cause any kind of issues, right? They take such offense that when you actually try to defend yourself, they call you a liar and refuse to believe you. You make up a couple months later, okay? Things seem fine, only for them to then block you after you do a raid. So, imagine sitting there raiding said person, not even realizing that you were going to cause issues, and then finding out they blocked you after the fact in a goddamn community night when you're talking highly of that person and they just fucking, you know, decide to tell you to fuck off. Right? That is weird to find that out, and it's kind of a horrible-ass feeling. Treat other streamers like actual friends instead of work friends? I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, it's hard at times because, you know, I want to see the best in people, right? I do want to see the best in people. And a lot of times streamers can be good friends. I have met people that can be decent friends, right? I remember I can rotate him from the Tundra, I remember. But yeah, like, I know people... Also, fuck, this run is fucked. We don't have any keys, fuck. It's really hard because I was looking for the good... Exactly, I look for the good in people too, right? And the thing is, I've noticed VR creators, right? VR creators and IRL creators tend to be more... they tend to be the better friends, right? They tend to be more real with you than VTubers. I have yet to meet most VTubers, right? Usually most VTubers tend to be very fake, let's say, you know? You never know if they're gonna, you know, drop you for some click. You never know if they're gonna be lying to your face. You never know what's gonna cause drama, right? I mean, that is true. A lot of IRL creators can be parasitic, but a lot of them can also not. It really depends on the group you find yourself in, right? It really depends on the group you find yourself in. Ultimately, you know, this is why I like being community-based and just kind of doing my own thing, because I don't have to deal with the drama. I don't have to deal with, like, I legit don't have to sit there and be like, I wonder if my community is... Or, like, if the people I collab with, if they're gonna fuck me over or not. Like, I've collabed with people, and it's always, like, 2 to 3 hours, and that's not fun. You play a game, like, there's some games out there that I want to do, like, imagine me doing a collab on a game like Strangers of Paradise or Elden Ring Night Rain that comes out at the end of the month, right? Imagine you want to play Elden Ring Night Rain, right? And you try to do it with VTubers. Imagine being told, oh yeah, I can only play this game for 3 hours. I can only play this game for 2 hours, right? They need each other to succeed and fail at the right times for them to succeed, yeah. But only time will tell if true people's colors come out. I know, weird question for my left brain, but what is the lore for my model? Cyberpunk Wolf Girl Mercenary, effectively, right? It's really deep lore, but that's the simplest. I'm a tomboy, I'm a cyberpunk mercenary, I'm a wolf girl, I live in a city called Neolite. Cyberpunk, we got space travel. Kind of crazy, you know? Kind of crazy. But yeah, no, effectively, right? Effectively with content and all that. Like, would you guys, like for a second here, I've actually considered playing Elden Ring Night Rain at one point, right? But let me just ask you real quick. Could you guys actually imagine? Could you guys actually imagine, for a moment, just imagine for me. Could you actually sit there and believe for a second that I could actually make do you think a collab would actually be fun if it only lasted 2 to 3 hours and it was just for Elden Ring Night Rain? Do you guys think that would actually be enjoyable for you guys? No? Because that's kind of the problem. Yeah, that's the thing, is it'll be more fun at the community night, because of the community night, at least you know you're gonna have fun with your community. That's charming voices, that's soothing. Hell yeah. Collab stream should be the main bit, not an entire long stream, but a highlight. Depends, right? One run takes up 2 hours alone. Yes, exactly. So let's put it like this, Amy. Let's put it like this. Would you rather have a collab where it's friends just vibing, right? And everything? Or would you rather have a collab that only lasts like 2 or 3 hours and you get effectively nothing done? There's a lot of games, like think about Abiotic Factor. That's a game that lasts a long ass time and is way more fun with friends, right? Gyms are in both the black box and the white box, so that's a lie. Gyms are in both the blue box and the black box. Gyms are not in the white or black. Yeah, you know, that's the truth. But that's the thing, right? Is like, I would rather play, like, I came from the territory, right? Where people would collab and it would last like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, right? It was not something that just lasted a short amount of time and left you feeling dissatisfied. Because that's been a major problem with not just myself, but with the community I have, is my collabs, I'm not only overshadowing a lot of VTubers that I've collabed with, it's also becomes very bland, right? Because you're sitting there. Hang on. You're sitting there, though. And by the time you're really starting to enjoy yourself, it's already over. And that's not fun for, honestly, anyone. I actually don't think I could think of a single person that finds that genuinely enjoyable. Because sure, it's a highlight, and it can be, you know, an event, right? It depends on the talent and the content being made. If you did like a Diablo story run collab, you did 3 to 5 hours Friday night stream after doing a 1-3. That is true. That is a good point. You could do that, right? I can get behind what you're saying there. But like, unfortunately, we came for the days of LAN parties where we opened up a beer, ordered pizza, yeah. But the thing is, right, is that a lot of VTubers nowadays, they don't spare any energy for more than like 2 or 3 hours. And it just, there's a lot of times where it would be more enjoyable if we could actually go longer, especially when you're getting into the vibe of things, right? A lot of times you get into the vibe and it feels so good. It feels so right, you know? And then when it gets interrupted, the flow gets interrupted in a freaking, you know, so quickly? That's not enjoyable, right? Yeah, you gotta get the right fit for the collab. And unfortunately, right, the unfortunate part for myself when it comes down to the collabs and stuff, right, is finding that right fit is kind of rare. And I've kind of come to a realization, a conclusion, that it almost feels like a lot of the collabing is either A, gonna come from, you know, people in my own community, or B, it's gonna come from collabing with the creators in the big leagues, right? Who can actually keep up with the energy I have, because unfortunately, right, a lot of people that are in like the hyper clicks and everything, they struggle to keep up with a lot of the shit I do, right? But you play in the collab after you've done some solo content because then their fans get a feel for your content solo, and then your fans get to see their personality. So there's a problem, right? That logic works, but what about the public-facing friendship aspect, right? Because think about it for a second. The public-facing friendship aspect it's a very important aspect that we have to keep in mind as well. Because a collab can be good to get your foot in the door with another community and get your communities like cross-intermingling. But that also is a double-edged sword. Because on the flip side, right? Oh. On the flip side, part of the biggest problem when doing so, right, is you run into an issue that if they don't continuously interact with you publicly, their audience isn't going to stick around because they have no incentive. And so they got to see that there's a friendship happening between you and the content creator pretty regularly. And the unfortunate part of that is that doesn't really help, you know. Yeah, but the parasocial relationship is important, but it can't be the driving force. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not talking about it like being the driving force of my actions on stream or anything. I'm talking about from an audience standpoint, right? From an audience standpoint, if you've never watched a creator before and you only ever see them collab with a creator that you watch, unless that creator interacts with you publicly on other platforms, it's not gonna, that whole parasocial aspect is not gonna help you grow, and thus collabs aren't that effective. And the thing is I've done collabs so many times that I could speak with this on great accuracy. Like there was literally someone, I I collabed with, right? A couple months back. And I've collabed with them multiple times, but they never interact outside of that collab with me. And their audience, at first, their audience intermingled with me. They came to chat, they came to stream, they had fun, right? But then, literally, because that person didn't interact with me, didn't do shoutouts, didn't do anything outside of those collabs, that entire audience, their entire audience, left the Discord, left the community, right? And that's just because there was no incentive for them. Right, I see what you're saying, but they should also want to continue to rotate collabs with others for their own benefits. Well, right, and that's what I'm talking about. Is like, I'm not necessarily saying, like, you know, collabs have to be a consistent all the time type of deal, right? What I'm getting at with collabs, right, is I'm talking about, like, on Twitter. I'm talking about on, like, Twitter, on Twitch, on, like, you know, in Discord and stuff like that. It's not necessarily regulated to just collabs. It's related to, like, are they interacting and engaging with you as if they're actually your friend in other spaces, right? That's mainly what I'm talking about. Everyone kind of needs to hype up the collab. Exactly. Basically, yeah, everyone has to effectively hype up the collab for it to work. But then once you're past that initial stage with the collab, right? After the collab, there needs to be some sort of engagement. Like, you should be seeing them interact with you. Yeah, that's the unique aspect of VTuber community where the collab goes beyond. Yeah, that's the problem with the VTubing community, right? It's the fact that you have to worry about if the interaction happens outside of it. Because if it doesn't, you're effectively, that entire collab was pointless. If it's VTubers, right? If it wasn't VTubers, okay, you got yourself a different story, right? Completely different story. Look at the time. Sorry to leave on such a short note. Gotta wake up for Formation tomorrow. Well, you know what? I hope that Formation goes well for you, bro, and stay safe out there. You know, I hope to see you around. What I'm used to is talk shows or podcasts where debates happen and there's often rotating rogues, galleys, of guests. You know, okay. So, fun fact, I actually had an idea at one point, right? I had an idea. If you can believe that. For a stream, or for a series of streams, right? I had a talk show idea that I wanted to do called LGB Talks, right? I wanted to basically invite people on. Oh, hey. Oh, fuck! It's the fucking foundation! Oh, shit. Shit. Oh. I mean, I'll take the gems and I'll take the upgrade disc, but okay, I mean, at least the foundation's in a fairly decent area, so we're good. We're good. We got ourselves a decent thing. We got progress. Unfortunately, the progress doesn't exactly help because we still need to get behind it, but yeah, no. No, the thing is, right, with that whole thing, yeah, I just needed the upgrade disc, but sadly, we don't have anywhere. Wait, we do have places we can go. We still have an option. We still have an option here. Hang on. Like, we can't get behind the foundation, unfortunately, but that's, you know, whatever. But no, like, legit, though, the whole thing with the LGB talks, you could probably imagine why that was a bad idea to think of in the first place, right? But if you can't understand why, it's because I basically wanted to touch on the different aspects that people weren't comfortable talking about, right? Like, to give you an idea, right? There was times where I would come across... there was, like, things I wanted to talk about, the less comfortable aspects of like, you know, things. Like, you know, think about it like this. You know, talk about stuff like that people don't understand, like whether you're trans, whether you're bisexual, gay, whatever, you know, like booking and managing PR strategies for VTubers would be a good fit for you because you're sitting outside looking in perspective. You know, that's fair, but on the flip side, though, what if you dealt with a content creator that looks like a VTuber, though, but doesn't act like one? Imagine the stuff that you could do with someone like that because they act more like an IRL creator, right? Also, hey, it's a red bed and breakfast. But no, with that in mind, right? There was someone, I actually did have someone lined up for it, right? I could get canceled for what, for one of the questions I wanted to ask, right? They actually were, that person in question was offended for one of the questions I wanted to do, that I wanted to ask. Because they were a person that had the whole body positivity for plus size individuals, right? And here's the thing, I understand it. There's genetics involved that can make you not, exactly able to lose weight, and it can just cause you issues, right? Some people, it's a slow metabolism, other people, it's actual genetic defects, stuff like that, whatever. But there's also a lot of people out there that give those people a bad name, yeah? Who use it as an excuse to just either, whether it's being like, you know, just lazy, procrastinating, whatever, right? There's people out there that do that stuff. So, itself to host an interview energy? Yeah. So, but it's also really good for solo as well, though. That's the other thing that I find interesting. So, like, there's that, right? There's that. But, now imagine you sit there and you want to ask a question of, hey, so what are your thoughts about the people that give people like you a bad rap? You're going for body positivity, right? So with body positivity, that's amazing that you're trying to, you know, go for that, especially for those that genuinely do have those health issues, right? But I want to know, what are your thoughts on the people that do give like people like you a bad view because of the fact that they use laziness, they use procrastination, what have you, to make you look a lot worse, right? And the problem was, is that was seen as an insensitive question. That was seen as a question that should not be asked because it's assuming and opening up to a question that people don't want to ask. Also, hi Hurricane Hydra, how you doing, bro? It's opening up an uncomfortable side, a flaw of things that people don't want to acknowledge, right? Like, for example, you know, I know a lot of people want to understand what it's like for someone after, like, you know, that's in post-op surgery, right? After, like, for people that are, you know, trans, going from, like, male to female or female to male, right? People want to know about that stuff, and not many people talk about that. Imagine sitting there and fit for you, but unfortunately, reality is the sensitivity. Yeah. And that was the thing that was upsetting, right? That was the thing that was upsetting to me, is that, unfortunately, it was unfortunate of just how sensitive it was. The gyms are in the false box. The gyms are in the false box. Only one of the other boxes is false. You know what? I'm gonna go for this one. See? But yeah, I wanted to actually talk about that stuff, but I understand how sensitive people are to that stuff, which is the unfortunate aspect. Oh, fuck. That was actually a freaking security door that we got lucky with. Holy shit. But no, like, that's honestly the thing, right? Ooh. That's where you need a good booker to warm the guests and filters one. Exactly. Honestly, like, there was one thing I did do. Like, there was a game show I actually went on to because I was invited onto it, right? And that was a game show where I had to basically answer video game trivia. It was a lot of fun, but their audience called me a cheater. Their audience actually called me, ooh. They called me a cheater despite the fact that we were just having fun. Also, holy shit. Progress! But I actually like that. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing a talk show again at some point, or thinking about the idea of it. It's just hard to come up with something that would work. Let alone, like, you know what I could do for a talk show, right? Because there are people in my community that have mentioned wanting to see me do a, there are people that mentioned wanting to see me do a freaking consultations, right? They were warm to me, right? It was only once I started touching on... Once I had started getting into the topics that were more obscure, that's where the issues started coming in, right? Because once we started getting into obscure trivia that most people would fail, like a lot of VTubers that came on would fail at, and yet, because I'm a freaking video game nerd, they did not like that. They did not like that at all, and that's what actually caused the issues, right? And so, effectively speaking, right? Effectively, I got put in a position where they would accuse me of cheating, even though everyone knew that I wasn't. We don't know if it was, like, all in, like, good fun or anything, but it was definitely kind of weird. And unfortunately, that person happens to also be a part of a, that person also happens to be a part of a clique that, you know, kicked me, moved me out of it shortly after, right? So, are you comfortable taking heat? Do you like heat? My personality tends to lend you to reveal when I walk in hostile situations. I mean, I can take the heat. The problem is, though, with taking the heat, I think that there's better ways to go about things than taking the heat, personally. Because you don't have to take the heat all the time, right? It is not something that is a requirement. Like, sure, it can definitely work, but it is one of those things that, you know, like, I definitely, for me right now, ooh, there's a bookshop. But no, for me, if we could get ourselves, like, I've called into shows and debated the host, they hate me or other callers and try to say, so I'm walking into a shitstorm, you love it. I mean, so far, you've probably noticed that this community is vibing and meshing with you very well, right? You've probably noticed this community has not given two shits, right? Like, they've been just enjoying this conversation about all of this stuff. They've just been vibing and having a good time! I don't even fucking care. Progression! Productive! Hi. Hi. Yeah, if something's wrong, people will actually just straight up speak up, but... Woo! There is no breathing! There is no breathing! Your.exe has malfunctioned! Woo! This actually makes me happy. You have no idea. Everyone here is cool. Exactly. Exactly. This is like a lot of... Anyways, yeah, no, this community is actually really, really accepting, and I love them for that, right? it's actually really, it's really nice to see people that are so open about stuff, right? Which is really just indicative of having a more IRL-centered community anyways in the first place. Also, hi Blues, how you doing, right? Oh, salamanders are sterile like all space marines, but if you think about the big ones, oh my god! Jesus fucking Christ, bro, really? But yeah, it's actually really nice. Like, honestly, though, I don't think, like, you know, I think it would actually be kind of hard to cause any kind of real controversy if we're being honest here, right? It would be really hard, I think, to actually really cause any heat or anything. If anything, I get the feeling a lot of people would actually just be understanding, and it's kind of, there's kind of a mentality, right? If someone's willing to cause issues, you have to ask yourself, are they really someone you need in your community? Like, realistically speaking, right? If someone is willing to cause issues, right? Like, legit, if someone is willingly going out of their way, right, to cause drama, to hate on you, to cancel you, do you really want them in... You'll say this for more, yeah. But that's the thing, right? Is that, like, you know, for a lot of those people out there, right? You don't really want to have those people, you don't want to really be associating with them. You don't want that kind of energy, right? You really don't want that hostility, because life is too short. You'd rather build a community you want to be around, not the community that is going to just be a bunch of, you know, yes men, right? Like, the fact, like, legit community nights, there's times where we will just straight up sit there and we will have arguments. We will have debates. We'll be talking about shit. We'll have a good time and everything, right? Like, there is legit so many things that go into community nights. It is legit just a fucking grand old time, right? It's kind of amazing at the end of the day when you think about it, and I freaking love it, right? I freaking love that. So, honestly, you know, getting to hear the opinion, seeing how much this community has changed even over the past 5 months, right, has been insane. That's why I'm here and, like, under this brand and branching out, because I'm burned out and on the work and I'm doing now, and I want to help people. Yeah, no, that makes sense, honestly. Also, I think that's the right way to go. I mean, she tries to peg you. Wait, what? Yeah, no one says a word. Yeah, other times people won't say a word for like 5 minutes, and that's not bad. Sometimes people are just vibing and they don't have anything to say, right? And I can't necessarily be upset with them, right? Like, what is there to be upset about, right?
I cast Sudden Freezer Room.
Oh my god. Like, realistically speaking, you know, my problem is I always have something to say. I mean, that's not a bad thing, though. Also, you may have noticed. Hey, look! Hey, look! It's the poison! The poison specifically for Cusco. Cusco's poison. But no, we literally just found our way over here, right? Unfortunately, we've kind of... I don't think we're going to be able to beat this, right? Like, we're not going to be able to get all the way back to the anteroom. We don't have that, but we've at least made a lot of progression, right? Rest of that gear room puzzle, but we can do that later. We don't even need to do the rest of the gear room puzzle, right? Like, that's the thing. We don't actually have to do that. But... there it is. There's room 46, guys. There's fucking room 46. Yeah, there's an extra hidden room. I mean, okay, yeah, you got a point. There is an extra hidden room, but yeah, like, that's kind of the thing, though. Like, realistically, like, literally, I would rather deal with enjoying my community, right? I want to enjoy the people I'm around. I don't want to build up a community. Like if you think about it, right? Do you guys really want to be around a bunch of yes men? Like, realistically speaking, does that really sound enjoyable to you? No? Yeah. Like, an echo chamber can be nice at some points for confidence boosting, but realistically speaking, though, it's quite tiring, right? It's quite tiring hearing, like, seeing that, but not just seeing that. It's also the fact that with a lot of VTubers, right? You know, there's so much simping happening. It kind of starts to drag on when there's no substance there. And a lot of, you know, you see a lot of VTubers, right? They don't really interact much with their communities. They don't do much with them. They don't really do much in terms of, like, community nights. They barely interact. They just kind of treat them like a number in money bags when there's a lot more to their community, right? Right now, I'm helping a former huge IRL streamer shift to desktop and drama news coverage. And it's tough because the IRL audience only follows the streamers, so to see bad things to happen to them, so it's a tough rebuild. Yeah, it is, right? Actually, interesting question, everyone. What is simping? I mean, I could explain that easily, but no, like, that's just kind of the thing, right? Is you'll sit there and you'll realize, right? You'll realize that with VTubing, with content creation, also I think that door's locked, is that the fact that they treat them like money. Oh, it's not locked. Oh. Fuck. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. Anyways, though, no, in all honesty, that's the thing that sucks, right? With VTubing, the fact that they just treat their community as just money bags and a number, that's not fun. You want to be around someone that you're going to enjoy being around. You want to be treated like a person, right? You're spending your time to be here, so the least that someone could do, at least the content creator can do, is actually look at you as like a fucking human being, right? Like, that to me is like one of the biggest things that someone could do, right? And to me, I can't see. Does that mean the bots can leave the basement? No. Well, I think the problem with corpo VTubers, they don't really have much control over the brand. Yeah, no, like, that's the thing, right? Corpo VTubers, that's a whole different conversation, right? That's a whole different fucking conversation. But indies, that's a different story, right? Treat people like people, it's got into me. Because I actually care about my goddamn community. I actually care about how they feel about things, you know? Like, I care about their opinions, and I care about, you know, making sure they're treated right. Like, you know, because you guys deserve it? Like, but I haven't seen the sunlight in days. I must leave the basement. Ah, that's okay, though. If you got hired into a corpo and they gave you a new gimmick that you didn't own, it'd be hard to put your all into it. I mean, yeah, you're right about that one. Yeah, it would be hard. It would be hard to own it. You're right. And also, by the way, Uni... Oh, wait. I thought I just saw... I thought I saw some number at the top. I guess I didn't. Anyways. We deserve nothing but jiggle visits. Oh, God. No, that's the thing, right? That's the thing, is, like, I think with, I legitimately think, okay, with the corpo stuff, in a way, for a lot of VTubers, I think being in that spot probably feels good. Because if you're just trying to get out of the rat race, right? I'm pretty sure a lot of people would probably, you know, be more than happy to take on a corpo persona, okay? Yeah, the free hardwares and the benefits, like, legit, I know a lot of people, they apply to, like, V Shoujo because they look at V Shoujo and they're like, oh, Well, if I'm a part of VShojo, I'm guaranteed viewership. I'm guaranteed success, right? With respect and love, except the mods. I mean, but yeah, no, like legit though, that's the thing. Is like you look at that. What isn't enticing? Like legit, what is not enticing about the idea of joining a corporation where you can have a dedicated viewership by default? Have a dedicated viewership, know you're gonna have a guaranteed paycheck? Like, what doesn't sound amazing about that, right? Yeah, the grass is always greener, but then there is also a lot of restraint. The box next to this contains gyms. Both boxes next to this box contain gyms. That's a lie. A box next to this box is true. That's also a lie. You have to sell your soul to Iron Mouse? The fuck I will, bro. The fuck I'll sell my... No. That ain't happening, bro. Like, legit, I know there are some agencies that do the whole adoptable thing, and I think that is fine on its own, the adoptable stuff. It's not, like, bad or anything. But I will say that while being adopted into an agency can be good, right? I think the freedom of being an indie VTuber, an indie content creator, in my opinion, I think is going to ultimately be... You motherfucker! We obviously don't go to Niji. Obviously don't go to fucking Niji. But yeah, no, like, in all honesty, right? Being indie gives you so much more freedom. Because, like, imagine if you get to a point, right? Where you get to actually do the things you want. Also, by the way, Dag Grumble, thank you so much for joining the brigade. Hope you find the missions and the madness you're looking for. How you do today, bro?
Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride.
Ooh. Fuck. I mean, the streamer I talked about earlier used to make 10K a day, but had to stream 24/7 for weeks on end, deal with people calling the cops. Yeah, you know, honestly, though, to become freelancer, I mean, it's basically the same thing, being freelance or indie, you know? But yeah, like, the thing is, though, yeah, at that point, it's not worth the money. You're better off just restarting and from scratch to get a healthier thing going on, you know? Like, 10 out of 10, I would absolutely say, like, that is much healthier at that point, and ooh. Man, you know, the boy deer might have something in it for us, but I don't think it will. But yeah, no, like, in all honesty, though, right? Like, for example, right? I actually, I talked about this a couple community nights ago, right? So imagine, you know, if you wanted to sit there, right? Like, where we're at currently, you know? Where we are at currently. If we still wish to actually get past... Yeah, it comes with the curating the audience a little bit, yeah. Like, if we wanted to, right? To get past the get to Twitch partner quicker... You know what's the fastest way to do that? Like, guess what the actual quickest way to do that is? You'll probably be shocked, okay? Oh. I mean, the observatory is probably going to be more useful, honestly. AskCam, no. So, realistically, like, where we're at this point, for example, is if we wanted to hit Twitch partner, right? If we wanted to speed up the process, the quickest way to do it, right, would be to go and have a level 2 hype train for every single stream for a month. Well, actually, no, for like 3 months, right? That, because of the way Twitch's algorithm works, it heavily rewards, right? It heavily rewards you. Oh, start the VCam, oh god. Like, I actually wanted to do a DDR stream at one point, believe it or not, but again, I talked about the reason why earlier. why I haven't really done much with the whole, like, cam stuff. But, honestly, though, that's kind of the thing, yeah? is that, you know, is like if you get a level 2 hype train for every stream you do for like a solid 3 months, that pushes you up in Twitch's algorithm as someone that's up and coming, giving you a lot of visibility, right? And so then from there, you can take advantage of that, and then after 3 months, you can push that up to like level 5 hype trains effectively if your community's doing that right. And so effectively, if that were to happen in this case, right? By August or September, we could go from what we're at right now. I don't know what the number is. I don't want to know what the number is right now. But you could effectively go from that point to hitting 125 to 130 viewers off of that alone. Kind of a cool little detail, you know? That's like, that would legit be min-maxing the way Twitch works. And the thing is, like, you could actually have one person trigger those hype trains on top of that because of the way that Twitch doesn't actually... Because Twitch doesn't actually track, like, you know, who's causing them, because all it takes is one person plus one anonymous person, and the hype train gets going, right? So there's lots of ways to freaking, you know, min-max stuff. It's kind of crazy-ish to do, admittedly, and it doesn't always work. Well, what? I mean, we already had a level 2 hype train today, though, but that's a different story, right? That's a different story. Oh god, this is No, actually, no, Lena, the actual settings on my Twitch, right? If you want to do it really fast track, there's one way to do it as a lady on the internet. What, you mean show the titties or something? Make the titties bigger? Have a freaking breast inflation on your titties? Is that what you're talking about? Bros will take care unknown. No, actually, Lena, it's only one person and one anonymous person, right? I actually checked the settings on my side, and that is the actual settings, dead ass, right? Dead ass, that is the actual settings that are available currently to me. Which, you know, makes it happen easier, and Twitch doesn't actually take into account that kind of stuff, you know? But yeah. Also, sadly, while we have a lot of keys and oh god, if we had enough, if we could freeze the assets, that would be amazing. However, sadly, we're not freezing those assets today, unfortunately. But yeah, like, what is the fast track method, Uni? Out of curiosity. Oh no, Chishiki's breaking. Fuck, Chishiki's breaking. Fuck! But no, in all honesty, though, Chishiki, you can calm down. I think Chishiki broke a little bit. I told you selling your soul to Iron Mouse? No, I'm not gonna sell my soul to Iron Mouse, okay? That legit sounds like a terrible idea, bro. That legit sounds like a terrible... Why? No. 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 We're not doing that, okay? Like, what do we get for selling our soul to Iron Mouse, We don't get... You don't really get anything, like legit, honestly, that's the thing, right? You know what's one thing, another thing that people don't actually have, right? Being able, right? Being able to carry that. Like, so, imagine for a second, right? Straight up make videos with your model and sell them with links to your Twitch, or doing alt-platform super chat toy redeems. Oh, you mean like with the freaking bullet vibrator stuff on, like, the blue Twitch, right? That's actually something I was considering, believe it or not. Anyways, with that, moving on from that one, though, but, like, actually, that's the thing, right? It's one thing to get shout-out by, like, a big streamer, like, getting a shout-out from, like, Iron Mouse, sure, that would be interesting, but that doesn't do much, right? That won't do much for you if you can't maintain and retain those people. Because if Iron Mouse shouts you out, you better be pretty damn fucking interesting. Like, shoutouts, actually, you know what's funny? Shoutouts actually still are weighted pretty heavily in the Twitch algorithm, right? Money, bitches, bigger house, easy time in the algorithm. I'll double thing about it. Let's see, black box is black, thank you. The black box is true. The black box is empty, okay. I think it's false. But no, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, if Iron Mouse were to do a shout out, that will get eyes on you. But for people to really pay attention, for people to really care, you have to give them something to remember you by, right? Well, Uni, the thing is with raids and, the problem is with raids, right? If you're trying to do raids or shoutouts, you know, I want to keep the security there just in case. But yeah, the problem is with shoutouts and raids is like they're not like it's not that they're becoming less powerful. The issue with raids and shoutouts is it's about the conversion. Like if I were to raid someone right now, right? That person needs to not only engage with the raid, but they also need to in turn also engage with the they need to do the shout out as well. That also is going to get their audience going and interested in what's happening. And then by that should also in turn dictate what happens, right? With their audience, because if you get any conversions like follows, Twitch will actually treat your raid as something a lot more important, right? Who had a whole DJ set up, fireworks, raids, and effects, right? People will raid them just to see it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, that can work. But the thing is, right? Like, if I were to raid, like, let's say I were to raid Mari Yume right now, right? Because someone brought that up. Let's say I were to raid Mari. Realistically speaking, okay? That raid is jack all. That raid is useless. And the raid is useless because of a couple reasons, right? She doesn't shout out. And a lot of times, the raid does not get acknowledged, right? And so when that happens, the audience give less of a fuck about that raid. They don't really care. They're gonna ignore it, right? And so if they ignore the raid, right? Hi, Talk Ghoul, how you doing, bro? So if they ignore the raid, right? Is coming in is bigger. No, well, it's not necessarily, it's not just about if the audience is bigger, right? It's also if you're coming in and the audience that you raided into engages and the streamer engages with you, right? That is what's important. How you doing though, Otaku? It's been a hot minute, bro. Like, that is legit the more important aspect. Oh, fuck. Well, that was pointless. If it's not, because if you don't get the raid right, if they don't do the shout out, that's a you know, deprioritization of your raid, right? If you don't get so yeah, like if they don't acknowledge it, that's deprioritizing it. If they don't shout you out, doesn't work. If your audience doesn't come over, then if they don't have any follows, no conversions, then it just doesn't work. So effectively, right? Also this run is basically a busted run, but yeah, it has been forever. I hope you've been doing okay though. Yeah, no, effectively the raid just becomes kind of useless, which is why there's actually been times where I've actually questioned if I should continue to do raids as of late. Because not only do you have to curate your raids and who you raid, right? But a lot of times the raids are just not... I don't know, it just doesn't... Sometimes, like, it just feels kind of pointless from time to time because you're sitting there and you unfortunately are just kind of stuck, right? You gotta get just stuck, like, where it's like, you know, if I raid, I get some discovery potentially, but if I don't, that might hurt. It's like, raids are in a weird spot, right? Yeah, this is, right? Poor yours on an island right now. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? Like legit uni. With SEO, for example, if you search up my name, right? You actually have to type my name correctly, and no one else has the name Yoru Vexa. So if you look me up on like Google, for example, you'll actually find me really easy. But Google will try to correct it to fucking YouTube, which is funny, right? I mean, we already got to the Antechamberlain. It's getting to room 46 at this point, which just requires an optimal direction at this point. So we've gotten a lot unlocked at this point. So we're getting there, though. That's the thing. It's, how funny it is, right? It's taken a while, right? It has taken a while to get to this point with this brand. Like, there's been a lot of different designs. There's, you know what's funny? I actually have a live 2D model I don't use, but okay, you know what? Actually, hang on. Let me show you guys the live 2D model real quick, right? Let me pull up the live 2D model because I want to show you guys it real quick. Because there's a good reason for me to show it. SEO is oddly not as important in the same way. I mean, it can still be really helpful. It can make or break things, even if it's not like the end of the world, Alright, let's see if I can find a good freaking shot of it. Okay, maybe-ish. Okay. You know what? This'll work. This'll work. Hang on, let me just pull this over here. And then... Here we go. Let's see if I can find an actual full body aspect of it, right? Okay, the trailer may not be the right one. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Effectively, right? Here you go. Okay, this is not a good video. Fuck. I thought that would be a good video. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna find a good freaking image for it, right? Let's see. I know I have it somewhere. Okay. I mean, like, I have the ref sheet for the 2D model, but it's not the same artwork. Okay. You know what? We'll just load it up here. Here you go. There you go. This is the live 2D model, right? This was the live 2D model I had a while back. Like, I think that was also last year too, right? So, the biggest problem people had with this is it felt like to them, one, it was a short stack, they were fine with that. But for them, right, people felt like it looked like their little sister. And they didn't want to hear their little sister telling them how much she wanted to fuck them. So it got retired, right? It's a really good model. That's the thing, right? That model, I shit you not, that thing is like rigged impressively. Like, it's got a lot of jiggle physics. It moves fantastically. People thought it was like a VR model when it was getting rigged, right? The problem... Right? The problem is people didn't like it because of the little sister vibe. And it felt wrong. It felt awkward to them. They didn't want to be sitting there watching someone that felt like their little sister being lewd, right? Yeah, you don't want to appeal like that. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The statement on the blue box is true. The blue box contains the gems. Well, obviously that's got to be false. Alabama like that? I know, but the problem was it was enough to cause issues for people that we ultimately just dropped it really, like, shortly after, like, after a couple of months. Because it was literally causing people to not want to stick around, and... yeah. It just wasn't working out as well as, you know, it could have. Which was unfortunate, right? It was genuinely unfortunate. It was a good model, though. You know, the original design, though, I'm not gonna lie, I like the original design, though, too, that we came up with. Unfortunately, I can't show it on Twitch because it has a nudity aspect to it, and Twitch wouldn't like that. But yeah, like, honestly, that's the thing, is, like, Alabama would like that. I know Alabama, though, would like that, though. That's the thing. But yeah, like, there's been a lot. There's been a lot of growing pains. From freaking a tavern cat named Yumiko, to a fucking idol, to a punk rock idol, to just about everything. Like, the sheer amount of shit that has changed over time is kind of insane, right? And honestly, while I wish I didn't make nearly as many fuck-ups as I did, I also like that it was a learning growth and everything. So, in a way, it feels good, right? Who the hell would think of it as a little sister bottle? It's okay. You see, right? That's the problem. Because you're right. Who would think that, right? It's got big titties. It's got the freaking, you know, short stack. Why would someone think that, right? You know what? Yeah, you're absolutely right to ask that. And the answer, you know, the answer is actually kind of the thing of, like, it comes down to art style, right? That's ultimately what the issue is. You have to be careful these days because there are some streamers appealing to that. Yeah. It's not just short, it's the art style, because the fact is, the face looks a little bit on the youthful side, right? It looks young. And not everyone wants to see their character, you know, a character that says they want to fuck you, look that young. Admittedly, like, realistically speaking, right? It feels a little awkward hearing that come out of a model that looks like it could be 16 or even 15 or 14, right? It's like those confusing lolly we got. I mean, fuck, there's like the freaking 300-year-old lolly. If you don't know what I'm talking about, yeah, that's actually a freaking trope in anime with the 300-year-old lolly. Where the character is just straight up way younger than you would expect, right? Which one? There's a lot. Pick one. Pick one is all I've got to say, right? But yeah, like, that was kind of an issue, so I had to basically scramble and put together a model really quickly that was 3D, because the other thing, though, too, is people can't really see me in 2D, if that makes sense. Like, I legit, can you guys actually sit there for a moment and imagine me as a 2D model? Or is it one of those things that it just kind of feels like you need the 3D? You need the movement, the expression that a 3D model has that a 2D model doesn't, right? Because that effectively seems to be what the issue was in almost every case, right? You could see me as 2D, we need the curves. Yeah, that's the thing, is like there's an aspect, right? There is an aspect to the curves. Using lolly models, talk about their favorite painting, yeah. Yeah, it's a smart to avoid those, yeah. But not even that, even if I had a 2D model, I don't, as much as I hate to say it, I don't think it could stand up to what I needed to do. Like, I need a 2D, like, if I were to have a 2D model, it needs to be expressive. It needs to lean forward. It needs to have hand tracking. It effectively needs to be a 3D model without being a fucking 3D model, you know? And unfortunately, that's not something that actually works as well as people would like it to work, unfortunately, you know? Some people just straight up perform better in, yeah, like, eventually, right? Eventually we could do something with, like, you know, a 2.0 type of deal or something like that, right? But typically speaking, you know, I think that for what we've got going on right now, maybe I could, like, because I could put new outfits on this model easy, right? But typically speaking, I don't think there needs to be much of a change as it stands, right? Because, you know, don't fix what ain't broke. That would be the best way to put it. Don't fix what ain't broke. And right now, things are working. Just gotta build things up. Keep things consistent, effectively, right? It needs to be able to order the enemy teams. Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing. With the live 2D model, you guys can't freaking yeet me like this, right? That's just not something you guys can do with a live 2D model. It'll... Sure, you'll yeet me, but it'll be like just 2D. Would people call the gremlin your little sister? No. Well, maybe. No, they probably wouldn't because it's a shit post of a model. But you know, here's another thing, right? There is one thing people want back. A little bit. And that's, Phyrexa, the furry version of my model, right? Granted, I don't have the funds at the moment to make Phyrexa happen, sadly. But what's interesting about, you know, thing, yeah. The interesting thing with Phyrexa, she was once called Furiko back when I was called Yumiko. And with Phyrexa, right? At first, people really liked her, and then all of a sudden, something changed in the audience. I can't really say what it was, honestly. But all of a sudden, they started disliking Phyrexa. And for whatever reason, because they started disliking Phyrexa, I started losing viewership. I started losing followers over that. And it made no sense when people like that, right? But that's why, like, you know, the furry version is meant to be mainly a toggle, like a special sort of thing that happened. It's not meant to be something that needs to exist. It's not going to take over things or anything, right? But it is one of the things I do want to bring back at some point because it was fun. But yeah, the furry hate is absolutely real. Like, honestly, in all honesty, though, yeah. Yeah, like, you guys can tell, this content creation journey has been absolutely insane. I've learned so much from it. I've met so many people. There are things I still want to do. Like, I want to go to conventions. I want to be a guest and panel at them, you know? Like, I actually want to do conventions a lot. Like, I want to be able to meet up with the community. I want to be able to do a lot of fun things. And a lot of it does come from, like, you know, sponsorships. It comes from growing. It comes from, like, you know, showing, unfortunately, with numbers that you're, where you need to be at for certain things like that, right? Like, honestly, like, I want, like, for example, right? The past couple of years, I've wanted to do stuff like TwitchCon. I've wanted to do stuff like Off-Kai, for example. But the biggest thing that stopped me was usually finances, among other things. Like, also, you know, trying to get a panel is kind of hard with them. But there was a lot of things that I wanted to do with that. But unfortunately, I just couldn't. TwitchCon is just stupidly expensive, you know? Oh yeah? Wait, I don't know if you want to go to that. You know, it's funny you say that. I want to go to it just because of the Mixer events alone. Purely the Mixer events. I don't care about much else. It's just to see what it's like at Off-Kai and everything. Because I know that it's not one of those things that, like, is for everyone. But it is definitely one of those things. I want to experience it at least once, right? I think Off-Kai could work. Also, 13 minus 3, 10. 10 divided by 10. Or 10 times 10 is... oh, wait, no. 10 times 5 is 50. Divided by 10 is 5. Like, yeah, no, it's just one of those things that I want to experience at least once. Okay, let's see. 19. Minus 11, that's 8. 8 times 3 is 24, divided by 12. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, because, like, even if it's not, like, you know, be better suited for a gaming convention, honestly, probably. Probably. But those gaming conventions are a lot harder to get into, though. Going to places, like, you know, that are anime-centric, I think is, like, a step, right? I do think that, you know, anime conventions are definitely a step. Like, whether it's Offkai, Anime Expo, MomoCon, so on and so forth. Like, I think you get the idea, right? There's definitely a lot of places I would want to go. Would you believe me if I told you I tried and the answer is no, I couldn't, actually. Like, legit, I've actually applied to multiple of them several times, and I've actually been turned down every single time, actually. That's the unfortunate aspect, right? Like, as much as I want to, it's been a lot harder, right? Like, let's put it like this, right? Let's take another example, right? I have a partnership with Advanced GG, but I do know a good chunk of the community would rather see, like, Gamer Subs, for example, because they just see Gamer Subs as a more trusted brand over Advanced GG, and that can cause issues, especially when it comes to, like, you know, trying to promote that stuff from time to time, right? Because, like, we got a flavor with Advanced GG, right? Granted, it's a limited one. I think there's, like, what, 11 of them left. But, like, you know, I know if people, like, if it was like Gamer Subs, I know people would be a lot happier with that, I think, maybe. Just because of the fact that they get to, you know, go with something that they trust. But that's, like, that's a whole different thing, though, right? But anyways, only one box displays a true statement. The gyms are in the white box, the gyms are in the black box. Ooh. I can't order from yet. That's the thing, right? You had trouble just getting the freaking shaker yourself, Satan. That's kind of the point. Is like, you know, it's hard. And I understand why it's hard. But even still, it should not be that hard, right? It legit should never have been that hard for you to get access to the shaker when really you're just ordering it, you know? Also, take care, ages. Like, it is unfortunate how hard it is to get a product that comes mainly from America, and it's, you know, gonna get harder and everything, but, you know, that's a different story. Anyways, though, but, like, honestly, no, like, legit, though, there's definitely a lot of things. I am extremely ambitious, as you can tell. I am actually just straight up extremely... I am very ambitious with the things I want to do. Good thing you got it before the current issues. Yeah, I can't even begin to imagine how bad it would be afterwards. But yeah, like, honestly, if you can't tell, I am really ambitious. There's a lot of things I want to achieve. There's a lot of things I want to do. Honestly, I know it's probably not feasible, but I still want to try. I want to change the VTubing industry. I want to change it for better. I want to bring it back to, like, the content creation that you would expect from, like, you know... I want to change it from what we've experienced so far. Bring it back to a different era, right? Bring it back to an era where gaming was more fun. That's why, like, you know, my inspiration for content, in part, came from someone like Markiplier. Right? Because that just feels like a much healthier way to go about content creation than what you see from a lot of VTubers. And honestly, it's why I've never actually had a... If I'm being honest, it's why I've never actually had a single actual... There are several Daki Booba mousepad companies now in the US. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. There is a lot of those. You're right. You don't have to import as much with merch. True. Like, I actually know that's actually one of the things that people have been wanting for a while is a Daki from me, right? I just need to get updated artwork, actually. if I could just get updated artwork for it, I could. But then finding the right person to actually, you know, manufacture the Docky in a way that would actually be enjoyable for the people, you know, have it. Do I have an artist? I have someone, yeah. They're not exactly in a space where I could say that they're well known. But honestly, a lot of times it comes down to I don't exactly have the capabilities to just go out and spend money on art because it's art be expensive. Art be expensive, you know. But that's neither here nor there. I don't wanna talk about that too much here on stream when we're just kind of vibing and enjoying ourselves, you know. And their experience in selling them. Honestly, I might be interested in that. You'd have to like give me the deets, of course. But like, also this is a shitty ass run. Holy shit. This run is so fucking god. God, this run is shit tier. Jesus. Also, thank you so much for the hydrate, though. Artists charge a good bit of money nowadays. They do. They do. And unfortunately, I don't want to cuck an artist out of, like, you know, their revenue. Because honestly, you know, artists are really good, right? They have really, like, they definitely deserve it. Like, I mean, content creators, those that are the ones that are interesting, have the charisma and everything, they deserve it. They deserve, you know, to have the, Jesus Christ. They deserve to, you know, be supported. I think there's a lot with that stuff, and it just sucks how hard it is, right? Link you with their affiliates. The best way would be to have people pre-order the product before you order. That way you know what order. You see, you know, that's the problem, right? That's the problem. Like, for example, right? You might... So, I actually have Uwu Market merch, right? But here's the problem. Not only is it hard to justify the Uwu Market merch, for example, it's difficult... Jesus fucking Christ. Holy fucking shit. You have thought about getting some merch of mine? You know what? Fair. Like, with the Uwu Market, right? It's difficult because of the fact you're not just dealing with the fact that Uwu Market has insane shipping times because of how they make everything to order, right? They don't have, like, anything, like, you know, put in, like, distribution. Also, Uwu Market didn't even let me have any sample product, right? So I didn't have the way to actually tell you the quality of things. I didn't have a way to show it off, do any kind of signing. I wanted to do signatures. Like, I wanted to actually sit there and be like, you know, guys, I want to give you guys a signatures on my stuff, because I feel like I legit thought that that would be kind of cool. Like, imagine sitting there and you get a piece of your merch, but because of the limited edition factor of it, it's signed. The Uwu Market wouldn't do that. But then the other issue with Uwu Market is how goddamn fucking expensive it is, right? Like a freaking sweater being $90. Like, let's be real here, right? Let's be real here. How... Realistically speaking, do you guys want to spend $90 on a fucking sweater? The relaunch merchants to do pre-order only, and those companies will send you samples. I mean, I'll be honest, there is one thing that people have asked of me since like almost 3 years now. And it's admittedly one of the hardest pieces of merch to get, right? There are people that want very specifically from me. Oh my fucking god, I did it twice in a row. Holy shit. There are people that very specifically what they want to see is a plushie. That is one of the hardest pieces of merch to get, right? It is legitimately hard to make a plushie happen because of how expensive the costs are. Yeah, that one, like, I know there's a couple of things out there. I know there's, like, different ways to do it. But I do know it's one of those things that people have wanted for a while, you know? Also, by the way, Greenwood, hey, yo, thank you so much for subbing at tier 3 months in advance. I really appreciate the support, bro. Sorry I missed that. Vex has been turned into a marketable plushie. Oh my fucking god. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I'm gonna do... Actually, no. I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to cause issues with Wardo, because Wardo can be kind of... Anyways, guys, you know, given how this has gone, honestly, I think we're at a good stopping point in the game, if we're being honest. I've spent an embarrassing amount on VTuber that you wish you hadn't. Let me guess, Cinder? I'm gonna guess it's Cinder, right? Because Cinder kind of burned you. You have to deal with manufacturers directly, and it's a nightmare. I mean, there's ways of dealing with good shit, right? There's definitely ways of dealing with good shit, but that's a different story. That's neither here nor there, right? However, right? With that being said, okay? With that being said, let's see here. Ooh. Hang on. Let's see here, because I am getting really hungry, admittedly. I am getting hungry. I'm looking right now. Jesus Christ. You know what? Okay. You know what? Seeing as I'm getting hungry, it's getting late. We actually made a lot of good progress in the game, right? I got someone. I actually tried to help them out a little bit. I'm hoping that it worked out decently. It's Frosted Frigs. We're gonna go and raid them. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys today. If you guys wanna, you know, stick around and everything, make sure you join that Discord where we have our weekly community nights. Stay up to date on everything. If Twitter's not enough for you, got that. But not only that, okay? I tend to hang out almost every night in the Discord server anyway, so you'll catch me usually after an hour after stream, give or take, hanging out with people. So, you know, there's always that. And of course, we can't do the raid without giving them the raid message so we can give them the best raid possible. So make sure you copy that raid message so we can give them the best one possible. And until tomorrow, guys, stay safe out there on those missions. It's okay, Greenwood. You're welcome. It's okay. It's okay. It happens, you know, bro. It happens. Life happens. Work happens, you know, but it's okay. You showed up right at the end. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope to see you around, bro. But yeah, until tomorrow, guys, when we get back into Drakengard 3 with a sexy party of harems, I've been yelling at your Cover Brigade, and stay safe out there, guys. Also, don't forget about it. Worms are a great contraceptive device, if you think about it, because they have teeth, which means they can, you know, give you the best blowjob ever or act as a condom. Bye!